आइए ना, आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना।
Have it for that. Come on, it's morning. Everybody's had their breakfast. We can do a much bigger round of applause. Come on, let's get it. First day was very exciting. We had quite a few interesting sessions. We had Vivek Agnihotri ji coming. We have Sister Shivani, who gave a brilliant, enlightening, I would say, a chapter of wisdom to each and every one of us based on mental health, how important it is. Now we start with day 2, but to kickstart, we have a special journey video of the Mindmine Summit, the journey covered so far. Can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to our first session for day 2, Repurposing Geopolitics. Should nations mend bridges or build stronger fences with their neighbors? Please join me in welcoming our esteemed group of panelists. Ambassador of Israel, Mr. Naor Gilon. British High Commissioner, Mr. Alex Ellis. UAE Ambassador to India, Dr. Ahmed Abdul Rahman Al Banna. From G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. And the moderator for this session, Professor C. Rajamohan, Senior Fellow, Asia Society Policy Institute. Can we have a round of applause for our dignitaries, please?
Thank you. Welcome to this session on geopolitics. As you can see, we have a wonderful panel here. What we're going to do in the next 45 minutes or so is to look at the new world that's emerging in front of us, a new and more complex world that is very different from the world we have known for the last 3.5 decades since the end of the Cold War. So if you're looking at geopolitics and whether we should be building fences or tearing them down or working together, all those issues are really in play, and I think our panelists can really talk about the complexities, because it's very easy to not to see these complexities, because we are in a different moment, and I think our job in the next 45 minutes is to understand that. So before I go to the panelists, I thought I'll just identify at least 4 or 5 broad trends that are today in the world. One, after almost decades of relative harmony since the end of the Cold War between the major powers, today the West and Russia are at odds with each other in Europe. China and the US are at odds with each other in Asia. We have a running battle, probably one of the most brutal conflicts that we see in Ukraine, and the consequences of it that have affected everyone. We're also, if Taiwan becomes a conflict, the consequences of that are going to be even more dramatic for the world, given the centrality of Taiwan, China to the global economy. Third change that we've seen is the technological disruption that has taken place, which is the dramatic acceleration of the technological revolution is changing the nature of the production, the nature of our relationship in terms of how we produce things, how we organize things, from politics to economy. The technological transformation is taking place. The fourth area where is the logic of globalization that everyone had accepted, saying as globalization as an inevitable, irresistible force, to one since the Brexit in 2016, and then what happened in the US, we now see, and in India, they talk about self-reliance. The question is, how do you temper unregulated globalization to something more balanced one? At least that is the debate. And then on top of it, we have here the whole question of international institutions. Because after the end of the Cold War, it looked like the international institutions were going to take off, whether it is the United Nations or the WTO, which is going to manage the global economy. But those today are under deep stress. So having pointed to these broad trends, I tried to get our panelists to speak a little bit of some of these. So my first question, I'll turn to Amitabh Kant. Amitabh, it's just been announced yesterday that India will hold the G20 Summit, you are the Sherpa, in September next year, almost exactly 1 year from now. Given where we are in relation to the conflict between the major powers, is it really possible to restore multilateralism when you have major powers at each other's throats? And we're seeing the problem, even getting them into the same room and being civil to each other is a problem. Indonesia, which is your predecessor, is having the problem. So given the situation, what is it that we can do in terms of bringing countries together to deal with common challenges at the G20?
So I think that's a very important question, because we are living in a fractured world. There's the Russia-Ukraine crisis, there's the China-Taiwan crisis. But more important than that, global supply chains are disrupted. Climate action is very important, imperative for the world. And global debt is an all-time high, all challenges for the world. So you have a scenario in Indonesia where G20 is right now being held, where G7 countries are not able to work together with Russia and in some occasions with China. But it's important, I think it's also important to understand that this is the time when we need to truly accelerate the pace of growth for the world, because globalization, we must understand, has led to lifting a vast segment of our population above the poverty line. I mean, huge segments of population have been lifted above the poverty line. It's important to understand that technology is disrupting the world. It's important also that India has done a huge amount of work around digital platforms, and the digital public goods which India has created creates a unique model for the rest of the world. And thirdly, that climate action is very, very critical for the world. So countries which go digital, which go take climate action, which go green, both countries and companies are actually going to take the lead forward in the world. So it's very, very important. There is no other grouping other than G20 which can bring consensus in the world today, because G20 accounts for about 85% of the global GDP. It accounts for 75% of the global trade. It accounts for almost 90% of the global patents and about 2/3 of the global population. So if United Nations is too large a body, G7 is too elitist a body, G20 is just the right body comprising of the richest countries in the world and the emerging markets of the world. And there is no other body which can bring in consensus on all these pressing issues of accelerating SDG, of driving technology for change, and really, truly, to my mind, to drive global growth. Growth is key. Inclusive, equitable growth is key for the world today.
Thank you. Let me turn to the British High Commissioner. Britain has played a major role in the Ukraine crisis, and we've seen not only fences being torn down, but countries being occupied, and even on the claims that they don't have a right to exist. But yet at the same time, Russia is a powerful state. So where do you see Europe going? Because until now, Europe was the model, right? On security, on economics, on regional institutions, Europe was the place where integration took place. But suddenly now we are seeing it all fall apart. So is there a way out?
Thank you very much. And I very strongly agree, by the way, with what Dr. Amitabh Kent has said about the G20. So what is your neighbor? That seems an easy question to answer because it's the people contiguous next door to you. But if I take the example of Ukraine, Ukraine is not a neighbor of the United Kingdom. It's quite a long way away, several thousand kilometers away. But neighborhood is not just about geography. It is also about values and trust. And in this case, Ukraine does have a neighbor, which has just invaded it, violating its international law, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. And the UK, that had already happened in 2014, and the UK after that said we are now going to support the Ukrainian army, to train it, to make it more capable, to deter, unfortunately unsuccessfully, a further Russian invasion of the rest of the country. So neighborhood is partly geography, but it's other things as well. It's trust, it's alliance. And you're right, Europe, in a way, is probably the most integrated of the continents of the world. That was the consequence. In my view, that's the exception to the rule, because of the extraordinary circumstances of the Second World War. Essentially, neighbors had taken about 100 years destroying each other and then decided there was a better way of living together, and found a different way to do that through alliance, through NATO, and obviously others. And we are, through alliance, we are effectively a neighbor of, let's say, Estonia, once part of the Soviet Union, but through an alliance, we are bound together for the ultimate sacrifice, which is to actually die to support another country's independence. It's an extraordinary thing, and I don't think you'll see that happening elsewhere in the world. As you've written many times, the Indo-Pacific is quite different in that respect. So neighborhood is not just about geography. It's about values. It can be partly about history. Australia and the United Kingdom are about as far away as you can possibly get, and yet they are neighborly in the sense because of history. And I think it's one of the real challenges which Amitabh describes is how do you have bilateral tensions increasing at the same time as you have global problems? And essentially security is sharpening the bilateral tensions at the same time as health, climate change and sustainability are global problems. And that is, I guess, the challenge we all face for the next 20 years.
Let me turn to the UAE ambassador. Your country played a critical role in producing these Abraham Accords, between Israel, you and Israelis. Will come back to the Israeli ambassador. That until now, Europe was the positive example, but Middle East was a negative example of which way not to go in a particular region. But that is changing in the way Israel, UAE, Bahrain, and others have started a process which breaks the paradigm in a fundamental way. Because for us too, for India too, for the subcontinent, the lessons from what's happening with the Abraham Accords and the new possibilities that it might open, maybe you could tell us how and where you see the new rapprochement in the Middle East going.
Thank you. Well, let me first start by commenting further on my colleague, the British High Commissioner, in reference to the neighbor, extended neighbor, and the related ideas of neighbors. I do agree with my colleague that, neighbor is not just that person who sits just around the corner of your country or home or whatsoever. Now, if we look at past history or even recent history from the perspective of do we build bridges or we build fences? Past history and even recent history, it looks like the answer is build fences. Now, that whole perspective has changed. And the Abraham Accord, when it was signed in 2020 in the United States of America, it put the whole region, or the accord put the whole region on a different track. On a track where we are saying we extend our hands of friendship. We extend the use of what we call soft powers, not coercive powers. We extend soft diplomacy, opening new channels, because history taught us that building fences just didn't work. So therefore, the whole region, I think, benefited from the Abraham Accord. The United Arab Emirates took a very courageous and very strong step, leading all the Arab worlds, mostly the region, the Gulf region, in signing the Abraham Accord and looking at building bridges. Now, looking at that and looking at it from the economic perspective, geopolitics linked with the economic perspective, we see the whole region flourished. Although the accord was signed during the pandemic time or toward somehow the mid phase or the end of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, but nevertheless, it has opened a lot of opportunities. I would say or relate to the trilateral India, UAE, Israel in many different sectors. We've started that, and there are lots of things are happening. And as a matter of fact, Two projects was announced during the visit of Biden to Saudi Arabia in reference to the trilateral and in reference to the I2U2. The creation of I2U2 was, the base of it was the Abraham Accord. It is in my belief. So therefore, economic prosperity in many different sectors, specifically those sectors that has been announced by the countries, first on the trilateral basis, India, UAE, Israel, and then eventually the I2U2 in terms of the concentration of the economic projects that brings prosperity to the whole region. So extending hands of friendship, opening up new doors, looking at collaborations. The UAE has taken even certain steps. If we look at our immediate neighbor countries, for example, Iran. Iran is our neighbor country. There was a very high-ranking delegation that went from the UAE, presided by His Highness Sheikh Tahnoon, the NSA advisor, to Iran, to extend hands of friendship, to extend hands of cooperation. And so therefore, that's another example that has opened certain elements of, I would say, prosperity to the region in terms of overall shaken region.
So maybe from building on that, let me ask the Israeli ambassador. People are talking about not just Abraham Accords, but Indo-Abraham Accords. That is an India that works with the countries of the Abraham Accords, and the I2U2 that was just mentioned involves US, Israel, and United Arab Emirates as well as India. It's interesting that India, which largely stayed away from three countries, that is the US, Israel, and the Gulf countries, today India is actually working with them. So how deep are the prospects for this you see for I2U2 as a transformative regional institution?
Yes, thank you very much. I will continue with Ahmed, my UAE colleague, and would say that I believe that the difference in the world today, the like-mindedness in the world today, is between leaderships who put their interest of their people, the well-being of their people, ahead of a thing, and the others who have different interests rather than that. And I believe that if we look, India did in 2017 the same thing with Israel, what is called here the dehyphenation, saying, because for years the Palestinian issue was the issue in our foreign relations with many countries, including with India. And then they said, well, the Palestinian issue is an issue, but we have a lot of common interest with Israel that we want to pursue. And I think that UAE and the other Gulf countries said the same thing. And this is the like-mindedness. They said, well, we have concerns in the world, but it's not going to be that my values of being ultra-liberal or, like in the past, that this war, I think it's behind us. Each one has his own set of values. As long as the country is pursuing the well-being of its citizens, I think there is a lot of common grounds, and that's what we see now happening more and more in the world. In this, and you mentioned the Abraham Accord. One of the offsprings is, of course, the I2U2, this mini-lateral forums, because we all understand today that we had a grace period after the collapse of the Soviet Union of about 20 years where we could work in the multilateral arena and cooperate. It wasn't before, and it's gone again. So it's very hard now to have the whole world, and Amitabh has quite a big challenge, I believe, in this sense, to have the world as superpower, the big powers, work together. And that's why you need to find other formations. And that's why maybe I will connect to what Alex is speaking about neighbor. Neighbor today is a very thin definition in the sense of geography. It's a much bigger thing. And I think this is where India comes in also to the picture, because India, at the end of the day, is the same neighborhood. You know, we call ourselves the Middle East, but you look at us as West Asia. So, you know, we are in the same neighborhood. And again, the governments are like-minded, especially in the need to improve our citizens' lives. And the size of India, I think for all of us, because even the UAE, which is a very successful country, at the end of the day, next to India is a very, very small country. And India brings in a lot of size, capacity, and it's very helpful, I think, for all of us to execute our energies and our wishes out of the borders, limited borders of our own countries.
Thank you. I mean, let me stay with you and then come back in the other direction. I mean, Iran. Iran is a neighbor to a lot of countries. It's really located in a critical position. There was a time when Israel and Iran had very good relationship. But today, you know, much of the world, you know, trying to restore the nuclear deal, trying to bring Iranian oil to the global markets, which will ease the challenge of energy crisis today. But Israel has a different position. So in terms of Iran, I mean, what are your sense of, under what conditions do you see Iran and Israel going back to a reasonable relationship?
Yeah, I will put Iran in the same context that I spoke before. The countries who put their interest of the citizens ahead of everything, and the countries who have ambitions that are beyond their own borders. And this is the main issue. When Iran, for us, is a destabilizing power in the Middle East, we see them all over playing with minorities and supporting and everything. We see that as a problem. And, you know, we are an opposition also to the new JCPOA, or renewing the JCPOA, the nuclear deal, because we believe that it will not change Iran. It will give her much more money to do more of the same, of destabilizing. It will not go to the benefit of the citizens, but for the benefit of destabilizing the Middle East. So I think that, you know, we hold our position on Iran. We are very clear. Probably we are considered the biggest opposition to Iran, both politically, diplomatically, and maybe physically. But part of the maturity is that probably, I'll speak about India. We don't have the same view of Iran. And by the way, when I went with Dr. Jai Shankar to Israel last October, we discussed very openly. And he also, I think, got our point of view. We see the Indian point of view, but the maturity is that we say we are strong enough and self-assured enough to deal with the issues, common issues that are of interest, the well-being of our people, promoting the world, technology, you know, all these challenges, new challenges we have, without putting Iran now as an obstacle, like the Palestinian issue is not an obstacle, it shouldn't be an obstacle, like any other national or internal issue should be an obstacle. We should work together on a wide common denominator. It doesn't mean, I mean, we are not taking any eye off Iran. Don't be mistaken about that, but we are separating this, and we are diplomatically trying to influence our allies, UK sitting here being one, the Americans and others, the European Union, in order to see the things the way we see them. But you know, we don't connect the two. Okay. We don't tell the Europeans, if you don't see it the way we do, it will influence our bilateral relations. No, as friends we try to explain and influence and convince, and we continue to cooperate because this is the common interest.
Turning to the UAE, and you are a neighbor of Iran, and the speed with which things seems to be changing between Iran and the Gulf Arabs. You know, so the big question, I think, which Israeli ambassador raised, is Iran a country or is it a cause? If you're ideological, if you're a cause, then you don't compromise on those. But if you're a country, you can always work out reasonable compromises on the basis of shared interests, of split differences, work out agreements. So do you see Iran is ready for being less ideological and more practical in terms of its engagement with its Arab neighbors?
Well, let me mention and stress on this point that we have had major problems with Iran. Iran is occupying our lands. Iran is occupying 3 major islands of the United Arab Emirates. Now, having said that, we have always taken a position that we need to sort this out by negotiation, using soft diplomacy, and we never had any major confrontation with Iran. And especially, I mentioned earlier that there was a high-ranking delegation that went to Iran trying to open doors of negotiation. Only lately, a month ago, we have decided that our ambassador will go back to Tehran and will resume his functions from there. We are trying to open means of communication with the Iranians. They are our neighbors, and we respect that. Unfortunately, they are, in certain ways, interfering in the neighboring countries. They are supporting certain minority groups in the region, be it in Lebanon, be it in Yemen, be it in Iraq, be it in Syria. So therefore, the action that the Iranian government has taken to us in certain ways is an action that we do not agree with. We reject. And we are trying directly with them through the official meetings or through other means of communication to let them open up and sit and discuss and trying and see how we can sort out that big conflict in the Middle East, that big interferences by them in the business and in the political affairs and in the matters of those different countries that I have mentioned, and maybe even more.
Thank you. I think, British High Commissioner, you know, Britain has been a key player in the negotiations with Iran on the nuclear question. But as you look at the issue today, is it really about nuclear weapons? Is it about regional security, where the question of the region getting along with each other within the region? Or is it about global energy, where you desperately need to bring more oil to the global market? So where do you see this going?
For those who haven't, I strongly recommend, besides reading Dr. Roger Mohn, Henry Kissinger on Iran, because he asked that question. He says, most countries are sort of countries and operate with an accepted system, and then you have some revolutionary ideas which feed through to the world. And you might look at Lenin traveling from Switzerland, I think, all the way to land in St. Petersburg in 1917, brings an idea. And he's fascinating about Iran, because he says the trouble is Iran is both. Sometimes it's a country and sometimes it's an idea, and it switches between the two, which is why the extremely complex diplomacy which Ahmed and others have described. Let me broaden my answer. That sometimes you have to build a fence and sometimes you build a bridge, and the same thing can be a fence or a bridge. And one of the tricks is how you adapt the structure according to the circumstance which you're in. We still maintain our embassy in Moscow. I'm thinking about it, despite the fact that, you know, Russia's just invaded its neighbor, because you know there's a long-term relationship with that country, which we hope one day can be thickened and strengthened, but it can't at the moment because of the extraordinary behavior. Likewise, I think, countries in the Middle East are trying to find the knowledge and understanding of each other, even through very difficult times, to be able to find the moment when the fence becomes a bridge. But sometimes you do need the fence, essentially, when there's a violation of territorial integrity of such a flagrant sort. So, and geography is not irrelevant. I don't think I need to tell anyone sitting in Delhi about the relevance of geography, because you have the geography which you have here. So essentially, what happens with Iran, and remember those negotiations been going on for 20 years, I'd say roughly, on the nuclear side, is an attempt to construct what can be a bridge, but could also be a fence, according to the behavior of Iran. And that's where we're in. And I think for those of you, we are in the world of ambiguity. Noah described it very well. India and Israel can disagree on some things, but also understand. And I think I agree very much that one of the tests of a relationship, and I'd like to think that what we're constructing between the UK and India in the last few years and hopefully into the next few years, is a relationship can withstand disagreement, because that's the basis on which any relationship can stand. So with Iran, it's about many things, and hopefully it's a bridge, but it could also be a fence.
Yeah. But every good principle, there is another good principle. Good fences, sometimes we say, make good neighbors, but sometimes fences can divide neighbors as well. Turning to you, Amitabh, I mean, you've been one of the most forceful advocates of using technology as a bridge, both as a former CEO of the Niti Aayog, as well as in your various other forms, and now in the G20. I'm not asking about the G20, but India has been talking about using RuPay, using Aadhaar stack, use those new technologies where it has set up the platforms, the NPCI, and that using them as a way of, linking more strongly with our neighbors, not just within South Asia, but beyond. So where do you see the role of new Indian technology platforms to connect with other countries in the neighborhood?
So that's, again, a very, very important question, because what India has achieved in the last 6 or 7 years in terms of digital identity for over 1.4 billion people, what it has achieved in terms of consent-based digital transactions, and what it has achieved in terms of fast payments, and what it has achieved in terms of digital vaccination through CoWIN. India in the last 5 to 6 years has done what normally would have taken India about 50 to 60 years. It has technologically leapfrogged in many, many ways. It has built digital platforms on top of which it has allowed private sector to compete. So Google Pay competes with Bharat Pay in India. Paytm competes with WhatsApp payment, and Apple Pay, and everybody competes in the marketplace on top of tracks built by public infrastructure. And that's something unique, unlike the Western world, where some big tech company control your data. And to my mind, the future is what India has built. India has disrupted the world of technology. And let me tell you, India will disrupt the world of climate action as well, because India was the only country to achieve its NDC targets 9 years ahead of schedule for its renewables. India is taking a series of measures to decarbonize its hard-to-abate sectors. It will bring in green technology. And so, to my mind, the best way in geopolitics is to build bridges through technology and climate action. The world needs accelerated pace of growth. World needs growth which is inclusive and equitable to lift people above poverty line all across, in all regions, across the world. The world doesn't need wars. In today's days and times, a war going on for 7 months, I mean, it's unbelievable. And therefore, you need to build bridges through technology. You need to build bridges through climate action. You need to build bridges to lift people above poverty line and take care of your citizens.
Thanks. Let me just come to all of you briefly. I think we can then go to the On the staying with technology question, I think Britain is somewhat underrated as a technology power, but I know that on cyber and a whole lot of issues, you are right up there, and some of the artificial intelligence, all that stuff goes on in London with the DeepMind and other groups operating out of there. And I see that in your Indo-Pacific tilt, there's a lot of emphasis on technology. So where do you see in Britain's strategy using technology as a way of restoring some of its position in the Indo-Pacific, in our region?
Thank you very much. And I think what I've said is very interesting. I agree very much, by the way. What India has done is very interesting, including for the UK, in terms of creating the digital public infrastructure from which you can then allow competition to take place, because it deals with an issue of trust, which I think is very important. I mean, if you want to give an example of UK technology, let's just go back, let's take ourselves back to January 2020, where we hear there's a rumor of a virus seems to be taking place in China. And what happens is a very small bit of public money, British taxpayers' money, goes into one of the best science ecosystems in the world, and produces a vaccine, which then combines with India's capabilities to reach more people than any other vaccine which has been produced anywhere. We've done more good between UK and India for the world through Covishield than through anything else. And that's just, at the same time, we also started, before actually UK lockdown, the clinical trials necessary to test. Interestingly, not every bit of technology has to be new. What the clinical trial does, started in the UK, now spread to 7 countries around the world, including India, is within 8 weeks, it tells you that the most effective treatment for COVID is a low-cost steroid available all over the world, manufactured very often in India, by the way. So the systems are not just about the new, the systems are about what enables you to achieve effect. Let me just develop what we heard from Amitabh for a second, because there are limits to that. I completely agree about technology. What are those limits? Those limits come where, putting it bluntly, a Chinese firm moves to the UK to try to acquire that technology for intent which is not benign. And that's why, we can't call out any one country, but that's why countries around the world, India, UK, but elsewhere, are tightening their controls around inward investment for certain kinds of technology. There is a still geography as well. I swing both ways on this. There's a great line. I think it was given by Rubin, but it was given. He called in in 2008. He called in all of the American bankers, and at the middle of the financial crisis, and he said, "What you people forgot. You forgot your own country." And in the end, the bailouts and so forth come from taxpayers. Now, in the case of technology, there are politics in technology, in particular in the use of data. That's true of every country in the world. So at the same time as you have this extraordinary growth of technology and transformation of technology, I couldn't agree with you more. By the way, that's one of the reasons why the UK and India are setting up partnerships to apply, essentially, innovation, which India is particularly good at, frugal innovation, to other parts of the world, because it's extremely good at it. But then there is, what does British politics allow on data protection? What does Israeli politics allow on data protection, or on the UAE? And in India, and it's not always the same. In other words, politics remains national in some sense, and these things have to be dealt with at a national level. So one of the great tussles we have is, how do you have this transformational technology when you have different political approaches towards, for example, how you manage data? And that is one of our collective challenges over the next 10 years, because to stimulate that growth, you want to share that data, but at the same time, there are security issues for that.
The UAE, punches way above its weight. If you look at on the technology side, we all know UAE produces oil, but now you are investing in renewable energy. UAE is investing in digital innovation hubs. You're also looking at space program, which is quite, I think, not enough well known, that UAE is investing big in space. So simply, I think we'll go to the floor after this, but can you tell me, in terms of the basic philosophy, why is UAE putting so much money and effort into technology at this point?
Well, technology, I think, plays an important role in every sector. If we look at financial, we talked about digital payments and finance and so on and so on. We talked about e-commerce, trade. If we talk about other sectors, we talked about the energy, technology, and in producing clean energy, aside from renewables. The UAE has taken certain steps, strong steps. We have created actually a specific ministry for advanced technology in the manufacturing. We have created a specific ministry for artificial intelligence. We have a minister of artificial intelligence. We have created a special minister for advanced technology in space and aerospace and all that. So therefore, technology is an important element in all sectors of economics. The pandemic, the COVID pandemic has actually put the whole world on a track where technology at one time was, I would say, the back engine. Now it is the front engine and has reshaped the whole world. Just a small example, if we look at the figures, and even now, after the, let's say, the pandemic, looking at e-commerce and looking at B2B or B2C, we see, if we look at the numbers, it's mind-boggling. So therefore, yes, the emphasis on technology is very, very important, and we're looking at it, and not only from our own perspective, but also from the trilateral perspective, UAE, India, Israel, and now on the I2U2 perspective also.
Last question, Israel was always known as a technological power. I mean, and that you had a number of areas where you've been excelled. And I think our own bilateral relationship, from agricultural, water management, to a whole range of areas. Where do you see the new areas where India and Israel, both bilaterally as well as with the I2U2, we can build up?
Thank you. As a good diplomat, I'll take you to the direction I want, because I think that something is missing here in the discussion. Because you have around this panel only friendly countries to each other and close allies, we were not speaking about when you want to take offenses, you have to have trust or deterrence towards your neighbors. And I think that if there is a lesson we learned from Ukraine and things like that, is that you have to be self-sufficient and able to defend yourself, or to create the impression that you can defend yourself. Without that, in Europe, inside the European Union, probably they don't have the sense of fear and threat, and inside it's less needed. But I think all of us live in places where technology makes it, on the one hand, we are more vulnerable because we become more technological. The attack is not physical, doesn't necessarily have to be physical anymore. You see what's happening now with Albania, what happened with Albania, who disconnected the diplomatic ties with Iran after a huge cyber attack that they attributed to Iran. So I think that in the technology, of course, is also the deterrence element. It's a risk element, but every country, in order to cooperate with others, need either to trust or to lower defenses and build bridges, to trust that the bridge will not be abused. And again, deterrence is one element here. Don't mess with me, I'm crazy. This is one element. And another element is, let's work together because it's a wonderful interest for both of us. And I think that India and Israel, coming to your question, we have huge potential in a lot of fields. So we have working groups and cooperation in 6, 7 different fields. Some fields where Israel has an advantage, some fields where quantum computing, when India has an advantage. So we are benefiting each other, artificial intelligence, drone technology. Really, the fields are so varied that I will not even say 2 or 3 of them, because I think we have 8 to 10 fields where we'll cooperate.
Thank you. I think we have time for a couple of questions. So maybe some of you can, if you can make it very brief, very sharp, so that not making long comments. So we would, yeah. So maybe I'll take 2, 3 questions and I go back to the panel. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Dikshu Kukreja, architect. Um, Delighted to hear the opinions of the panelists. My question is to our G20 Sherpa, Mr. Kant. You have given us an exhilarating account of how India has really been able to take leapfrog in terms of our initiatives in climate change. I'm curious to hear from you that now that we assume the presidency very soon, and the troika of Indonesia, India, and Brazil, all three developing countries, I think for the first time in G20, forming the troika, how do you see our presidency playing a role globally, particularly in G20, of course, on climate change?
Thank you. Please hold the thought. I'll just take two more and then we'll wrap it up with that. Yes, sir.
I am Commander Sudhir Kumar. I have my own consultancy in Service Private Limited. And my question goes to Mr. Amitabh Kant. We have seen that as a result of all industrial revolutions and the progress in the technology interventions have brought a very large amount of privatization. And that has led to inequality. Now my question is that the debt is increasing in all countries, and that is an issue that G20 will be looking to. What is your vision towards that? How we are going to restructure this global economic setup so that we reduce the debt?
At the back there, yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Sanjay Kumar. I work with Arab News. My question is like this, your topic is should nations mend bridges? Then why we don't talk about India, Pakistan mending bridges, which for India is important? My other question is that we have stopped talking
Just
about...
just
this is only related to that only. That we have stopped talking about building bridges with Pakistan, which I find it very baffling. You also as an expert and other panelists can also reflect on that.
Thank you. I think, I know Amitabh got most of the questions, but I'm going to go from the other end. I mean, just any final thoughts so that we can just, just briefly so that we can.
Nothing. Amitabh has all the work to do, the heavy lifting here.
Yeah, Ambassador.
If I may, I wanted to make a comment actually in reference to the G20. I would like to thank government of India for inviting the United Arab Emirates to be a guest country in the G20 meeting, and we really appreciate that action, and we believe that the strong leadership vision, leadership relationship, and the UAE-India people-to-people relationship has led to that. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner.
As many of you will know, Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II died last week. This is a week of national mourning for my country, hence my black tie today. But I could not refuse the opportunity to speak at this, and I want to thank Hero for putting this on. So if I may, I'm just going to finish with a quote actually from Her Majesty in her broadcast of 1961, the year which she first visited India, if I'm not mistaken. And she said at the end of this broadcast, there is nothing that cannot be achieved on heaven and earth if you have faith, love, and service to your neighbor. Thank you.
Amitabh, a couple of questions to you.
So two very critical questions, I think. One is about the Troika, which is Indonesia, India, and Brazil. And actually, after Brazil, the next summit will be in South Africa, which is again emerging area and a developing country. So 4 emerging markets, one after another. And it's very important for us to ensure that Indonesia succeeds in its presidency. And it must succeed because there may be differences of opinion as far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned. There is a feeling that there is a major threat to Europe, which G7 countries tell us bilaterally, and very strongly they talk about it in the G20 meetings. Our view is that the right forum for war and conflict is not G20. It is the United Nations Security Council and the General Assembly. That is the right forum. G20 is essentially an economic forum and a forum for social progress. And therefore, issues of finance, economy, growth, social progress should be kept apart from war and conflict, which should be discussed in the United Nations Security Council. Even if you want to express views in the communique, there should be the first part of the statement where views of all countries can come in. I mean, there can be a split para as far as that bit is concerned, different countries having different views, and we can record the views of all countries in that. But on issues of development, on issues of economy, on issues of growth, on issues of progress, on issues of development, there we must have a consensus, and that should be the part B of the communique. So we strongly believe that the Troika will work towards evolving a consensus with all countries, and it's very critical for emerging markets that G20 succeeds in building that consensus around it. The second question was about global debt. Global debt is an all-time high. It's an all-time high, not because of emerging markets, but because of developed markets. We've never seen this kind of debts. The challenge is that in multilateral financial institutions like IMF have never been able to protect whenever there has been a global crisis as far as global debts are concerned. Both World Bank and IMF do direct lending. They should move over because if you want to support for SDGs, if you want to support for climate change, climate finance, the developed world had assured 100 billion worth of financing on an annual basis in 2009. It has not lived up to it, which climate justice demands, because they've been responsible for most of the occupation of carbon space. But the multilateral financial institutions, instead of direct lending, should move towards credit enhancement, blended finance, first loss guarantees, which will enable 10x of the financing to flow in if new instruments are evolved by World Bank and multilateral and IMF.
Thank you. I think before I thank the four panelists, just a word on India-Pakistan. In fact, while the situation is bleak, I mean, we saw last year there was a ceasefire that was negotiated by the two sides. And after that, in fact, General Bajwa stood up and talked about resetting Pakistan's relationships with Afghanistan and India. And there was a hint at a potential trade on two items that was done. But then Prime Minister Imran Khan, then the Prime Minister, overruled that decision. So, look, I think we must also respect Pakistan's internal argument, their sense of sovereignty, that you can't force Pakistan to trade with us. So they have to make up their mind. And I think it looked like there is one group which clearly argued for trading with India. And at the same time, there are others who say we can't trade with India till some other issue is solved. So, but my sense is it is evolving in a direction. So I hope to see in the coming years, in the coming months, that if there is a new government today, there will be a fresh look given the Pakistan's own economic crisis, and that we must keep hope and keep trying for a potential breakthrough in the relationship, because for all the negativity, the two militaries did negotiate a ceasefire and they agreed to initiate talks, and I think that possibility remains open, and we must remain hopeful. But to conclude this session, please join me in thanking our four speakers for coming here, especially a special thanks to British High Commissioner for coming during the morning. So I think there's been an outpouring of empathy for Britain at this moment, because all of us have grown up seeing the Queen. So for us, it's a sad moment. So we're absolutely up for time. We've already taken a couple of minutes extra, so I'm going to close it here, hand it back to them.
Big thank you to all our dignitaries for this exhilarating session. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Would request our Chairman, Hero Enterprise, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjalji, to kindly grace the stage and present the mementos. Can we have a round of applause, please? think so. We should keep on continuing the tradition of round of applause. A big thank you to all our dignitaries for giving us your precious time and having this discussion. Better prepared to anticipate random events. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed group of panelists. First and foremost, Executive Vice Chairperson, Apollo Hospitals, Dr. Preetha Reddy. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? तालियां देखिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए please. CEO, Petronas Lubricant India Private Limited, Mr. Pranav Bhanage, Co-founder and Chairman, Medwell Ventures, Mr. Vishal Bali, and the moderator, Ms. Ekta Batra, CNBC TV 18. Come on, it's morning. We can do better. Let's have a big round of applause to welcome them. Over to you, ma'am.
Hope this mic is working. All right. So we are here to talk about a very interesting topic, which is basically predicting the next black swan event and how we can prepare for it. I hope all of you all are having a great morning. And we've all survived a very difficult 2.5 years coming out of COVID-19. So just to give you an idea, COVID-19 has not only been the black swan that we've faced. Black swan basically means an extremely rare occurrence which probably changes or results in a systemic change in society as well. So we have had a couple of black swan events. Say, for example, the success of Google, Microsoft, Apple, 9/11, COVID-19. These are examples, and a black swan type of event most recently has been the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. So to discuss all of this and more in the next 1 hour odd, we'll be taking some questions from our audience as well. We have with us an esteemed panel, and there's little I can do to introduce them, so I'm just going to start talking because we have a limited amount of time. Ms. Reddy, you're in the healthcare space. You're one of the largest hospital chains in the country, and COVID-19 was a black swan in terms of the entire healthcare infrastructure space. What have your learnings been?
It truly was a black swan, and I think we were devastated. It was like a deer caught in the headlines. There was no way we had ready-made answers. We learned as we went along. I think there were a few things which really helped us overcome. I think one was just the sheer commitment of definitely the healthcare workers, incessant, the way they just stood up. They were literally soldiers in the front line. But I must also say that the support system around it, whether it was industry coming forth and saying, hey, what do you guys need? Because we know that you all are fighting a battle, and hopefully a battle you will win. So I think industry really stood up. A lot of the governments did. We work in a system where literally it's two parallels. The government sector doing a phenomenal job, no questions asked, and the private sector, and I'm talking just healthcare. But during this event, I think everybody came together brilliantly. Worked together, seamless, reached out to each other, whether it was training, whether it was new apps, whether we used digital, whether we reached drugs to remote locations where required, whether we had to, import or made in India ventilators, PPEs. You've all read that, you all know that. But the single lesson was that, when there is a crisis, everybody comes together, the barriers just disappear. And to me, that was probably the best learning ever.
Okay, Vishal, you've been associated with the healthcare space for, I think, majority of your career. Tell us from an outside perspective now, knowing the entire healthcare space so deeply, what were your key learnings for, the Black Swan event of COVID-19?
Yeah, so firstly, it's a pleasure to be here, Ekta and Preeta and Pranab. Let's just quickly roll back in terms of the black swan related to COVID. Somewhere we also knew that there were pathogens lurking around the world, which would eventually at some point in time blow up and cause what they did. So were we proactive enough to sort of combat it? The world was not. Therefore, the biggest lesson from here is, are we now really preparing ourselves for multiple other events to happen, whether in healthcare or in other spaces of life, to be able to catch those black swans early? I think one of the biggest lessons that we in the healthcare sector and the broader ecosystem, the one that we got was the massive impact that digitization started with the COVID-19 impact, right? So suddenly the world woke up to the fact that digital healthcare ecosystems really mattered a lot more, because there was just no other way to deliver healthcare to mass people. The world last year, it's close to almost about $40 billion behind health tech. But more importantly, that got raised on the back of the COVID-19 event, because it's not that the world did not know about digitization of healthcare earlier to COVID-19, but I think the big lesson there was that this is the future where healthcare needs to come together with technology. I think the second most important one was we all understood and have understood for a long period of time that healthcare is a very underserved sector in our own country and worldwide. The US spends 16% of its GDP on healthcare. We spend 4.5% to 5%, of which the government spends just about 1%. Underspending on one of the key areas of human life is not going to continue to be beneficial to humanity at large. And so therefore, the second big lesson was that healthcare needs to be at the center of our existence, right? And therefore, a lot more needs to be done behind this sector as the world goes and moves forward. So to my mind, I think as I looked at the entire ecosystem, because I also do the entire funding side of things, I think there are multiple lessons that COVID-19 has left us with. And if we don't pick up these pieces now, we are probably sitting for the next black swan to happen again. There are viruses that are stemming at us all around, and you never really know which is the next one now, until unless we are far more proactive on research, development, and combating issues before they are beginning to happen and staring at us.
You know, I'm just going to get back to this point about the fact whether this is a structural change that we're going to see in healthcare. But I can see Pranav nodding his head because he wants to come in and provide some comments on his perspective. Pranav, you know, you don't run a healthcare company, but you run one of the most successful companies, part of one of the most successful companies in the world. So give us your perspective. How did y'all manage this kind of a black swan event? And separately, y'all are also facing headwinds from, say, the Russia-Ukraine crisis because your business is entirely related to commodities such as crude.
Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be on this platform. Yeah, I'm the non-healthcare guy here, so I'll give a different perspective. For me, if you look at the black swan, I think if you translate that into a business black swan, so we spoke about the human lives. I think we all were affected by it. I was personally affected. But from a business perspective, you know, two things changed. I think when we make a business plan, you know, you assume that the supply and demand would be parallel and constant. So you only create demand and you don't really look at the supply side. And no business plan is made with a zero demand or an excess supply or a zero supply excess demand. So the translation of that event, say COVID, was the demand drops to zero, and then what you do to survive, and how do you really pull the company through that kind of a crisis. So to manage that, of course, there were different elements of it. First, humanitarian side, business planning side, how you come out of it. But what's more important here is that, you know, given this, whether this congruousness of supply and demand, will it continue? I think that's what is coming into the boardrooms now. When we plan for the future, are we going to say, shall we plan that we will have enough supply, or shall we plan that there will be no demand disruption? Or shall we start taking that cognizance of that fact, and then you make the systems more agile and relevant to that particular scenario? So in terms of managing it, I think a lot has changed from our internal process perspective. A lot has changed in terms of how we look at the future and how that translates into the actions. On a separate note, I think you mentioned about Ukraine crisis, and there was a very interesting discussion earlier where Europe is the most integrated of all the continents, and it was truly a black swan. And that's the sort of the second black swan that has hit us, particularly our industry, after when we were just rising out of the COVID, getting to a better demand situation, the supply disruption has really hit us. And I think it's hit everybody who is dependent on crude, whether it's an input or a commodity that you use as a raw material, etc. The answer of how we're going to really take it forward, how do you anticipate it, I think will lie in the discussions we can have in terms of how you use data, how you use AI, how do you use sort of other crystal balling techniques to figure out what's going to happen next. I'll leave it with one note in my opening comment, is that my reflection on the crisis, I saw that there were 3 stages of evolution for organizations. I think number 1 was reaction. I think what Preeta just mentioned, we reacted the deer in the headlight. The second thing is about resilience, which is more of saying that I come out of this safe and sound, and I remain the same as I was as before the crisis. The third part, which I have started to personally believe, is anti-fragile. So what anti-fragile means is that I use this crisis to come out better than what I was in the past. So
Okay, so that's actually what I wanted to concentrate on, because you mentioned anti-fragile, Vishal mentioned whether we can pick up the pieces. And the point of a lot of the black swan events is that we eventually see systemic change which comes through, and maybe a structural change in terms of the way we function. It could be technology, it could be drug discovery, it could be various different things. We were pushed to the corner, and we managed to do that in COVID-19, and we were able to showcase our abilities in terms of healthcare. But Ms. Reddy, will that stay, or do you think complacency is going to set in and we're going to get back to our old ways?
I don't think we can afford complacency anymore because that would, honestly, would be quite stupid to do that. We know and we saw what happened. Again, you know, I'm just going back to the healthcare sector. We realized that while, you know, we fell so far short of infrastructure, and I think every government globally is now thinking of building infrastructure. Then we said, let's use AI to predict, because the moment you can predict the onset of disease, you can actually do something about it. Digital got adopted like within a blink of an eyelid, you know, because we said, listen, that's the only answer. So everybody realized the power of digital. And we were just talking and we said, we've cut down travel time so much because we found better efficiency and, you know, better systems in place. So I think complacency won't happen. We will not go completely back to our old ways. I don't see that happening. But I think just the sheer focus on research and speed of execution and delivery now has become very important because what took a vaccine, best example, is that, you know, what would have typically taken 10, 15 years for us to just hit the public or the masses happened in less than a year. And that was because I think we, as a human race, know we can do it. And we have to just become more responsible. You know, we have to become so much more responsible about the environment. That worries me. We have to become more responsible about literally our own health, because the onset of NCDs is going to be huge. It's going to be humongous. So can we please take care of our health? So I think complacency now is, I mean, we have to be literally wanting to create another disaster or kill ourselves. So I don't think we do that.
But the point is, Ms. Reddy, if we were to have this conversation, say 3 years down the line, and the complacency comes from the fact that whether or not India is going to structurally improve its healthcare infrastructure. Today we have one of the lowest ratios when it comes to patients to beds, doctors, allopathic doctors to patients, nurses as well, as compared to WHO or other economies as well. Do you think 3 years down the line, this is enough of a wake-up call that these statistics are going to improve?
So I think, I mean, I haven't heard the size and magnitude of literally what the government has done of late. You know, in 24 months, there's the digital mission which has been launched, and it's clear, it's real, it's present. Ayushman Bharat, definitely gaining momentum. Focus on infrastructure, yes, I think it's happening. Creating more healthcare workforce, I think that's work in progress, but it's definitely, there's focus on it. There's so much more happening than it used to be. Do we have enough? I don't think so. You know, we don't have enough of manpower, but that will evolve. It's a 10-year play. It's, you know, we have to do it, but at least we're making huge first steps.
Vishal, what do you think? Because there is also the lack of awareness for a lot of medical conditions in India. People are now more aware, but there's less amount of insurance in the country as well. So where are we when it comes to, say, structural improvement in accessibility of healthcare and improvement of the healthcare infrastructure?
So, you know, Ekta, we have to start with the basics here. Whether it is in the corporates, or it is the political leadership, or the bureaucracy, the incentivization that we all go through for actually reacting to a crisis is very different to mitigating a crisis, right? And I would like to reinstate that again in terms of that if we do not start actually creating a lot of incentive, and what I mean by incentivization is fundamentally focusing, right? So where do you really focus your energy? As leaders, we all focus on energy in terms of there is a crisis hitting at us, let's go and find a solution for it. And then everybody claps around and says, you guys did a fantastic job, right? How many times do we really wake up to the idea that how many leaders actually out there, and I'm saying corporates too, get lauded for mitigating a certain risk? I think that's the fundamental change in attitude that is required, particularly from a healthcare perspective. And this is all around us, right? It starts with what we need to do on the infrastructure side. Now, as Peter said, that yes, there is some momentum which is happening over here. But in a country which is so starved for healthcare, there has to be an exponential drive around this sector. And this exponential drive has to get down to understanding at the base level of the infrastructure requirement of the sector. And in fact, unfortunately, over the years, again, we have reacted with cure rather than with wellness. And that's the reason why I said that where is the mitigation and where is the incentivization to create, right? So if we were constantly planning towards that we need lesser disease in this country because of our frugal availability of healthcare resources, what should have been the drive? It should have been all along around wellness, and it should have been all along around prevention. Hardly anything, right? And so that's really what we need. It's when I say baseline infrastructure, we need to go back to the base and see how much can we really prevent disease. Now that the disease is there, what is it that we need in terms of infrastructure? For a very long period of time, all of us in the sector have been talking about the resource, in terms of the underwhelming need for resources in this country, nothing was done for a very long period of time, whether it is medical education, whether it is nursing talent. So there is a massive change that is required if we are to even live healthier over the next 1 decade. And when I say as a country, I'm not saying as human beings, but I think as a country, we need to be a healthier country for us to actually add more GDP growth to ourselves. And if that becomes the classic point of mitigation, then that's where the energy should be. And has it been enough? I frankly think not yet. Because we are making incremental steps, but I don't see an exponential change in the mindset around us that we have to really go and create better healthcare in this country.
Okay, so maybe some steps, maybe big steps and small steps towards healthcare improvement. Pranav, you are a part of a larger conglomerate which has offices across the world. You probably have the best minds working for you right now, especially to try and mitigate the risk when it comes to the entire commodity inflation cycle that we've seen. What has your key learning been in order to mitigate that particular risk going forward? Yes, today we have Russia, Ukraine. Today, Europe was completely blindsided about what could happen with gas supplies. How are you anticipating the next commodity, risk going forward?
So I'll drill down into the risk aspect itself. So what does the commodity risk mean? So if you translate it into something very basic, you're using those commodities to produce something. So it's essentially a raw material risk to a larger extent. Let's keep the upstream business aside, which basically trades in crude. But for most of the businesses, that's an input cost. So when you take that step a little further and you translate that risk into what it means. So is it possible then, the questions that have been asked is that when you produce something, are there alternative ways of producing it? So, last week I was in Germany and we were talking about bio-based base stocks, so base oils, which can be used for lubricants, or purely synthetic base oils which are made out of chemicals or some amount of waste as well. So you don't really need the hydrocarbon. So the questions are being therefore asked is that the same material, can I produce it in different ways? So therefore, I reduce the fundamental dependency on a particular commodity. And interestingly, I think what's happening, and I think it sort of cross-pollinates with the conversations we're having on sustainability, is that the product that you could produce with, say, 8 elements in 1950s, 7 out of the 8 elements are banned altogether into now. So anyway, the companies are forced to make the same, say, telecom powder or whatever shampoo without using the fundamental ingredients because they are banned for sustainable or medical issues. So I think that's the trigger point that's happening in most of the organizations, even ours. Is can we then produce the same thing with using alternatives? Therefore, you're not dependent on a particular commodity.
Are you also mitigating yourself in terms of supplies from one particular region? I ask this because there has been so much focus when it came to APIs and pharmaceuticals and China. Now, are businesses rethinking themselves and saying that, no, we need to mitigate and get our supplies across regions?
No, for sure. I think there was a panel also on supply chain particularly, and a lot of organizations are looking at where we had the offshoring in 2000s. Now we're looking at onshoring or working with the suppliers to develop the technology near shore. There are also talks about vertical integration so that, can you produce some of the components yourself and very close to the markets that you're operating as opposed to bringing it aside. Because one of the impacts of the wars was also on the logistics and freight. Sometimes even the crude was available, the freight is not available. There are no vessels to ferry that material to India or the ports in Mumbai, etc. So that's triggering a conversation, and I think which Hero Group has done very well with the vertical integration. That kind of stuff is happening to most of the other organizations also.
So is that possibly the best way to mitigate? Because I don't think we can predict where the next black swan will be, but maybe supply chain efficiency is maybe the key learning, Pranav?
I think it's the approach organizations would take is portfolio. You basically have safety in numbers as opposed to having a very specialized supply in Sweden. I would at least have, say, 85% efficacy suppliers close by. So that sort of gives me the portfolio to be comfortable that if A doesn't work, B does. I'll just share an interesting anecdote I had with one of the largest OEMs in the country. And then they said that most of the sunroofs that are used in the SUVs are 95% of them are manufactured in China, and they come out of one particular port in China, which is Suzhou or Shanghai, I don't know which one. So the entire SUVs were ready, but the sunroof is not available. So they can't get it out of the factory. So they get it out of the production line, they keep it in the yard, and then wait for the sunroof to fly in later to be fixed. So those are the challenges which have come to fore in the last post-COVID, the second black swan. And then what do we do around it? I mean, do we then build a local capability? Should we have a sunroof manufacturer in India? I think there's a lot of chip manufacturing wave that is happening. So all those questions are coming to the boardrooms, and there will be responses from different organizations on how to play. Vertical integration is a thing. Supplier development is an option. Co-location of the suppliers is an option. So there are various options that organizations will take.
I think the fear is that nobody was even expecting a war to take place the way it did, because we've dealt with a lot of skirmishes before, threats before, globally, but it generally never culminates. But Ms. Reddy, I wanted your thoughts because Pranav mentioned SUVs, and we were having this discussion in the speaker lounge about climate change, the impact on the environment. Do you think that is a formidable threat to us, and that's probably where we could also see a threat? Maybe not a black swan, hope not, but to a certain extent you're mitigating that?
I think climate change is a clear and present danger. There's no going away for it. I think Vishal was just talking about what happened to him and his family in Bangalore. And there are multiple stories about, how climate change has really been a disaster. I mean, look at UK. The parks were brown. Never happened before. They have an energy crisis in Europe. And all this is because I think number one is we haven't planned better. Number two is that I think humans as a race have been very irresponsible about the way we look at the planet and treat the planet. And we have to wake up to that call. We've had disasters and they're happening quicker and faster. And if that isn't a call to action, I don't know what else can be.
Vishal, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm actually experiencing one right now. So during the recent floods in Bangalore, my house was completely flooded. So I'm an urban homeless human being right now. All my cars have gone, everything is gone. So the big question again, Ekta, is that climate change is here and is hitting at us. The bigger question is, are we planning anything forward to sort of combat that big risk? Are our cities doing enough? Is our planning going ahead of the climate change issues that are hitting at us? The answer to that question is again, no. You see the massive floodings that are happening in city after city. And you know, earlier we used to think, oh, floods happen in rural areas. They happen to seashore areas. They are now happening everywhere. So are we really mitigating that issue? The answer again is, yeah, we are creating new drainage systems and all that, but are we creating them for the next 50 years, or are we making them more relevant for the next 1 year? So the issue that I really see around is that I think our forward-looking thought processes on many of these events that are hitting not just us as a country, but around the world, at least we seem to be reacting a lot more slowly towards them. And we started with healthcare. That is even worse right now, given that COVID will actually keep pushing us, because there are other issues that the world is already beginning to see post-COVID, right? People are falling down to other viruses very, very quickly than what they used to. Our immunity systems as human beings is probably at the lowest right now, in spite of all the booster shots and everything that we've taken. You look at the world and the next big black swan, which can probably happen around the interconnectivity that is there on information technology, right? One hack could actually stop the world. And are we really doing enough to mitigate that risk? How are we distributing, we've been far too central in our thinking, and the world has been far too central in its thinking, and how is it sort of disaggregating itself so that when issues like these happen, they don't really take the entire world with it together, like the COVID-19 impact. And so are we actually decentralizing things? We were talking about supply chain. The next big issue, which is really going to hit us, is the entire shortage of semiconductors. And in fact, I can see it hitting medical technology today. Preeta would know that the lead time for MRIs and CT scans and ventilators now is 6 months. You talk to any of the big providers of medical technology and they say, we are not in a position to manufacture because there are no semiconductors. So what are we planning to do around semiconductors itself? Are we decentralizing the creation of semiconductors around the world? Or are we still going to be hopeful that one country will come and save us? So there is a lot that we need to keep thinking forward on. And I don't think that the redundancies that we need around infrastructure, around technology and information technology, healthcare, is enough for the next big black swan.
So you mentioned digitization as the big positive. Yes, go ahead. Yes, just last question. Just a quick last question, Vishal, and I'm going to throw it open to the audience. You mentioned technology, you mentioned digitization. Do you think technology can actually be used to predict where the next biggest risk is coming from?
I think absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. And we need to really go after that a lot more. Artificial intelligence, predictive analytics. A lot of this has to now form into every bit and every organization and every corporation that we actually run, not just in healthcare, but in everything else around us. Because we frankly don't know which industry is next going to be susceptible. The last big black swan was healthcare. We don't know where it is next. Right? So I think we need to be far more predictive all around the world in combating what is coming at us next. And as I said, that I see the massive world's interconnectivity around information technology, that is the most susceptible issue that we are probably sitting on today.
Okay. Well, now I think we have around 8.5 odd minutes. So let's open this to questions. So go ahead.
My suggestion to the organizers of the event is that the discussion should be made interactive. It should be two ways. One thing. And then healthcare. Healthcare is divided into two parts. One is prevention, the other is cure. Prevention part, if it is taken care, then probably doctors will die rather than the patients dying. That prevention is in our arms. That we have to take care. But as regards cure, the cure stems from the training of the doctors. The students who are now studying, they are being taught from the 20 years old books, the same book. Say for example, if heart is to be explained, they draw the arrow. Yeah, that is what I'm saying, sir. Yeah. Well, how prevent that? I mean, unless it is 3D animation teaching, probably doctors will not get proper training. It is 2D. So my question is that how do that? How many of you are doctors?
So let me answer that question to you, that the next big healthcare agenda is probably not going to be just driven by medical or medicine. It is actually going to be the conversion of engineering and medicine that will actually create the next big wave of the future of healthcare. And training and using engineering, using technology for training for medical students is going to really create better medical students of the future.
Well, we have Ms. Reddy, do you want to add on to that?
So I think, if you look globally and go to some of the best centers, one of their key areas are the simulation labs. And that didn't exist before. So, really speaking, a student can go through a whole process, learn what he has to do in these simulation labs. Same thing is happening with flights. Why are we saying that the pilots today are not trained as well as they were earlier? Because they have simulation systems and the aircrafts have the systems to really go on autopilot. And healthcare, to a large extent, is heading that way. But when I say that, there is this question of high tech. We really do need to adopt to high tech because it's available and we have to do it. But we should never lose the high touch, because I think that is where we stand apart. That is where it's really important that the high touch, it really gives the clinician more time for the high touch. And, healthcare systems like all of us are developing what is called a CDSS, which is a clinician's decision support system. And this is globally adopted. It is there on all our information, our systems which hospitals adopt. And this will help them get to a diagnosis quicker, faster, more accurate, and definitely it will cost them also much less. People talk about multiple scans, multiple tests, but if we have these decision supports, which is then adoption of technology, it will get much better. And we're seeing that happening in multiple economies. And I think India adopts to technology much quicker and faster than any other country. So I think 5 years from today, if we're all around and discussing this, we will be in a much better space.
Well, we have one gentleman there.
Yeah, Ms. Dr. Preeta, I think yesterday there was a report by committee. They have come out with a very clear message that there was lapses on part of some hospitals, and that's why so many people could not be survived. We survived in India in comparison to Europe and the rest of the world because our food habits and our so-called indigenous or a traditional medicine was quite helpful. So why not to encourage this type of alternative medicine or traditional food habits, traditional medicine, so that we can survive much more better than any of the crises?
I think, sir, the very fact that you're asking this question is that there's been so much awareness of late. There's so much awareness on traditional medicine. Again, the government is supporting it. It has become the norm. And the Western world is looking at us so much more than we're looking at ourselves. So you will see that happening.
Okay, well, just on the previous point was also the point of innovation, because we managed to expedite innovation when we were in a crisis. Can we do that going forward? That's the key point. But we have another question in the audience, so go ahead.
Mr. Vishal, extremely sorry to listen about your losses, personal losses. Very sad. But we pray the life will come back to normal again.
Thank you very much.
My question is it due to, should we blame climate change or is it the bad town planning? Because it is not only the case of Bangalore, but little rain in NCR, Gurgaon, and we have seen, kilometers of traffic jam and the life gets miserable. So I think nature is very, very predictive. Though there are certain indications of climate change, but nature follows its rules and regulations meticulously, but it also retaliates when these fundamental rules are broken, particularly by human beings like us. So I think this is the bad town planning which is more responsible for such kind of crisis, I think.
No, you're absolutely right. I think what we are facing, and this is not just in one city, right? This is across our cities, across the country. And therefore, when you today take a look at some of our tier 2 cities are much better planned than some of our bigger metros. Over a period of time, because we were concentrated in our metros and all the commercial activities were happening in the metros, there has been complete lack of creating proper governance around how these cities have to live. And the infrastructure, the back-end infrastructure, the front-end infrastructure, we don't have proper roads, we don't have proper drainage systems. Many of our cities still have drainage systems of the British Raj, right? So I think we have a lot to do in terms of if we have to come out of, and frankly, the next big black swan, which climate change is going to throw at us. And that's the reason why I'm saying that are our cities as well prepared to take the next big event, which climate change will throw at us? The answer to that question is no. Because today we are seeing flooding happen with little rain. Tomorrow we may have incessant rain for weeks together, and our ecosystem cannot take it. So that's very, very true. We need a very different thought process around city planning, town planning, planning of even smaller areas within our cities. So sub-thinking around how the city can be divided and governed better. Okay, well, like the country, state, and then the cities.
Okay, well, we have around 45 seconds left. So we're just going to end this conversation by asking one quick question to our panelists. One-word answers. Ms. Reddy, where do you think the next black swan is going to emerge from?
I think it's really going to be from being able to access materials, semiconductors, stuff like that. And unless we risk mitigate now, the crisis could deepen.
Pranav?
I have two. I think one climate related, although climate per se is not a black swan, but what it will throw at us, I don't know. The second is cyber. I think we are too digital. And everybody is going, gung-ho on digital. I don't know. It's a risk.
You got to mitigate your risk there. And lastly, Vishal.
So, yeah, cyber definitely one. And I think the next one, again, the global financial markets are not in a great shape even today. We are still reeling under the Lehman activity, and I don't think we've really come out of it. And as the world is going through, again, the current financial disruption, I think we should be preparing ourselves for the next big event, even on that side. So, but I think the big one, frankly, which worries me is the entire sensitivity to cyber attacks.
Okay, all right. So cyber is probably top of mind right now. Ms. Reddy, Pranav, as well as Vishal, thank you very much for joining in to this conversation, which has been extremely enriching. Thanks very much.
A big thank you to our panelists. I would request you to please remain seated. We have an audience question inspired by this fabulous session. So can we have the question, please? But before that, we have a directive message just to show you how to use the remote. There's a CE button. Long press that, you switch it on. Only once you have to switch it on for the entire day. And you will get the option between A, B, and C. Whatever you choose as the option, press that, and on the top right corner, you see the green cursor. That is where you press the OK. Right? So just press CE, long press, to switch it on once for the entire day. So can we have the question, please? It is mostly human behavior that shapes the emergence and impact of black swan events rather than nature. A for agree, B for disagree, and C for can't say. So let's see what the polls say. Okay, the numbers are going up and down. Okay, quite a few fluctuations went up. Okay, 83.02% agree. Can we have a round of applause on that? Zordar Talia, this was a very informative session. Would request from Bosch family, Mr. Manohar Hala Haliji, Regional Vice President, India Two-Wheeler and Power Sports Division, to kindly grace the stage and present mementos to our esteemed group of panelists. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Thank you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 15-minute break. 12 o'clock we reconvene. This is a tea and coffee break. आपसे गुजारिश है अपने remotes table और chair पर ही छोड़ दीजिए. Do not carry them. 15 minutes is what you have, ladies and gentlemen. वापस जब आएंगे आपको फीडबैक फॉर्म्स दिए जाएंगे. आपसे गुजारिश है फीडबैक फॉर्म जरूर भरिएगा. And after a while we have our team to come and collect it. Feedback forms will be given to you after the break itself. It's a 15-minute break. Thank you.
भाई आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ.
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया टायर को बर्स्ट। कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वर्स्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज इट्स एवरीवेयर। बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen. Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10.
Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows. पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है।
हो शुरुआत शुभ हुई है, बोला।
तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बता देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे?
हो चालेल।
जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन अ क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ अ क्रेडिट कार्ड।
अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100।
नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है।
अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर,
अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर, कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो, पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज, सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। Double cover हो या cumulative bonus, this is RGI, you can depend upon us. PED waiting period हो या hospital room rent, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर choice इधर। Consumable expenses का मत ले load, unlimited refill के लिए हो जा enroll।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो, पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज, सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। Double cover हो या cumulative bonus, this is RGI, you can depend upon us. PED waiting period हो या hospital room rent, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर choice इधर। Consumable expenses का मत ले load, unlimited refill के लिए हो जा enroll।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं कस्टमाइज कर, अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। यूएफओ ने मारा गाड़ी को टक्कर। कार का यार देगा इंस्टेंट क्लेम बेफिक्र। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है इंस्टेंट वीडियो क्लेम असिस्टेंस। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार।
Okay, so now I think so Red Bull was also included in the tea or coffee. Okay, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the next session that is about to happen is going to be a very interesting one. First and foremost, I would request all of you, the ones with the smartphones, to please put your handset in silence mode or vibration. Also, the voting remotes, please keep them handy. Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presenting our next session, Touching Souls and Conquering Minds, learning from authors, actors, and lyricists. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed group of panelists, Mr. Kabir Bedi, actor and author. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Taaliyan zordar honi chahiye for Mr. Bedi. National Award winner, Mr. Manoj Muntashir, lyricist, writer, and poet. देखिए तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. All right, we have our family members, our panelists also joining us. It's only you, sir, but you alone can fill the entire room. So we're very honored to actually have you here. Kindly take your seat. You can sit. All right, as I was saying, the session is Touching Souls and Conquering Minds, learning from authors, actors, and lyricists. All right, we have Mr. Mohit Gupta, who's the founder and chief curator from Friends of Books, FROB. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Mohit Gupta? And of course, National Award winner Manoj Muntashir ji, lyricist, writer and poet, and Mr. Rumi Jaffrey, writer and director, joining us. तो देखिए जाफरी सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Welcome, sir.
नमस्कार. गुड मॉर्निंग. सबसे मज़ेदार बात ये होती है ऐसे बड़े चमकदार 5 सितारा होटलों में कि लाइट बहुत तेज़ चलती है मनोज भाई. तो आपको ये पता है कि लोग आपको देख रहे हैं और सुन रहे हैं, बट देखना मुश्किल हो जाता है. तो मैं अपनी नज़र के हिसाब से बता दूँ, थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा क्योंकि बाहर बड़ी चकाचौंध से आ रहे हैं. एंड इट्स सच अ प्लेजर, सच अ लवली मॉर्निंग इन दिल्ली टुडे, एंड वी हैव अ वेरी एरोडाइट पैनल. सब्जेक्ट बड़ा मज़ेदार है और इससे पहले कि मैंने 2 सेशंस अटेंड किए, एक तो जियो पॉलिटिक्स वाला, तो मैं तो पढ़ाई में थोड़ा कमज़ोर रहा, इसी वजह से अब किताबें पढ़ने लगा हूँ. तो पहले में जियो पॉलिटिक्स पे बात हो रही थी, ईरान, इज़राइल, तो थोड़ी देर तो बैठा, फिर ठंड बहुत लगी तो बाहर कॉफ़ी पीने चला गया, बाहर से सुनता रहा. फिर जो दूसरा सेशन था वो डेफिनेटली बहुत टची था क्योंकि हम हेल्थ केयर की बात कर रहे थे, देश में स्वास्थ्य की बात कर रहे थे, और स्वास्थ्य ऐसे शब्द अगर समझें तो इट्स अ जर्नी टू सेल्फ, दैट्स व्हाट स्वस्थ इज़ ऑल अबाउट, जो कि मनोज भाई धातु के हिसाब से बताते हैं कि धातु क्या है हर ज़ुबान का, और ख़ासतौर पे हिंदी और संस्कृत का. सो आज के इस सेशन में सबसे ख़ास बात तो ये, मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ. आज 14 सितंबर है तो हिंदी दिवस है, और आज ही के दिन लगभग 70 साल पहले हिंदी को कैबिनेट की भाषा बनाया गया था. एंड देयर वर लॉट ऑफ टेकर्स टू इट, and there were a lot of people who actually negated that as well, which happens for everything. यह हमेशा ऐसा होता रहा है. और क्योंकि आज हम हिंदी दिवस की बात कर रहे हैं और उसकी आलोचना, उसको सराहने वाले लोगों की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर आप सिर्फ इस बात पे ही चर्चा करने बैठे हैं कि भाषा का क्या प्रभाव होता है, द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ लैंग्वेज ऑन योर सोसाइटी, ऑन योर जोग्राफी, which actually in turn makes your future as well based upon the history that has passed, it will take you years to even comprehend and come to a conclusion. सो दैट्स द पावर ऑफ लैंग्वेज. और क्योंकि लैंग्वेज की अगर बात करें और जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट हमें आज दिया गया है, जिसे कहा गया है टचिंग सोल्स एंड कॉन्करिंग माइंड्स, लर्निंग फ्रॉम ऑथर्स, एक्टर्स एंड लिरिसिस्ट. बाय द वे, जो तीनों आज हमारे साथ बैठे हैं महापुरुष, ये तीनों ही इन रोल्स को डबल रोल में भी निभा सकते हैं. मनोज भाई तो डेफिनेटली हीरो बन ही सकते हैं, है ना. और और जाफरी साहब का तो क्या कहना, कुछ रोल्स में भी रहे हैं, लोगों को इन्होंने बड़े बड़े अदाकारों के साथ काम किया है. और कबीर साहब को तो हम बचपन से देखते हुए बड़े हुए हैं, और उसके बाद इनकी पिक्चरों को देखने के बाद बस ये लगता था कि उन्हीं के जैसे एक्ट करना शुरू कर देते थोड़ी देर तक. तो आई थिंक इट्स कॉल्ड अ मेंटल मॉडलिंग, आई गेस. फॉर फ्यू मिनट्स यू गेट इनटू द रोल एंड टू द कैरेक्टर. लेडीज एंड बॉयज़, जेंटलमैन एंड गर्ल्स, मित्रों और साथियों, इस मंच पे आज आप सबका स्वागत है, इस कार्यक्रम में आप सबका स्वागत है. और जैसा कि कहा गया है कि हम में है हीरो, और हीरो शब्द को अगर आप खुद समझें तो इट्स अ ग्रीक वर्ड, बट द एक्ट ऑफ हीरोइज्म is all about what you see, what you listen to stories. And that's exactly what we're going to do and discuss today with all the three people that we have as our very erudite panel. इससे पहले कि मैं गणमान्य लोगों का परिचय आपको दूं, before I introduce them to you, let's get deeper into the concept of learning, because the topic's latter part says learning from authors, actors and lyricists. And the meta message here is learning. Now I'll quote for a Vedic mantra. I don't know that mantra, but the essence of the mantra I can tell you. वो मंत्र कहता है कि किसी भी चीज़ को सीखने के लिए या लर्न करने के लिए उसके चार आयाम होते हैं. There are 4 aspects to it. The first one is kal, which is the time. So if you don't have time, you may not learn. The second one is guru, the teacher. You need a teacher to learn. The third one is shastras. You need resources to learn. But the fourth one is very interesting, which is actually utsaha, yani curiosity or jigyasa. And if you realize, out of all 4, the 3 is available everywhere, even in this room today, as resources, as time, as well as the gurus, the authorities. But what is most important is the curiosity, the jigyasa, the utsaha. That is what we all will do today together. That interest from here, and whatever the interest you have in the lives of these 3 gentlemen, should also percolate with your questions, with your queries, with your thoughts as well. And that's how we will initiate this panel today. So, are we game? Paji, sab ready? Is that okay with all of you? तो इस बात पे जोरदार तालियां बजाइए, तो पता लगेगा कि हाँ भाई, ठंड में मैं आपसे कुछ काम भी करा रहा हूँ. बाय द वे, ठंडा बहुत था. But yes, thanks to sir, Mr. Munjal, he initiated the temperature to go थोड़ा सा ऊपर. हमारी conversations भी थोड़ी गर्म होनी चाहिए. So, now I formally introduce all the 3 panelists that we have today, though they don't need any introduction. और मैंने भी इंटरनेट का बहुत सहारा लिया है उनके बारे में ढूंढने और पढ़ने के लिए, तो कुछ त्रुटियां हो सकती हैं और कई ऐसी चीज़ें होंगी जो मैं शायद नहीं जानता हूँगा या मैं नहीं बता पाऊँगा. और इंटरनेट की बदौलत ही मुझे जितना परिचय मिला, मैं आपसे आज काफ़ी कुछ साझा करूँगा और जो मैं समझ पाया. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first introduce you to Mr. Kabir Bedi. Mr. Kabir Bedi is known worldwide for his roles in The Bold and Beautiful, the James Bond film Octopussy. Who will not remember it? His European series Sandokan and his Bollywood blockbuster Khoon Bhari Maang. He has done many films and television series in Bollywood, Europe and Hollywood. His credits include starring with Michael Caine in Ashanti and Roddy McDowell in The Thief of Baghdad, and playing the title role in the Italian film The Black Pirate. On American television, he has acted in many series and television serials, in HBO miniseries as well. He has acted on stage as well. He is very well known for his philanthropic and social causes. He is the honorary brand ambassador of Sight Savers India, which gives sight to the visually challenged, and of Care and Share Italia. He lives with his wife, Parveen Dosanjh, a producer in Juhu. He's the author of a remarkable memoir, Stories I Must Tell, The Emotional Life of an Actor, which we will have some discussion on the book as well today. And he's writing his next book, continues to act, and is a commentator on television. And of course, we all know, he voices ad films and documentaries. And I'm sure that interest part, many of you are actually interested to hear his baritone when for the first time he'll say, hello. You know, so that will come in a while. Give some time to that.
Thank you.
I knew that.
He's too generous.
सर मैं इसका वेट इसलिए कर रहा था क्योंकि उसके बाद मेरी आवाज़ फीकी लगने लगेगी. लोग कहेंगे यार बस हो गया अभी. Let him speak for some time. By the way, amongst his favorite cities, which I could gather, is Rome, London, and Los Angeles. And for him, the whole world is a stage. But sir, कभी आप ना मेरे साथ लखनऊ, रूमी साहब के साथ भोपाल और मनोज भाई के साथ कभी बनारस और इलाहाबाद भी जाएंगे ना, तो वो भी तीनों आपकी फेवरेट हो जाएंगे, आई एम श्योर.
उम्मीद तो यही है.
पक्का सर. Ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. Bedi, I move to our next guest and the panelist, Manoj Muntashir. ये भी एक कहानी है कि इनका जो तकल्लुस है मुंतशिर, ये कहाँ से आया. वैसे तो इंटरनेट में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन अगर इनकी ज़ुबानी सुनेंगे तो उसका मज़ा ही अलग आएगा. वो बिल्कुल आपको थ्रिल हॉरर सस्पेंस सीरीज जैसा लगेगा जब वो पूरी कहानी सुनाएंगे. Is an Indian lyricist, television script and screenwriter and a prolific poet. Very few people would know that his real name is Manoj. Guess what? Oh yes, yeah, the interest.
All of them know.
A name whose span created a new history in Bollywood. All the Hindi dialogues of Bahubali 2, the new revolution of Hindustani cinema, has been written by Manoj. Rustam movie's famous song Tere Sang Yara has come out of these pens. Is there anyone who's a good singer? I'm a cacophony award-winning singer myself, so I can't sing. Is there anyone who's a good singer and can possibly sing this song Tere Sang Yara after some time? Oh yes, we have a gentleman, we have a volunteer. He's going to sing Tere Sang Yara for us towards the end of this session. Born in Gopalganj, Amethi, में जन्मे मनोज जब छोटे थे तो उनको एक किताब मिली, और मेरा काम किताबों का है. That's what we are doing as a social platform around books. उनको एक किताब मिली एक मस्जिद के नीचे जिसका नाम था दीवाने गालिब, और उससे उनकी जिज्ञासा बढ़ी. जैसा हमने बात किया था कि लर्निंग के लिए आपको 4 चीज़ें चाहिए. वन इज़ इंट्रिंसिक, विच इज़ योर इंटरेस्ट. और ये उससे इतना प्रेरणा मिली उनको उस किताब से कि इन्होंने उसका हिंदी अनुवाद ढूंढा, हिंदी में लिखा हुआ उर्दू के साथ उस किताब को ढूंढा, और उसके बाद से फिर इनकी लेखनी रुकी नहीं. ही नेवर स्टॉप्ड. सो अ बुक at any stage or any age may change your life, you never know. So मनोज साहब के लिए अगर वो गालिब साहब की दीवाने गालिब थी, तो हमारे लिए मैं कहूँगा कि मुंतशिर साहब की जो किताब है मेरी फितरत है मस्ताना, वो हमारे लिए दीवाने गालिब से कम नहीं.
दीवाने मुंतशिर.
वाह, किताब का नाम भी आ गया, और कुछ पब्लिशर दोस्त भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो आई एम श्योर ये किताब जल्दी आएगी. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका मनोज साहब.
थैंक यू मोहित.
पैनल में मैं चलता हूँ अपने जहाँ से शब्द आया है सूरमा. कई फिल्मों में आपने सुना होगा सूरमा, और जहाँ सूरमा आता है उसके साथ आता है भोपाली. सूरमा भोपालिया में लोग ऐसे ही थोड़ी ना कहते हैं, तो कुछ तो कारण होगा ना कि सारे सूरमा भोपाल से क्यों आते हैं. ऐसे ही एक शख्स हमारे बगल में बैठे हैं, इनका नाम रूमी जाफरी साहब है, भोपाल से ताल्लुक़ है, और इनकी फेरिस्त, द लिस्ट ऑफ द मूवीज़ फॉर विच ही हैज़ डन द स्क्रिप्ट एंड द डायलॉग्स इज़ सो लॉन्ग that it may turn out as if it's a grocery bill that your wife has ordered at home. They're so long, they may go into 2 pages or 3. शायद मनोज भाई अभी यही कह रहे थे कि इनको याद भी नहीं होगा कितनी लंबी लिस्ट है. And some of the most noted ones I can say is Coolie number 1, 1995, Zamir, The Awakening of a Soul, जुड़वा, घर वाली बाहर वाली. और ये वो दौर था जब वो गुदगुदाने वाली बड़ी मज़ेदार सी पिक्चरें आती थी, और कैसेट आप तुरंत एक पार्लर से किराए पे लेके आते थे, और होड़ होती थी मोहल्लों में कि सबसे पहले जुड़वा कौन देखेगा और जाके दूसरे को बताएगा, उसके गाने गाएगा कॉलेज जाते वक्त सीटी बजा के. तो ये वो दौर था. He debuted into directing with God to See Great Ho, and his other directorial ventures include Life Partner, Gali Gali Chor Hai, and the recent one that's Chehre in 2021. What a remarkable movie it was. मैंने आपको बताया वैसे वो भोपाल से हैं, और कम उम्र में ही बम्बई आ गए थे. वैसे तो ये आज भी कम उम्र के ही लगते हैं, बहुत मुश्किल है ये बता पाना कि इनकी उम्र क्या है. और उसके बाद भोपाल का जो मज़ेदार चटाकेदार जो लिंगो है, दैट डायलेक्ट ही बॉट टू बॉम्बे, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी ऑल हैव बीन एक्सपीरियंसेस. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू आवर 3 पैनलिस्ट. और जैसा कि हमने आज कहा, क्योंकि हमारा ये सेशन बहुत सोशल होना चाहिए और ख़ासतौर पे जब उसमें ऑथर्स, लिरिसिस्ट, स्क्रिप्ट राइटर्स हों तो जितना सोशल होगा उतना बढ़िया रहेगा। तो आपके जहन में, आपके दिमाग में कोई सवाल आ रहा हो तो उसको कहीं नोट कर लें, सही वक्त देख के हाथ खड़ा करें और अपना सवाल ज़रूर पूछें। और मेरे ख्याल से हमारे देश में क्रिकेट और मूवीज़, दे आर द टू डिफरेंट सेट ऑफ रिलीजन, दे आर एक्चुअली सेकुलर। तो मुझे लगता है कि सभी कहीं ना कहीं किसी न किसी तार से जुड़े होंगे। तो अपने क्वेश्चंस बरकरार रखें, कोई टिप्पणी हो, कोई बात हो तो ज़रूर साझा करें। विल मूव फॉरवर्ड एंड वी विल आस्क आवर क्वेश्चंस to all the three panelists. We have some set of questions that came into my mind as my curious mind could gather. And I'll take the same sequence as we did in the introduction, sir. So my first question goes to you, Kabir, sir. And of course, being a voracious bookworm as a reader, I've gone through your book. It's a remarkable book, and I also saw you in some of the interviews around the book. And it's actually an open heart surgery. And at this age, with so much in your life, such a diverse, remarkable background and a great life that you have actually opened up your heart towards every subject of your life. Every subject. Your marriages, your affairs, your dates, and everything. Your personal life, your career. What is that message that you are, so as compared to the theme, if I just connect it to the theme, how do you relate it to people's life, that your life, and as I mentioned, I gave it to my young nephew who just passed out from the college, and he could say that, yes, I see some reflection at this point of time of my life in Kabir Bedi's life. So what do you say about that, sir?
Thank you, Mohit, for that very generous description. We're talking about touching souls and influencing minds. And of course, every writer that sets out to write a book wants to do that. Every actor that performs wants to do that. And that's really what I set out to do. Now, I've written my autobiography that makes me a writer, but I can't even begin to compare myself with the giants of Indian literature in all languages who are immense masters. But I must have succeeded in some way because my book did become a national bestseller. It did win the Amazon Most Popular Book Award for 2021. The Italian edition has got the Book of the Year Award at the Venice Film Festival. So I know that what I set out to do in some way worked. And it worked because when I was thinking of doing my autobiography, instead of writing it like a screenplay from beginning to end, I chose to do it really as a series of stories because I know that people love stories. I was inspired by stories told to me by my parents. And those stories remained in my mind. And those stories especially, they had great emotional content, which is why, starting with the title of my book, which is Stories I Must Tell, The Emotional Life of an Actor, I wove in the themes of stories with emotion. And that's why I think it related. I wrote it with my heart, and so I held nothing back. It's not only about my triumphs, it's about my tragedies, it's about my milestones, it's about my mistakes, it's about my great loves, about my great losses, great joys, great sorrows. And I think if we are trying to reach people's minds and hearts, the way to do it is through the heart. And as other great screenwriters and songwriters will tell you, we are all telling stories. And it has to be done in a creative way. I'm glad we're having a discussion with creative people on creative subjects. But in a sense, everybody here is creative. Everybody here is creative because they apply that in their lives. Whether you're launching a new product or a new project or a new plan of any kind, you're being creative. Or in your hobbies, you're creative. We are all creative people, but some of us are in the business of creativity, the business of emotion. And so we study it in terms of how we can make the greatest impact with what we do either in performing and now through the written word. So, in a sense, the answer to your question, Mohit, is to reach people's hearts and minds, do it with emotion, and do it through ways in which you tell your story in a very human way.
Thank you, sir. And I think that element of authenticity and accepting of whatever has been endowed to you from life is altogether a gift in whatever format. I think that's a beautiful thing that we gather from your book. And as a human library, you yourself, I should say you are a human library. Knowing you is like so many books in one go.
Mohit, I just want to add one thing while we're on the topic of my book. Today is Hindi Divas, and it gave me immense joy, pleasure, and pride to be presented the Hindi translation of my book today by my publisher, Vikas Ji of Manjul Publishing. Kahani Ankahi is the Hindi title. And I just felt a great surge of pride when I saw that book in Hindi, because I realized that now my story will be read in the Hindi heartland by millions more than read it in English. So I'm very happy.
और सर जो अंग्रेज़ी में कमज़ोर हैं जब वो उस किताब को पढ़ के हिंदी में डायलॉग बोलेंगे, कोशिश करेंगे आपकी बैरीटोन में, तो उसका मज़ा ही अलग होगा, आई एम श्योर. सो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार. हम सीक्वेंस में आगे चलते हैं क्योंकि हमने बात करी है दिलों को जीतना, आत्माओं को छूने की और विचारों को जीतने की. तो मैं आगे चलता हूँ और मनोज जी से अब मेरा अगला सवाल है. और मेरा सवाल मनोज जी आपसे, क्योंकि आप सोशल इश्यूज से बहुत कनेक्टेड रहते हैं. यू आर अ पेट्रियट, यू बिलीव इन ब्रिंगिंग चेंज थ्रू योर पोएट्री, थ्रू योर वर्ड्स, थ्रू योर लेखनी, थ्रू योर लिरिक्स. सो मेरा सवाल आपसे, मैं आपको एक बदलाव की दृष्टि से अगर बात करें, इफ़ वी टॉक अबाउट अ चेंज, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक this entire summit is all about, where we say it's about the manthan of विचारों का मंथन है ये जगह. तो अगर मैं आपको एक मौका दूं कि आप देश के युवा या बच्चों की शिक्षा प्रणाली में कोई बदलाव लाएं, इफ़ यू ब्रिंग इन अ चेंज इन टू द एजुकेशन सिस्टम, कंसिडरिंग यू आर अ नॉन कॉन्फर्मिस्ट, एंड दैट्स वेयर आई वुड ऑल्सो आस्क यू टू टेल अबाउट योर तकल्लुस मुंतशिर and introduce what is muntashir and how is it connected to the change that you see if you get a chance to change the education system, specifically when it comes to arts, the beauty, the business of creativity, as sir just said. Over to you, sir.
मोहित, सबसे पहले तो आपको, मेरे साथी पैनलिस्ट को और आप सबको हिंदी दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है. आज पूरे देश में माँ हिंदी का उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है. और अच्छी बात यह है कि इस मंच पे 3 लेखक मौजूद हैं. मैं कबीर बेदी साहब को भी लेखक के तौर पे ही गिन रहा हूँ आज. मिस्टर मुंजाल का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि इस देश में टाइगर्स और राइटर्स दोनों बहुत कम बचे हैं. तो जितने बचे हैं उनको बचा लिया जाए, ये कोशिश होती रहनी चाहिए और ये कोशिश हो रही है. मैं सीधे बात कहूँगा अपनी बराह रास्त, बगैर बीटिंग अराउंड द बुश किए. अगर आप मुझसे पूछते हैं कि इस देश की एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में क्या बदलना चाहिए, तो सबसे पहले तो ये बदलना चाहिए कि हम अपने इन्वेडर्स को सेलिब्रेट करना बंद करें. हमने बहुत सेलिब्रेट कर लिया. हम उन लोगों का जश्न मनाते रहे जिनका सच अगर आप पूछें तो भारत के विकास में, भारत के फैब्रिक में, हमारे सोशल फैब्रिक में कोई बहुत बड़ा योगदान नहीं है. अगर योगदान है तो नेगेटिव है. तो हम अपने सही हीरोज को पहचाने, सही नायकों को पहचाने. हमारी पाठ्य पुस्तकें, हमारा सिलेबस, उसमें ये तरमीम, ये तब्दीली आनी ही चाहिए. मैं ये मानता हूं. और देखें, मुझे कभी कभी ताज्जुब होता है, मोहित भाई आप तो खैर काफ़ी पढ़े लिखे आदमी हैं, पूरी दुनिया में शायद हिंदुस्तान का अकेला सिलेबस है टेक्स्ट बुक, और मैं सारे स्टेट्स की बात कर रहा हूं, किसी एक स्टेट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, जहां अपने ही देश को 3rd पर्सन में रेफर करते हैं. इंडिया में ऐसा हुआ, दिस हैपेंड इन इंडिया. अरे इंडिया इज योर कंट्री, हाउ आर योर टेक्स्ट बुक्स रिटन? आप ये क्यों नहीं कहते कि हमारे देश में ऐसा हुआ? हमारे देश वाली भावना हमसे बहुत दूर रखी गई. ये चीज़ बदलनी चाहिए। ये हमारा देश है, ये हमारी कंट्री है, हम इंडिया को थर्ड पर्सन में रेफर नहीं कर सकते। वो किताबें नहीं पढ़ सकते जिनमें इंडिया थर्ड पर्सन में रेफर किया जाता है। तो इतिहास को याद रखना, सही इतिहास पढ़ना, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि जो लोग भुला देते हैं तारीख को अपनी, तारीख यानी हिस्ट्री, जो लोग भुला देते हैं तारीख को अपनी, उन लोगों का ज्योग्राफिया बाकी नहीं रहता। अगर आपको अपनी ज्योग्राफी बचानी है तो आपको अपनी हिस्ट्री बचानी होगी, अपनी हिस्ट्री को पढ़ना होगा, समझना होगा। बहुत बड़े अमेरिकन हिस्टोरियन थे विल डुरांट, उन्होंने कहा था कि दोज हु डू नॉट लर्न फ्रॉम देयर हिस्ट्री दे आर कंडेम्ड टू रिपीट इट। तो अगर हम अपने इतिहास के काले पन्ने दोहराना नहीं चाहते तो बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम अपने इतिहास को ढंग से पढ़ें, जो सही है वो पढ़ें, सही नायकों के बारे में पढ़ें। ये तो हो गया कि मैं क्या सिस्टम में बदलना चाहता हूँ। मैं रूमी भाई को सुनने के लिए मचल रहा हूँ, बेताब हुआ जा रहा हूँ, इसलिए बहुत जल्दी 2 लाइन में अपनी बात ख़त्म करूँगा। आपने मुंतशिर के बारे में कुछ कहा था। मुंतशिर मेरी शख्सियत है, बहुत बिखरा बिखरा सा आदमी हूँ मैं। मुंतशिर एक पर्शियन वर्ड है जिसका मतलब होता है बिखरा हुआ, एज सिंपल एज दैट, स्कैटर्ड। लेकिन ये बताते हुए मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगे, कभी कभी जब मुझसे लोग ये सवाल पूछते हैं, भाई ये मनोज शुक्ला मुंतशिर कैसे हो गया, तो मेरा मन करता है इसके पीछे कोई फिलॉसफी, कोई दर्शन, कन्फ्यूशियस को कोट करूं मैं, कोई ओशो को लेके आऊं, बड़ी बड़ी बातें बताऊं कि देखिए ये हुआ, इल्हाम हुआ मुझे, तो मैंने मुंतशिर रख लिया। कुछ नहीं हुआ। चाय की एक टपरी, गौरीगंज अमेठी, 97 की सर्दियां, दिसंबर, यहां वहां भटक रहा हूं चाय पीने के लिए रात के तकरीबन 8 बजे। स्लीपी टाउन, सारा शहर बंद हो चुका है। एक भट्टी से धुआं उठता हुआ दिखा। मेरी उम्र तकरीबन 21 साल की। मैं वहां गया, मैंने कहा चाय बनाओ। उसने चाय बनाना शुरू किया। रेडियो पे मुशायरा चल रहा था, ऑल इंडिया रेडियो पे, और मुशायरे में एक साहब शेर पढ़ रहे थे कि मुंतशिर हम हैं तो रुखसार पे शबनम क्यों है। अगर हम बिखरे हुए हैं, टूटे हुए हैं, तो तुम्हारी आंखों में आंसू क्यों है। कि मुंतशिर हम हैं तो रुखसार पे शबनम क्यों है, आईने टूटते रहते हैं तुम्हें गम क्यों है।
वाह क्या बात है।
तो रूमी भाई लगा कि ये मुंतशिर वर्ड में वजन बहुत तगड़ा है। बस इतनी सी कहानी है। उठा लिया मनोज, मुंतशिर लगा के देखा, एलिट्रेशन अच्छा था, साउंड अच्छा था, फोनेटिक अच्छा था, मैं मुंतशिर हो गया। इतनी सी कहानी।
So serendipity plays its role.
माफ़ी चाहता हूँ बीच में, जो उन्होंने बोला ना इतनी सी बात इतनी सी नहीं है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। जो ये बोला था ना इल्हाम हुआ, देखिए उस टपरी पे भी इशारा ऊपर वाले नहीं किया आपको मुंतशिर रखने का। वो एक जिगर का शेर है ना क्या, कि एक लफ्ज़ मोहब्बत का अदना ये फसाना है, सिमटे तो दिले आशिक और फैले तो ज़माना है, वो मुंतशिर हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया रूमी साहब, मेरे सीनियर हैं, जो भी कहेंगे सब सर आंखों पे।
ये हमारा कबीर सर प्लीज।
I just wanted to add something to your talking about the education system. Being a student of history, जितने northern dynasties हैं, अशोका, मौर्य, मुगल्स वगैरह, उनकी बहुत चर्चा की जाती है, बहुत पढ़ाया जाता है। We know very little about the South Indian dynasties.
Yes sir, very right.
The Satavahanas, the Cholas, the Pallavas. People that had empires, overseas empires in Southeast Asia, that built some of the greatest temples. इनकी बात करते ही नहीं हिस्ट्री में, पासिंग में बता देते हैं। We can't name a single Chola ruler. We have no real understanding in the north of the great dynasties of the south. ये बदलना चाहिए एजुकेशन सिस्टम में।
सर मैं बिल्कुल आपसे एग्री करता हूँ, और ये बहुत अच्छा आपने पॉइंट उठाया है। और आज तो खैर हम एक ऐसे मंच पे हैं जो शायद डिजिटली पूरी दुनिया में हमारी बात सुनी जाएगी, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि कबीर साहब के इस बात पर ध्यान दिया जाए और ये समझा जाए कि सिर्फ मुगल्स, सिर्फ अब्दालीज, सिर्फ खिलजीज यही हिस्ट्री नहीं है। सातवाहन भी थे, राष्ट्रकूट भी थे, अहोम भी थे, वो भी हमारे इतिहास का हिस्सा हैं, उनके बारे में भी हम जानें।
चोलास का अभी 4 दिन पहले मैं चेन्नई में था, मैं और जावेद अख्तर साहब, तो टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में पूरा मैप आया था उनकी हुकूमत का। इंडोनेशिया तक हुकूमत थी, पूरी मलेशिया थाईलैंड से होती हुई चोलास की हुकूमत वहाँ तक थी। 4 दिन पहले का नक्शा है टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया।
रूमी भाई ताज्जुब ये होता है कि आप देखें कि बिहार से बलूचिस्तान तक चंद्रगुप्त के ज़माने में हमारी हुकूमत हुआ करती थी, लेकिन हमारे मुहावरे क्या हैं, हमारे प्रोवर्ब्स क्या हैं, कितने गलत हैं। जो जीता वही सिकंदर। अरे भाई, जो जीता वही सिकंदर क्यों? जो जीता वही चंद्रगुप्त क्यों नहीं? जो जीता वही बाजीराव बल्लाड़ क्यों नहीं? 42 युद्ध जीते हैं, एक के बाद एक भी नहीं हारा। लेकिन ये जो कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट है ना, इसको थोड़ा सा डीकोलोनाइज करने की
बहुत
जरूरत
अच्छी
है।
बात कही तुमने, बहुत अच्छी बात, मैं बहुत अच्छी बात। एक तो इनकी खासियत है, मैं भी इनको बता रहा था, आप सब मेरी बात से एग्री करेंगे। इनके चेहरे पे एक ऐसी बात है कि जब भी ये बोलते हैं ऐसा लगता है ये सच बोल रहे हैं, इन पे आप शक नहीं कर सकते।
ऐसा लगता है।
This is also a way of touching hearts and influence.
Certainly, sir.
Touching hearts and influencing minds.
This is like winning the
मुस्कुराते
minds.
रहिए.
This is like winning the minds because a truth becomes a fact, right? So that's what Manoj ji does. रूमी जी, मैं अब आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। आपने इतनी कहानियाँ लिखी हैं, आप जब कहानियाँ लिखते हैं, जैसा मैं मेंटल मॉडलिंग का जिक्र कर रहा था, आप विजुलाइज करते होंगे कि जब किसी किरदार पे, फ़र्ज़ कीजिए बड़े मियाँ छोटे मियाँ में दोनों किरदार आपको पता हैं, आपको उनकी कद काठी पता है, आप उसके हिसाब से स्क्रिप्ट लिख रहे हैं, तो आप विजुलाइज करते होंगे, आप एक क्रिएटिव कम्युनिकेशन का पार्ट बन जाते हैं। और जब आप उसको डिलीवर करते हैं तो क्योंकि हम लर्निंग पे बात कर रहे हैं, तो एज ए स्क्रिप्ट राइटर इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज मैं देख सकता हूँ बहुत सारे हमारे दोस्त जो कॉर्पोरेट जगत से आए हैं, जिनके लिए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वर्ड से माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पीपीटी और शायद पब्लिशर कभी कभी यही एक क्रिएटिव जर्नी होती है। खासतौर पर बीच में एक कम्युनिकेशन का पार्ट बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो एज ए पार्ट ऑफ द लर्निंग एंड विद सच एन एरुडाइट स्क्रिप्ट राइटर विद यू विद अस टुडे, आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क यू, व्हाट आर दोज लर्निंग्स दैट कैन टच द सोल and can also change the minds? What should be that mantra that you can give in terms of the communication? फ़र्ज़ कीजिए कल को मुझे दिवाली की विशेस भेजनी है, और ख़ासतौर पे आजकल तो Zoom पे लोग रखे भी जाते हैं, लोग निकाले भी जाते हैं, तो कम्युनिकेशन का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हिस्सा बन जाता है। सो दैट पार्ट ऑफ द कम्युनिकेशन एज ए स्क्रिप्ट राइटर, व्हाट इज़ इट दैट वी कैन लर्न फ्रॉम योर आर्ट, सर?
देखिए क्या है कि एज ए फिल्म राइटर, क्योंकि फिल्म और लिटरेचर इसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है।
बिल्कुल।
मैं हार्डकोर हिंदी कमर्शियल फिल्म का राइटर रहा हूँ। साहित्य का काम बहुत बड़ा काम है, जो मनोज भी कर रहे हैं, ये भी कर रहे हैं, मैं कोशिश करूँगा आगे करने की। तो कमर्शियल सिनेमा मैंने बहुत लिखा है, और उससे जो मैंने सीखा, मैं चाहता हूँ जो लोग आगे सीखें। कमर्शियल सिनेमा में आपको ये ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि जो थिएटर में आएगा उसको ये चीज़ पसंद आए, क्योंकि आपकी तो स्क्रिप्ट है, सामने वाले का बिजनेस है, प्रोड्यूसर का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, पैसे हैं, एक्टर का कैरियर है, स्टार का, सब कुछ इन्वॉल्व होता है। तो वो बहुत मुश्किल काम भी है। अगर आप सीख जाओ तो आसान भी है। दूसरी बात, आपको क्या, स्टार की पर्सनालिटी और इमेज दोनों को दिमाग में रख के लिखना पड़ता है। जैसे आपने बड़े मियाँ छोटे मियाँ की मिसाल दी, तो जब ये फिल्म हमने शुरू की तो हमको पता है, आपको पता होता है ना कि आप किस घोड़े पर सवारी कर रहे हो, तो आपको पता है गोविंदा के साथ आप क्या कर सकते हो और अमिताभ बच्चन के साथ क्या कर सकते हो। तो कई बार एक्टर को दिमाग में रख के आप जब विजुलाइज करते हो तो अपने आप डायलॉग आते हैं। जैसे मैं उसको एक मिसाल के तौर पे आपको बताना चाहूँगा, वो अमिताभ बच्चन भी जा सकता है और किसी भी जा नहीं सकता। उसमें एक सीन था कि अमिताभ बच्चन जो है और गोविंदा सतीश कौशिक को छुड़ाने आते हैं, जिसने वो डबल रोल है, तो वो कन्फ्यूज़ है कि इसने मारा है। तो जब अमिताभ बच्चन आगे बढ़ता है, सतीश कौशिक उसको बोलता है कि तू दूर खड़ा रे लंबू, वरना टांगे छाट के 2.5 फीट का कर दूंगा, लोग अप्पू राजा कह के बुलाएंगे। तो ये अमिताभ बच्चन को भी बोल सकता था, वो गोविंदा को नहीं बोल सकता। या उसमें एक अनुपम खेर का डायलॉग था कि वो उसको बोलता है अमिताभ बच्चन को कि तुम माधुरी से इश्क करोगे, तुमने अपनी शक्ल देखी है, एक ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा लंबा शुरू होता है तो ख़त्म ही नहीं होता, और एक शुरू होते ही ख़त्म हो जाता है। तो ये एक मतलब फ़नी वे में मैंने आपको बताया कि आपको स्टार की इमेज अपने जहन में रखना पड़ती है। और फिल्म का जो मेन, जो उसकी रीढ़ की हड्डी, उसका जो बैकबोन होता है, वो होता है स्क्रीन प्ले। स्क्रीन प्ले लिखते वक्त आपको ये जहन में रखना पड़ता है। वो कैसे आता है, जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं, हम सब लोग हैं जिन्होंने अपने बचपन में बैठ के अपने दादा से, दादी से, नानी से, मौसी से, किसी से कहानियाँ सुनी होंगी। तो वो इतना अच्छा नरेशन गोद में बिठा के देते थे कि आपको वो कहानी दिखती थी, और आप इतना बिलीव करते थे कि जैसे बचपन में हमको एक ठग की कहानी सुना दी कि वो बच्चों को आता था और कैसे बरगलाता था, तो हम बिलीव करते थे कोई ठग है। हम बाहर जाते थे, मम्मी बोलती थी देखो वो ठग आ रहा है, तो हम भाग के घर में आ जाते थे। इतना यकीन हो जाता था उस नरेशन पे। तो वो जहन में रख के आपको लिखना पड़ता है कि पब्लिक को आप ऐसा नरेट करें कि थिएटर में बैठा आदमी उसमें बिलीव करे।
एक बात मैं आप कुछ कहें इसके पहले बता दूं कि 99 में जब मैं फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में आया, तो ये तो खैर रूमी साहब को पता नहीं है बात, आज मैं पहली बार इनसे बता रहा हूँ। तो मेरी लिस्ट में, मेरी डायरी में, तब मोबाइल का ज़माना नहीं था, एक नाम था बहुत टॉप पे कि मुझे रूमी जाफरी से मिलना है। और मैंने बड़ी कोशिश की, मैंने बड़े चक्कर लगाए, लेकिन कभी वो मौका नहीं आया कि मैं आपसे रूबरू हो पाऊँ। ये स्टारडम है एक राइटर का इस इंडस्ट्री में, जो कुछ लोग हैं, गिनती के लोग, जब हम बात करते हैं, अख्तर उल ईमान साहब की बात करते हैं, एक ज़माने में सलीम जावेद की बात करते हैं, साहिर लुधियानवी की बात करते हैं, आनंद बख्शी की बात करते हैं, वो लोग जिन्होंने कलम को वो शोहरत दिलाई, वो इज़्ज़त दिलाई, वो रुतबा दिलाया, वो मेयार दिलाया जो कलम का हक था, तो उनमें एक नाम रूमी जाफरी साहब का भी आता है।
ये इनकी मोहब्बत है, लेकिन ये सही बात है, हमारी मुलाकात हुई। देखिए, आप लोग बोलते हैं इतनी छोटी इंडस्ट्री है, और कि एक शेर याद आ गया मुझे, क्योंकि शायर तो ये है, लेकिन मुझे अच्छे शेर याद रह जाते हैं कभी। और ये मुझे खुशी की बात ये है कि बहुत दिनों बाद एक अच्छा शायर आया हमारी इंडस्ट्री में। गाने तो बहुत लोग लिख रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया।
कि तुम जमाने की राह से आए,
वाह,
वरना सीधा था रास्ता दिल का।
क्या बात है,
क्या बात, वाह। और बुलजाल साहब को एक बात बता दूं मैं, मेरी एक फिल्म में, जब आजकल मेरी ऑटोबायोग्राफी जो लिखी जा रही है, तो एक फिल्म थी मेरी जिसकी पिक्चर तो हिट हुई, लेकिन उसकी खासियत थी कि वो फिल्म मैंने एक दिन में लिखी थी।
एक दिन में लिखी थी?
और उसका नाम है हीरो नंबर 1। तो हीरो का ताल्लुक मेरी फिल्म से भी है।
नहीं, हीरो नंबर 1 तब भी था, हीरो नंबर 1 आज भी है। तालियां हीरो नंबर 1।
ऐसी चीज़ें हीरो के साथ ही हो सकती हैं। इससे पहले कि हम अपने पैनलिस्ट से और सवाल पूछें, आप सब लोगों से अनुरोध है, इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट, इफ देयर इज एनी क्वेश्चन दैट यू वुड लाइक टू हैव टू ऑल द 3 पैनलिस्ट, टेक योर नेम, गिव योर आइडेंटिटी एंड प्लीज आस्क योर क्वेश्चन। सर।
क्वेश्चन तो साहब बहुत कुछ नहीं है, मैं तो अपने मेहमानों का खैर मकदम करता हूँ, और उनके वो तो लेजेंड्स हैं अपनी अपनी फील्ड के। बहुत बहुत मुबारक साहब आप आए इस शहर में, और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लेकिन उससे पहले कि मैं कुछ कहूँ, मैं आप सबसे गुजारिश करता हूँ कि मनोज जी ने इतना शानदार मंच सजाया, उनके लिए एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां हों।
मोहित जी,
जो समा आपने बांधा, जो शुरुआत आपने की, मेहमानों का खैर मकदम किया, आप भी उस शुक्रिया के हकदार हैं, और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
वसुंधरा, अगर ये रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है तो मुझे अपनी मम्मी को दिखाना है, मुझे पता ही नहीं मैं करता क्या हूँ, ये दिखा दूंगा। आज हो गया काम पूरा।
अरे यार मोहित, सर के लिए तालियां बजनी चाहिए। सर ने एक तीर से 2 शिकार कर लिए, आपको भी खुश कर दिया, मुझे भी खुश कर दिया।
सर वो मैं एडिटिंग करा लूंगा।
मोहित जी, क्वेश्चन ओवर हियर सर।
सर मैं नवदीप है मेरा नाम, और मनोज सर से क्वेश्चन है कि
जी सर,
मैं परिंदा क्यों बनूं, मुझे आसमां बनना है, मैं पन्ना क्यों बनूं, मुझे दास्तां बनना है। सर आप कहाँ थे जब ये लिखा, कैसे थे, सुबह थी, शाम थी, क्या था, कुछ थोड़ा बताइए प्लीज़।
बहुत सिंपल सी कहानी है। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ ना कि जो चीज़ें शायद दूर से लोगों को देख के लगता है कि ये कैसे क्रिएट किया होगा, अब जब ऑक्टोपसी में आप देखते हैं सर को तो लगता है इन्होंने पता नहीं क्या क्या किया होगा, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि वो मोमेंट था, वो पल था, जब शॉट देना होता है तो इंसान अपने कैरेक्टर में, अपने किरदार में आ जाता है, और बाद में वो इतिहास बन जाता है। मेरे लिए ये गाना फिल्म साइना से था। ये गाना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए है रूमी साहब क्योंकि इसको नेशनल अवार्ड भी मिला मुझे फॉर द बेस्ट लिरिक्स। अगर आप साइना की कहानी देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि एक लड़की जो हरियाणा में जिसका जन्म हुआ, जो एक बहुत छोटे से परिवार में पली बढ़ी, कैसे वो उन बुलंदियों तक पहुंची जहां तक कोई तसव्वुर भी नहीं कर सकता था कि वहां तक पहुंचेगी, वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 बनेगी। अरे पर्वत, तू कल तक जिसकी ऊंचाई पे मैं भी जाऊंगा। इसमें होता, ये बात मैं बाद में करूंगा, होता क्या है कि जब आपके सामने एक किरदार होता है, एक कैरेक्टर होता है, तो आप उसके तरीके से सोचने लगते हैं। तो मैं साइना के तरीके से सोच रहा था कि साइना ने क्या सोचा होगा कि ठीक है ये टूर्नामेंट जीत लिया, वो टूर्नामेंट जीत लिया, लेकिन वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 तो नहीं बनी मैं, तो मैं परिंदा क्यों बनूं, मुझे आसमां बनना है, मैं एक पन्ना क्यों रहूं, मुझे दास्तां बनना है। ये थॉट साइना से आता है मेरे लिए।
मैं आपकी जिज्ञासा को बहुत बहुत सत्कार करता हूँ, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई और सवाल? मोहतरमा।
Hi everybody. I'm Ritika from Lloyd. Also, I'm doing my research currently, and I want to understand. I think we all agree the most difficult thing to understand in today's time is humans, right?
Is what?
Humans.
Of course.
Right. And your job is to connect with people. और आप रोज़मर्रा जिन लोगों से मिलते हैं और जिस ऑडियंस को केटर करने के लिए मतलब you make your you write books or you write lyrics, you make movies. So how do you understand how people are changing, their thought process is changing, their preferences are changing? How do you do this kind of research and get on the ground reality? That is what I want to understand.
सर आप बताना चाहेंगे? आपने ज़्यादा काम किया मुझसे. Kabir साहब आप बताएं. So she has asked that how do we connect with the common man, with the audiences?
Is she talking about humor or just connecting with the audience?
Connecting with the audience in general.
You know, in any story, people follow a protagonist. And they're interested in what happens to this protagonist. Now, why should the audience be interested in your protagonist? Do we create scenes that make the audience interested in that protagonist? Or do we just cast a star and therefore people are interested in this protagonist? So, if the star was not there, how interested would people be in this protagonist? So the key, according to me, is firstly to have a hero that people care about. And if you're the hero, then to play it in a way that people relate to and feel for. And then hopefully the story has enough conflict and legs to make the whole project work. But the starting point has to be somebody that you care for. That, according to me, is the key to connecting with an audience. I was inspired by stories from my earliest days by my parents. They were freedom fighters. They were Oxford graduates who gave up everything for the cause of India's independence. They talked to me of things that Gandhi did. I mean, I was born just before India's independence, just before partition, forced our family to come from Lahore. So I was told all these great stories of Mahatma Gandhi and Nehru and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. And I was inspired by them, but not touched by them. What touched me the most was their personal stories. And also not how they went to jail and for what causes they went to jail, none of that. That also inspired me, it didn't touch me. What inspired me was them telling me that when my elder brother had typhoid, they didn't have money for medicines. And they went to a chemist and they said, can we take credit, buy medicine with credit? And the chemist saying, Bedi Saab, you've done so much for the country, we cannot even think of charging you. Any amount of medicines are yours. Those things brought tears to my eyes because you cared at a human level. It was human caring. Those are the things that help audiences connect, the emotional connect.
Right. Thank you, sir. There's one more question. There's a lady over there. That's the last question for this session.
Yeah, my name is Neena Chatrat and delightful conversation. I think it's so interesting to hear all of you. It's a little away from geopolitical, etc., etc. So my question is very specific. Creativity by definition requires space. एक आपके पास mind में जगह होनी चाहिए creative thoughts लाने का which are going to touch souls and conquer minds. And then you have the stress of deadlines. So how do these two come together? कहाँ पे आप में ऐसे दुविधा हुई कि भाई आज स्क्रिप्ट देनी है, कल डायलॉग लिखना है और क्रिएटिव भी होना चाहिए, पूरा भारतवर्ष भी उसको एंजॉय करे और डेडलाइन भी है. ये दुविधा आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं? दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ यू.
रूमी साहब, ये मनोज भाई रूमी साहब,
ये आपने इतना अच्छा सवाल पूछा है और मैं इतना डरता हूँ इस चीज़ से कि ये मुश्किल काम है. इसलिए मैंने डर की वजह से आज तक कोई टीवी में काम नहीं किया. ये काम मनोज ने किया है, ये बहुत मुश्किल काम है. मैं तुम्हारी हिम्मत की दाद देता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत मुश्किल काम है डेडलाइन पे काम करना और ये स्पेशलाइज जॉब है. मनोज आप बताइए कैसे किया आपने? मेरी तो हिम्मत ही नहीं होती.
टेलीविजन और फिल्म में इतना सा फ़र्क है, पता नहीं यहाँ कुछ लोग होंगे, ये बड़ी एकेडमिक कन्वर्सेशन हो जाएगी यहाँ से. लेकिन टेलीविजन एक चीज़ है जहाँ डेडलाइंस बहुत ज़्यादा होती हैं, रोज़ आपके ऊपर होती हैं, क्योंकि आपको हफ्ते के 5 एपिसोड निकालने हैं, कभी कभी हफ्ते के 7 एपिसोड निकालने होते हैं. आप 2 शोज़ अगर लिख रहे हैं तो हफ्ते के 14 एपिसोड निकालना है. लेकिन सिनेमा में थोड़ी सी आपको छूट मिलती है. आप अपने मूड से, अपने हिसाब से लिख सकते हैं. एक बात मैं और समझता हूं कि जब इस देश के बड़े बड़े साहित्यकार, जिनकी हम सब बड़ी इज्जत करते हैं, उनकी वजह से हम हैं, उनको पढ़ के हम हैं, लेकिन कई बार वो सिनेमा को और फिल्में लिखने वालों को बहुत नीची नज़र से देखते हैं कि यार ये लोग क्या लिखते हैं, क्या है इनका। मैं एक बार सबको दावत देना चाहता हूं कि एक बार हमारे जूतों में पांव डाल के खड़े हो जाएं, और जब आपके सर पे तलवार लटक रही हो और आपसे आपका प्रोड्यूसर, आपका डायरेक्टर ये कह रहा हो मनोज ऐसा गाना लिखो कि फिल्म को पहले दिन 18 करोड़ की ओपनिंग लग जाए, और फिर आप क्रिएटिविटी दिखाएं तो बड़ी चीज,
सेल्स टारगेट।
तो इस प्रेशर से हम जूझते रहते हैं। जब आप किताबें लिखते हैं, मैंने भी लिखी है, रूमी साहब भी लिख रहे हैं, सर ने अभी लिखी और बहुत पॉपुलर हो रही है वो किताब, तो फिर भी आप अपनी लग्जरी पे होते हैं, अपने बंद कमरे में हैं, आपकी सारी वाकिफियत, आपका सारा इंट्रोस्पेक्शन अपने ही अंदर है। लेकिन जब आपको लगता है कि आप जो लिख रहे हैं ये लेके आप एक कमरे में दाखिल होंगे जहां प्रोड्यूसर बैठा है, डायरेक्टर बैठा है, फिल्म का हीरो बैठा है, फिल्म का को प्रोड्यूसर बैठा है, फिल्म के हीरो की बीवी बैठी है, बीवी का ड्राइवर बैठा है, कहीं कहीं उसके शायद कुत्ता भी बैठा हो, और इन सबकी ओपिनियन मायने रखती है, तब आप पोइट्री कर जाएं, शायरी कर जाएं, जनाब बड़ी चीज है, मैं समझता हूं।
ये हो नहीं सकता लाला जी, ये तो नहीं हो सकता। कबीर सर,
बहुत खूब।
और आप सोचें कि लिखना कितनी जिम्मेदारी का काम है। एक तो इग्नोरेंस इज ब्लिस वाला मामला है, और वो फूल्स पैराडाइज बड़ी सही चीज है। जिसको नहीं पता वो बड़ा खुश है, वो कुछ भी लिख देता है, देखो मैंने क्या लिख दिया, वाह। मेरे जैसे लोग, रूमी साहब जैसे लोग, कबीर साहब जैसे लोग, हम घबराए हुए रहते हैं। हमें हर बार लगता है कि यार हमसे पहले क्या क्या लिखा जा चुका है, हमारी क्या मजाल, हमारी क्या औकात, हमारी क्या हैसियत कि हम कलम उठाएं। फिर हमें साइंस भी याद आता है, इवोल्यूशन की हिस्ट्री याद आती है कि 1 लाख साल लगे हैं चिंपैंजी से इंसान बनने में हमें, और चिंपैंजी इंसान का फर्क समझ लीजिए आप क्या है। दोनों की एनाटॉमी सेम है, सब कुछ एक जैसा है, वही बैकबोन, वही पोस्चर, सब कुछ वही है। एक चीज चिंपैंजी नहीं कर सकता, और वो ये है कि ये अंगूठा और ये तर्जनी, इनको मिला नहीं सकता, कलम नहीं पकड़ सकता। कलम पकड़ने में हमें 1 लाख साल लगे हैं, इतना लंबा इवोल्यूशन लगा है। तो भाई 1 लाख साल की यात्रा करके जब हमने कलम पकड़ी है तो कुछ अच्छा लिखें, ये जिम्मेदारी हम सबके ऊपर है। सर जी जी,
नेता बन के या उसको लिखना पड़ेगा, उस कैरेक्टर में डालना पड़ेगा, तभी आप कर पाएंगे।
सर दूसरा कोई तरीका ही नहीं है। जब मैं सारागढ़ी की बैटल पे आधारित एक फिल्म का गाना लिखता हूं जिसका नाम केसरी है, तो मैं ये तसव्वुर करता हूं, ये इमेजिन करता हूं कि अगर वो गोली मुझे लगी है, अगर वो सिपाही मैं हूं, हु इज ब्लीडिंग टू डेथ, जिसको ये पता है कि मेरे जिंदगी में सिर्फ शायद 10 या 12 मिनट बचे हों, जैसे जैसे बदन से खून निकलेगा वैसे वैसे मेरी जान निकलती चली जाएगी, मैं दुनिया छोड़ रहा हूं, तो मैं क्या सोच रहा हूंगा उस वक्त, क्या थॉट आएंगे, क्या विचार आएंगे। मैं अपने गांव को याद करूंगा कि सरसों से भरे खलिहान मेरे, जहां झूम के भंगड़ा पा न सका, आबाद रहे वो गांव मेरा जहां लौट के वापस जा न सका।
क्या बात, अद्भुत अद्भुत।
मुझे अपनी माशूका याद आएगी, और मैं उसके लिए दुआ करूंगा कि ओ हीर मेरी तू हंसती रहे, तेरी आंख घड़ी भर नम ना हो, मैं मरता था जिस मुखड़े पे, कभी उसका उजाला कम ना हो।
वाह वाह, अद्भुत।
मुझे अपनी माँ याद आएगी, ओ माई मेरी क्या फिक्र तुझे, क्यों आंख से दरिया बहता है, तू कहती थी तेरा चांद हूं मैं और चांद हमेशा रहता है। सर बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, जब तक हम अपना किरदार नहीं बन जाते, जब तक हम अपना कैरेक्टर नहीं बन जाते, तब तक हम सिनेमा के लिए तो नहीं लिख सकते।
This is how you touch souls and influence minds.
Absolutely. And conquer minds. And I hope the lady also got her answer on the deadlines and the timelines. There's a time's up in front of us which says 00.
एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहता हूँ सर, आखिरी सॉरी, ये कि क्योंकि ये दिन ऐसा है, तो मैंने कहा अगर नहीं बोलूँगा तो कि क्योंकि 14 सितंबर है, हिंदी दिवस है, तो मैं एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ कि जब मैं भोपाल से मुंबई आया तो 19 साल का था और बड़ा परेशान रहता था कि क्या लेके आया हूँ मैं, किससे कमाऊँगा
जी,
मैं क्या लेके आया हूँ जिससे मैं अपना नाम, अपनी पहचान बनाऊँगा। तो बहुत उसके बाद मुझे पता लगा कि मैं अपनी भाषा, अपनी ज़बान लेके आया हूँ।
वाह, क्या बात।
इसको मुझे ज़िंदा रखना है, इसको कायम रखना है। अगर मेरी भाषा, मेरी ज़बान ख़राब हो गई तो मेरी राइटिंग ख़राब हो जाएगी। मेरी हिंदी में लेके आया हूँ। तो सिर्फ 14 सितंबर नहीं, हमको हर रोज़ हिंदी दिवस मनाना चाहिए और हिंदी को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, ये दरख्वास्त है।
बहुत बहुत आभार, मैं वापस देना चाहूँगा आपको।
And on that note, they deserve a really thunderous round of applause for such a brilliant session. Just a minute, gentlemen. आपके इस, I would say, creatively, spiritually enlightening session के बाद, we have been so inspired that we have an audience question that they will vote for. Can we have the question, please? All right, again, you see how to use the voting pad. CE press करेंगे तो long press पे on हो जाएगा और एक ही बारी दिन में करना है. Option A, B या C आप दबाएंगे और दबाने के बाद extreme top right पे जो green कलर का बटन देख रहे हैं उस पे OK पे दबा दीजिएगा. आपका वोट रजिस्टर हो जाएगा या जैसे कि मिस्टर बच्चन कहते हैं लॉक कर दिया जाए. So देवी और सज्जनों, आपका सवाल ये रहा. To remain relevant, artists should be able to balance their art and skills with the necessities of commerce. आपके ऑप्शन A, agree, B, disagree, C, can't say. और जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर polls are going up and down. They actually look like elections right now. Okay, I'm locking it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. These are the results. 69.7% agree with this thought. Can we have a round of applause for this, ladies and gentlemen? I would request from Universal Sompo General Insurance, Head Corporate Group, North and East, Mr. Ashwini Katyalji, to kindly grace the stage and present the mementos to our esteemed group of panelists. Can we have a round of applause for sir? देखिए तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए. देखिए अभी भी आप कंजूसी कर रहे हैं तालियों में. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू चेयरमैन. We are going to begin in a while. The session partner for this session is Barclays. All right, the topic for this session, sustaining entrepreneurship. As tailwinds become headwinds, how should startups manage expectations? Please join me in welcoming our esteemed group of panelists. Founder Oyo Rooms, Mr. Ritesh Agarwal. Mr. Kamaljeet Singh, founder and managing partner, Fireside Ventures. Can we have a round of applause for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani ji, founder InfoEdge, and the moderator Shruti Mishra ji, CNBC TV 18. Can we have a round of applause for all of them, please? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And as tailwinds become headwinds, how should startups manage expectations? That's what we are going to discuss. Welcome to this panel where we discuss sustaining entrepreneurship. Panelists, many thanks for joining us here. Let me start with you, Sanjeev, quickly. India is home to more than 100 unicorns with a similar number waiting to join the club. In fact, funding, as we all know, we are all talking about the funding winter, it has slowed down. VCs, angel investors, private equity players have all shifted their focus from, beyond valuations to generating strong cash flows, really strong fundamentals. I want to know what conversations you're having with your portfolio companies right now. Has anything changed?
No, the conversations we have and we are having have never changed. Because we have always said the same thing. For a while, it looked like we were saying the wrong thing. But now it looks like we were always saying the right thing. And we've always said, when every round, we would say, assume this is your last round, market may correct. If you don't get the next round, what's your plan B? Can you get to profit? And we have always maintained that the customer's money is better than the investor's money. Because if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it at a price that's higher than your cost, chances are you have a viable business so long as you can get enough customers, right? And if you're getting the customer's money, then the investor's money will almost certainly follow should you need it and want it. Right? Because investors love to invest behind businesses that are getting customers. Right? On the other hand, if you get the investor's money first, it is not necessary that the customer's money will follow. Because the customer is very discerning. The customer will only buy you a second time if it worked for him the first time. Right? And whereas getting the investor's money, is often about impressing two young MBAs across the table with your PowerPoint. And, if you're getting investors' money, it may just be a PowerPoint working, but if you're getting the customer's money, your product and your business model is working. Yeah? So that's what we always said, and we maintain that.
And you've always been a strong believer in the power of the balance sheet. Kanwaljit, let me come to you. I want to ask you, what is the survival guide for founders today? Today is a world of stronger scrutiny, greater accountability. So is resilience and value creation the answer to tough times? Again, what conversations are you having with your portfolio companies?
So, interestingly, I have been an investor for the last 20 years. And I have seen from the euphoric, mid-2010s, all the way to now and so on. I would say that what Sanjeev mentioned, if I can elaborate a little bit on that, we have always believed that the space of investing is exactly about helping a company achieve a certain platform, which then has to self-sustain. And exactly on the consumer, funding your business rather than investors funding your business is the only key to sustainability. You cannot build a business just by raising more and more and more money. So obviously, each business has its own benchmarks. What we have been doing at Fireside is actually a completely new focus on consumer brands. So we believe digital brands are disrupting the entire ecosystem. And they're the foundations of what you do, coming from backgrounds like Levers and Procter, buying the first sale is the easiest job.
Yes.
Getting a consumer to buy you again and love your brand and love your product is the toughest. And as long as you understand that mantra, everything else then follows a pattern. So, putting the foundations right, what is your strategy? What is your customer repeat rates? What is your customer acquisition? None of this is new. None of this is something that, we are suddenly discovering.
But perhaps it was forgotten?
I don't think it was forgotten.
Okay.
I think, sometimes if I can be very candid, I have seen this now long enough with enough gray hair to say it's also something which investors are in a way, imposing on the system to some extent, because there is a certain time frame within which, all of us raise funds. We have a life of the funds. Sometimes the need to grow fast, not just in value but valuation, can also become more an imperative from an investor's push, and not always the founders, first port of call or first desire to do it. So, I mean, of course, we have veterans like Ritesh and Sanjeev sitting here. I'm sure this will be a interesting discussion. But I have always believed that if you give the founders the right amount of money with the right amount of guidance, not direction, I think they can build some very strong foundations and build long-term sustainable businesses. I think that's the most important thing that we are telling our people. Nothing new, but simply saying, think of it as a long-term thing. Even if, your horizon for even as a founder is that at some point you want to exit, you want to do something else, the business should not necessarily come to an end at that point of time. So that's really the most important thing, and then everything follows out of that.
Absolutely. So look at building long-lasting companies, customer trust, everything else follows. And as Sanjeev said, customer money is more important in the long run than investor money. Ritesh, coming to you now, as someone who's seen multiple ups and down cycles at OYO, and not just in India, but globally, what is your advice to Soonicorns that are now charting their growth journey in such uncertain times?
Yeah, first off, thank you for having me here. And of course, I'm glad that I'm with Sanjeevji and Kanwaljit. So it's a tough one for me to add a lot of commentary on. I think I'd say three things. First is to the point that both Sanjeevji and Kanwaljit said, that is, if consumer money is coming, investor capital will most certainly follow. The question is, what's the price, what's the deal? That's a different story, but capital will be available for companies that are getting consumer capital. There is no question about it. And you mentioned about ups and downs. 2 years back, we had hundreds of thousands of rooms, but not enough customers there. Yes. Now we have customers, but we don't have enough rooms. So it just tells you that nothing is permanent in this world. 2 years back, people were saying, will travel ever come back? Now people are complaining that the room rates are so high. So I feel that, if you keep at it, which is what I was coming to as the first attribute, resilience, in my view, is the single biggest attribute.
Okay.
If I am a Soonicorn, because until your customers' money keeps coming, as was being mentioned, and you keep at it, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. I'd say the second is solving for the depth of India. A lot of companies solve for the 50 crore or 100 crore or 200 crore revenue markets. But if you really want to raise capital and hence return capital as well, going after the big TAM, not just serving Gurgaon, but probably serving Gorakhpur as well, is valuable. And I'd say the last is that, and this is something that we've of course learned over the years, the power of good governance doesn't come 2 or 3 years before the IPO. It could probably start when you're even at a Series A stage.
Absolutely, yes.
A good governance would mean, instead of waiting for just having investor directors, can you potentially have a sizable number of independent directors? Is there an opportunity to make sure that the financials are reviewed every couple of quarters instead of just once a year, including the balance sheet, not just the P&L and things like that? So I'd just say 3 things. If I'm a Soonicorn, I'd be resilient. Okay. I would go after a big market, and I'd make sure that, I try to be as well governed as possible, but not to say this is the best list. This is what at least we've learned over the years, but I'm sure every company
No, very, very well summarized, and building for Bharat, clearly that's where the next leg of growth is going to come from. Kanwal, coming back to something that you mentioned about building lasting businesses. Clearly there is immense potential. We've got interesting ideas. Now the ecosystem is favorable. We've got so many VCs which we didn't have a decade back perhaps. But what's holding back? We're not quite there. Building long-lasting companies.
See, it's honestly getting the frameworks right. And I think this last year or so has been a extremely positive, in some ways, wake-up call for everyone, that you can't take anything for granted. Like Ritesh said, yes, things are going up and down. So you can't just assume that, life is on a high and it'll continue to be on a high. So to me, it is going back to fundamentals. If you can get your foundations right, if you can get the basics right, and that basics, honestly, are not rocket science. The other thing which I personally feel, and I mentioned to you before this panel, that I have a contrarian view. I personally genuinely believe that this whole race to unicorn is a complete waste of time.
Yeah. And now Decacorn also. We've got Decacorn also.
Any con. I think if you can get today if you see the sustained companies which have been around for 15, 20 years, I mean, take Naukri.com itself, but I'm saying look at the companies like Marico, look at the companies like Wipro. I mean, they have built tremendous value, which has been ahead of any benchmark you would take in the industry. But they got their basics right. They got the foundations in place. So why does that not apply to the venture investing world? And honestly, whether it was a unicorn or not, we have created wealth for the founder and for the investors.
Yes.
So to me, if you can take away that label of a unicorn, there are hundreds and thousands of companies which can be successfully built with limited capital, doing the basics right, and actually change the way investing is considered in the country, rather than saying, I need that one unicorn to be a successful fund. I don't even think that is required. So, I mean, contrarian, but I think that's a very alternate view of how you think about it.
Sanjeev, your thoughts on what Kanwal just said, and what is that magic pill that Soonicorns need? I know he said, don't believe in Soonicorns, unicorns, Decacorn, whatever, but what is that magic pill that needs to be there that perhaps startups need to understand and take?
Paisa banao, paisa kamao. Okay. Now, look, you need good unit economics. You need to have a clear path to profit or be profitable. So, and you need to be capital efficient. I think what happened in the last decade, since the global financial crisis in 2008-9, when there was so much liquidity, post-COVID again, there was so much liquidity, that valuation has shot up. So the number of unicorns that we have would have been half if this liquidity did not exist, maybe 1/3. Right? This is all liquidity driven. What you need is to actually have customers, revenue, margin, profit, collection, cash flow, right? All the things that you used to focus on till money was abundant. And when money was abundant, it became a competitive race to raise more and more, and to pump up your valuation, and then talk about valuation rather than revenue. It'll revert to mean now. So, can you guess how much money Google ever raised before its IPO? I think it was $25 million. So this entire market cap was built on $25 million.
Imagine, yeah.
On a much smaller scale, Naukri raised $1.7 million in April 2000.
Yes.
$1.7 million then was 7.3 crores, which is less than $1 million now, right? We used up only $1.2 million and we became profitable. And we have been profitable ever since.
Yes.
Right? So,
but what made you? You had the money at that point in time to spend, clearly, but you chose to keep that. You could have, VC startups and businesses spending on marketing and,
We knew the value of money, right? We also knew that, look, we'd got a bubble valuation. And we'll never get this valuation again, we'll never get this money again. So, jo kuch bhi karna hai, isi paise mein karna hai. You will not get a second round. We were clear about that, right? And so we had to cut our coat according to our cloth. And, and really this schooling and discipline and fiscal discipline came from the fact that for 10 years, I had bootstrapped as an entrepreneur. And in those 10 years, for roughly 6 years, I could not take a salary from the company. It could not afford to pay me.
We don't see this today.
Well, you may see it going forward. I don't know.
Okay.
But look, I mean, the funding environment has changed. There is much more money available even now. What people call a funding winter is a funding winter for some, but not for others. So there's enough money. It's just that investors are perhaps asking different questions now and a little bit more discerning. But paisa to hai.
So like he said, paisa banao, paisa badao. Ritesh, talk to us about your laser focus on profitability, sharp unit economics at OYO and in general.
Yeah, look, I think as was mentioned earlier, in the last 10 years has seen a bunch of positives and few learnings, right? First off, as an entrepreneur, Sanjeev's an entrepreneur, Kanwal's done, he set up his own fund. So as entrepreneurs, first off, our job KPI is to be an optimist. Yes. So I think at least, you should know that I'm a big believer that you will, it's a power of compounding, where for many years you will see that the momentum is not that quick until you see that the momentum has turned. I believe that time is coming. I believe that at the end of this winter, you may not see, X unicorns number only, you will see X profitable unicorns also,
Yes.
which I feel will be the big positive coming out of the funding winter. Specifically for OYO, look, I think when COVID hit us, that was sort of a unique transformation opportunity, right? Because in one way it could be seen as a problem, on the other side it is an opportunity.
Yes.
So we try to, of course, as entrepreneurs, use that as an opportunity by doing three things. By focusing on cash, making sure that every dollar of cash is looked upon, not just in terms of everyday operation as well as in terms of forward capital allocations. Second is cost, which is making sure that the break-even threshold of what revenue should we be break-even in, that was changed dramatically. And third is evolution. We focused in core markets of India and Southeast Asia. We said we'll go deep rather than going wide and so on. Our FY21 numbers are public, in which you will see that our EBITDA has improved by 10 points. Our contribution margin has gone from 5 to 18% and so on. But, I'm hopeful that very soon we will update results for this year's first quarter and we'll get the benefit of big travel growth that is coming out in the market.
Yes, I will come back to this a little later. Kamal, clearly, like we're discussing, the rules of the game have changed. The way consumers interact with brands today has changed. Where will be the biggest disruption and the growth opportunities emerge in the next decade? Where do you see them emerging?
So, I'll talk about our space, which is really consumer brands. And, India is at a very, very interesting, almost point in time in history where there is a huge consuming class which is demanding more choice. And India has always had a problem of too much of organized branded products because it was so difficult to build brands. So, you could not see enough entrepreneurial activity because going and selling to mom and pop stores all over the country was just not possible. So you have a situation where you are looking at disruption happening across the board in the branded space. And branded space, includes everything, anything you consume, food and beverages, personal care, lifestyle, home, etc., etc. So what we are seeing is at one level, the entire space of consumption is moving into more branded, which is really a great sign of an economy itself, becoming much more, demanding, much more developed, if I may use the word. Second is that the COVID 2 years has created huge awareness and huge consciousness about wellness, about health, about being more conscious about what you consume. So once again, you are creating a large space where, people are worried about, what they're putting. Back of panel has become, almost a way of life for a lot of people. And then, like you said, Bharat is the untapped market with same aspirations, with the ability to spend, and now with all the digital channels allowing you access. So we think that the opportunity is across the board. The question is, how do you design your business? And how do you design your business so that you can get to that proof point that Sanjeev talked about? You get very early evidence of consumer love, repeat, CACs, Amazon and Flipkart ratings. These are all great virtues to have as a brand. But then you have the vast network of going offline, omni-channel. I think we are still scratching the surface. So our whole view is that, we have seen 1,000 crore, 2,000 crore brands happen in India already. Companies like Boat, Mamaearth, etc., etc. But we will see hundreds of such brands coming up because the formula for that success is getting defined. And that is what is, really, really attractive as an investor. And you don't need to spend those millions and millions of dollars to reach that. So I think if we can follow that, playbook, then we are talking of a completely different, almost an alternate universe of investing, which at least we are very excited about.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about IPOs and going public, which has been a large part of the startup ecosystem. Sanjeev, this is for you. While many lined up for a listing and for an IPO in 2022, the big one we've seen is delivery. And there's been a lot of downsizing of valuations. There's been a lot of postponement of IPO plans. For instance, we've seen PharmEasy. What do you make of this reluctance of tech startups to kind of, not go public? And when can we see this cloud lifting? And what are the other options available?
So for the ones that went public, which are trading below their listing price, the IPO offer price, I think you will have to, fundamentally improve operating performance quarter on quarter to be able to get back some of those valuations, or the market has to come back, or both. Right? But we are seeing, at least in Zomato and even in Policy Bazaar, performance improve every quarter, and it was as per plan, right? I cannot comment on the others because I don't know them that well. But fundamentally, I think the Indian market was willing to accept loss-making companies going public with some enthusiasm, maybe till a year ago. And since then, when the market corrected, the tech market corrected in the US and following that in India, that enthusiasm has waned a bit. And therefore, you may or may not get the same kind of valuations that those companies got. And with lower valuations, if you've taken private rounds that are higher than that valuation, it's a little tough to go public. So some companies are therefore in a bit of a quandary.
Okay. Kamal, similar question to you that, how do companies that are scaling up rapidly today, or perhaps unicorns, how do they need to differently prepare for a listing today? Eventually every company wants to list. So now with this volatile environment, is there some kind of a different road or a map that needs to be drawn out for unicorns and companies that are scaling up rapidly?
So let me answer that, and then I'll make a comment on what Sanjeev said. I think simple answer is get your house in order. There is no rocket science in defining what are the fundamentals of what you are doing, which will attract an investor, especially a retail investor in the market, because we forget that, these are all very good businesses. So it's not that anything is wrong with, these companies that went public. All of them are leaders in their own right. All of them have actually disrupted the markets in a very, very positive way. It's just that there are some fundamental things which need to be put in place. And again, everybody's got that little bit of time, and I would say a wake-up call to address that. So I personally feel that there is no funding winter. I don't think IPOs are certainly now stalled for life. But you have to get back to basics. In the context of this, let's talk of 3 companies which went IPO in the last 12 months, which have done phenomenally well. All in the consumer space. So I'm staying within the realm of consumer. Manyavar?
Yes.
I can't imagine how well they have done. And people say, oh, but they are profitable. I say it's not a shame to be profitable. It's not a shame that you are delivering great returns. You have campus shoes. You have Go Colors. So you are still seeing that the market, the street is still rewarding and actually over-gearing towards companies which have their fundamentals right. So I don't think this is something which is, something completely, shattering, or we have completely lost faith in.
So what went wrong? What went wrong for companies that did not work? Like you're saying, fundamentals, it's not rocket science, you need to get your house in order. So something has gone wrong somewhere. What went wrong?
My view, I think we used private equity yardsticks of valuing and defining businesses for public markets. And I think there is a difference between the two. The maturity of the public markets, say in the US and some of the more matured areas, it needs to also start understanding. And some of the benchmarks are not always comparable. So, the unit economics that we talk about, in many businesses, India is still an emerging market. The average cost of product, delivery, all of that does not, you can't simply say that it worked in US or China and it will work in India. But it is a correctable problem, and it's correctable in relatively reasonable period of time.
Sure. Ritesh, I can't help but ask you about the OYO IPO plan. You kind of hinted at it. I just wanted to know, will OYO have a blockbuster Diwali?
So I think I knew this question was coming, but not to this specificity. Look,
I just said we wish you a very happy Diwali.
Yes, yes. No, look, I think first off, I think, clearly, OYO has, we've waited it out to go public. And I think the reason for that is no different from what we just discussed about currently listed companies. It is, maturity of operating performance to show it consistently over a period of time. Early this year, what we started seeing is that travel started coming back very, very strong, right? Like I'm sure a lot of you travel during the summer season or are planning during the winter. Just last Saturday, it was not, or last week, it was not a season or school holiday or anything, but we just recorded the second biggest day ever since COVID.
Oh, wow.
It just shows that people's traveling patterns is changing quite quickly, and we wanted to take advantage of it. So in short, the update from our side for a public offering is that we reached out to the regulator to allow us 2 quarters or the H1 financials to be updated for this fiscal, which is until September. And our hope will be to deliver great performance that everybody likes, and hopefully at some point of time go public after that.
Okay, and
So I will answer
yes.
I will answer the question you asked him
Sure.
in a shorter manner.
He's taken me for a ride. He's gone round and round in circles, yeah.
No. So I've been talking to him on and off, and without revealing anything confidential, I'm pretty hopeful that Oyo will have a very good next Diwali. Diwali aayegi agle saal, but it'll happen.
That's not better than what he answered.
No.
Diwali aayegi.
No, next year.
Next year.
Next Diwali.
Okay, so before we get on with our next set of questions, I want to open the floor for the audience quickly. I think we can take 2, 3. If you have any, kindly raise your hands. Sure, sir. Can we have a microphone to him? In fact, if there's one more question, we can just hear both the questions. Can we get a microphone there as well? Yeah.
My
Yes,
name
sir.
is Nikhil Kochar from the Institute of Internal Auditors. We are speaking about sustainability and cash flow and repeat customers, all very critical. Ritesh referred to governance. But when do you think is the right time for things like governance, risk, controls, internal audit, culture, for management to start looking at, for them to become relevant? Because I think if you want to create sustainable businesses, all these are integral to it. So love to have your views on this. Thank you.
I think that's a great question. I have seen personally, so first off, our company really started investing in having, I think there's a fundamental difference in having investor board members and independent board members. I think investor board members are exceptionally helpful, but I'd say 4 or 5 years since after our company got started, we really became a majority independent or a non-exec board. I think the 3 years after that, which is still 3 or 3.5 years, have been incredible. I'll tell you that, I'm sorry, I'm just counting advantages before I come to your specific answer. The ability to look at the potential risks in the business, as in which business should you be taking, which business should you not be taking. Which business is great for income but not for cash flow? Which business is great for cash flow but not so much for income? A lot of these decisions changed ever since the amount of details that our audit committee started entering in substantially improved. Second, we as a management, the responsibility from me as a leader to the broader management probably increased substantially to the management since the board and the management became directly engaged with each other. So the CFO is a direct invitee to the audit committee, CHRO to the NRC and others. So net, we've taken great advantage of it. So my answer is that knowing what I know today, I would have probably started investing in governance probably when we were a 2-year-old company in our Series A rather than now, because it doesn't take a lot of time and money to do this. All it takes is good intent. That's my view. But Sanjeev, you're really the and Kaval, you've all seen many companies. I would love to hear your thoughts.
No, so I think certainly I would even argue that there was never a wrong time. So, it's to say that now is the right time. I mean, we are almost, discounting whatever is happening. So there are 2-3 ways to think about it. I think one is what Ritesh said is actually, I would say, industry level issue, which we need to solve for, is having more independent directors. I think that's a great thought, and all of us are guilty of not investing enough on that. And the good news is that there is so much of talent of people who have been through, done that, who are interested and willing to do it. So that is the first, I think, great point. Second is that every stage that a company goes through requires different needs of governance. So we cannot paint everything with the same brush. So what we are trying to do, we are an early stage fund. We stay with the company for pretty much their journey all the way from startup to at least some level of maturity. We are trying to define the stages more and more so that the collective learning across companies, we can put in the system where we say, okay, these are the requirements, not just governance, around environment, around, societal issues. So the whole ESG frameworks. What can you do when a company is just starting out? There are still things you can do. What can you do when they have hit 50 crore, 100 crore revenue? What can you do at 200 crore? So if you can institutionalize this, that is probably another way of, of trying to solve for this problem, because there is no right time or wrong time to think of governance for sure. And I would just add environment and the planet issues to that, because I think we are all in deep trouble if we don't solve for that.
Okay, we can take one question and then we'll get back. Yeah.
Ritesh, I have two questions for you. One thing, we have seen that the companies which have worked online and offline, they have done pretty well. Like we talked about Mamaearth, Lenskart, First Cry. So when we can see Oyo having its own hotels, that is number one. And second thing is, when is that Oyo itself will start rating its hotel on its website? So I am an avid traveler, so I follow you very closely.
When are you pivoting, Ritesh?
Thank you. No, I think the second answer is, we started it a couple of months back, where we earlier used to have ratings, but now we've added reviews also. Now we have lakhs of reviews on our platform, which allows users to make better decisions. Because I know there was a lot of, the reason why we never had reviews and ratings is because we thought, हम ही अपने ही होटल को रिव्यू रेटिंग लेंगे, अगर अच्छा स्टार दिखाया तो customers may say that, how do I trust? But I think thankfully customers do trust our reviews and ratings, it seems like. So yes, we already have it now. And on the other hand, what we've started doing is if hotels are below a certain rating, we'd actually pause them on our platform and say that, they need to improve their quality before we bring them back. The first one, look, I think it's a question. I have always learned that in India, no matter whether you're running an offline business, first of all, I agree in the offline plus online is a great opportunity in our country, that is, and also organizing it, that is going from unbranded to branded in everything is a big opportunity, and Oyo has been in some way doing that for a long time. I think specifically owning hotels has been something we've steered clear of because we believe that our current model, we understand very well that Oyo's job is quality control, branding, delivering a great service to customers at the right price, and good individual hotel owners doing a job well. But in that, what we are focused on is more professional hoteliers. You'll find it surprising that today close to 1,000 hotel owners on Oyo in India, they were not hotel owners earlier. They came from different industry or experience, from service industry mostly, jobs, and started a hotel business. And these 1,000 plus people now run more than one hotel each. And at least 60 run 10 plus hotels. So these are very well-run operators. They all operate at 4+ ratings on our platform, 4.5+. So our hope will be making them even more successful while doing what we understand well, which is brand, quality control, pricing, and others. So those are the two thoughts. But I hope you stay with Oyo soon. We are now tens of thousands of us around the country. And please share feedback with us. Thank you.
All right, we'll take up more questions a little later. Just give me a couple of more minutes to just ask them a few questions, and I'll open the floor once again. Kaval, coming to you, we spoke about the funding winter earlier, and of course, Sanjeev doesn't believe there is a funding winter. But I want to ask you, how at Fireside Ventures are you reimagining startup financing? Any new trends in startup funding that you see emerging? Also because, and not just at Fireside, but is there really a need to kind of reimagine startup financing?
So no funding winter. I totally agree with Sanjeev.
Okay.
I think there is more money in the system today than ever was.
For companies who have their fundamentals correct.
And also, companies who are conscious of the fact that this is how they want to build it. See, the thing is that we are early stage investors. So a lot of the time we are taking a bet on the founder even before the business. So if you are meeting the right set of entrepreneurs who have the right set of mindset of what they want to build, that is good enough for us. So I'm saying it's not always that you have data and you have all the information, but it's the mindset and how you're trying to think of it, which is important. Now, if somebody comes and tells me I'm going to build a unicorn in 2 years and then I want to exit, I will not invest in that, no matter how good the idea is. Now, how do you reimagine the investing environment? Like I said, it's courses for horses or horses for courses.
Okay.
I would not write a big check. No, we have raised funds, we are growing larger in terms of fund size, but our thesis does not change. The first check has to be enough so that the bootstrap mindset, the desire to, like Sanjeev said, that $2 million should be seen as gold.
Yes.
And 2 million, in fact, the first thing I did after I left Helion and started Fireside is stop talking $1 million. I said, let's talk rupees lakhs, not even rupees crores. Because the mindset has to be of an entrepreneur and not of a VC running a business which has got an entrepreneur to front end.
Absolutely. Yes.
So it's not something which has changed, but I think it's good that at an industry level we are starting to see that thing. So check sizes becoming smaller is good. Is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yes, okay. So we are seeing check sizes getting smaller. Yeah.
Add to that. See, entrepreneurs and companies that get too much money too soon, too easily, tend to spend it suboptimally.
Yes.
Paisa should always be a little tight. That's when you'll spend it wisely.
Absolutely. And Sanjeev, my next question is to you. As an investor, as a corporate leader, and as someone who sits across the government while they are, charting out plans for the startup ecosystem, tell me what, according to you, what policies have moved the startups ecosystem and where do we need to work harder?
So, look, I think for the first time, this government, I think 5 or 6 years ago, is the first government in independent India that recognized the importance of startups officially. So if I look back to when I began my career, I finished college in '84 and I joined my first job. To now, it's been 38 years. Sea change in business, industry, economy, everything. But if you look at where the growth, investment, employment growth, all that has come from, it's come from companies and industries that did not exist in 1984.
Yes.
IT services did not exist or barely existed. IT-enabled services did not exist. Internet did not exist. Mobile telephony did not exist. Private insurance companies did not exist. Private sector banks did not exist. Private airlines did not exist. You can go on. Now, if you're dealing, if you look at mature companies, you look at people who were mature then and are still mature, let's say a SAIL or a Tata Steel, I haven't researched thoroughly, but I'm willing to bet the headcount has not increased much. It may have even reduced, because when companies mature, industries mature, you get into consolidation, efficiency, automation, right? So if India has got 1.4 billion people and you're looking to create jobs, ये jobs नई industry, नए initiatives, नई companies से आएंगी, which means 60 or 70% of them will be startups by first generation entrepreneurs. TCS was a startup,
yes,
but by an established business house, right? And so on. But HCL, Infosys were startups by first generation entrepreneurs. So Infosys and HCL were startups in 1980 or 82. And look where they are today. So tomorrow's giants will be startups of today, right? And this government recognized that and therefore gives startups huge importance, and Startup India came about. As a part of Startup India, the government started a fund of funds,
yes,
under Madam Sidby. And I was on the investment committee for the first couple of years, and I have been through it myself, right? I think the government recognized that you need Indian risk capital, right? 90% of risk capital, or perhaps even more, Kanwal, is from overseas. You need domestic pools of capital to invest in startups.
yes.
And I think this government recognized that and started a fund of funds. I think that was a huge impetus.
And that has increased, yes.
Yes. Okay, so many more AIFs have come up. Many more domestic investors. People are now recognizing this as an asset class. I think Indian investors have come up. These are all good things, right? What perhaps the government could do more is continue to cut the red tape for startups and for investors. Kanwal, I think you want to say something on this.
So I think I would break it into two parts. One is that encouraging and being conscientious and conscious of the whole opportunity for startups and what it means for things like job creation and overall economic growth. I think that part I have seen tremendous growth in the government and at every level. I think the interesting challenge is, and we talked about it in our CIA, startup council, is how do you ensure that this money can reach into small town India, into entrepreneurship, which is not necessarily either VC funded or VC fundable, or not even should not be VC funded. So there is that other universe where there are thousands of entrepreneurs who are great guys. We talked about people who are, not even being in the hotel industry, starting things. There are so many examples, franchises, people willing to set up small shops. Is there a different mechanism to address that?
Okay.
And that I feel is where there is a next level of opportunity, because funds will only do 1% of every deal they say.
Yeah.
So what happens to the other 99, which are all legitimate, potential cases for investment.
So let's ask the founder, Ritesh, your thoughts on what they just said. What has worked for founders? Where more work needs to be done?
So I think first off, I'm very lucky that we started our company in 2013. So, we've not seen challenges
that
of
Sanjeev
back
was
in the
talking
day.
about,
I
yes.
think, when we started, IT services was a segment that was already mature. It felt like it was always there. So, but he's right. There were also startups someday which really got started and built themselves into businesses. I do want to call out what Kaval said. On rupee crores and lakhs, I think, Mr. Munjal impressed this upon me, saying revenue dollars में देख लो कोई बात नहीं, पर खर्चे लाखों में देखने चाहिए. So I think that was a very critical, important takeaway for us. Look, I think, for me as an entrepreneur, building in the last 7-8 years has been incredible, right? So Sanjeev mentioned about Startup India. The biggest challenge for startups, people say sometimes is capital, market, etc. I believe that the biggest challenge and opportunity is talent. And Startup India has really enabled talent, right? Today, if national TV mein log jaake startups ki baat karte hain. So that inspires families to say that, okay, our family children will go and work in startups. It's acceptable. Earlier, it used to be probably not as easy, at least even when I was starting 7-8 years back. Usse pehle to I would imagine it would be even harder. And the thing that I believe we can do more is giving more platforms like that of UPI and others, because I feel like it is underappreciated the value of national digital platforms that have been built. So for example, a lot is being talked about ONDC. I hope that becomes very popular. So more and more of those platforms, I think, could be value additive.
Okay. On that note, we'll just take one question. Our time's up. That, sir, has been... Yes, sir, go ahead. Quickly.
I'm Ronish Puri from Executive Access. Question to all of you is, what is that one secret sauce that has got you where you are? Number two, what is your one advice to budding entrepreneurs? We need more people like you. And three, is there one regret that you have that you could have made it bigger?
One secret sauce, one advice, and one regret. Who wants to go first?
Okay. One secret sauce is persistence. One advice is same as the secret sauce, Nagero. One regret, we didn't invest in Ritesh's company.
Well, you have time. When is your next round coming up, Ritesh?
Sanjeev ji is very generous. I think I'd say that the one secret sauce is just hard work. I'd say that consistent hard work for long periods of time. I would say, regret, I would say is, I wouldn't say regret, but I'd say one of the learnings is that, I think I should have probably started even earlier. I started at 19. I wish I would have started even earlier than that.
Well.
So listen, I must elaborate on the last one. So
Campus
I was advised by a friend, there's this young fellow who's 19 years old. He's running a company called Oravel. And he didn't go to college, and he just began the company. And I didn't even meet him, I didn't reach out. And I said, yeah, 19 saal ka, and I just didn't follow up. Okay, so that's how we didn't invest in this company. Yeah.
All right. So he's led the way for more 19-year-olds to get funded. Kaval, quickly.
Yeah, sure. So I think the magic pill, my mantra has always been that as an investor, we are kingmakers and never kings. So as long as you believe that entrepreneur is the real hero and you are always supporting them rather than almost, trying to take over and run their business. And in fact, we've changed it now to, queen makers and not even king makers. Unfortunately, don't see enough women in this room, which is a regret. The regret for me is that I really thought I could be a good entrepreneur, and I have two very successful entrepreneurs sitting here. So it was always, deep down desire that, I wanted to start something of my own as a business, and ended up being an investor, which is second best in my mind, but still something that I have enjoyed. What was the third question? Sorry.
So regret, secret sauce, and one advice.
So advice is, I think, Lagero was a great advice from Sanjeev. I would say build a business for yourself, not for the investor. I think whatever you're doing, it has to be your passion, it has to be your desire and your belief in what you're doing. Investors will come, investors will go, and that is, to me, the biggest learning. If the investor starts becoming the operator, then that fine line gets very badly disturbed. So if you're passionate about something as an entrepreneur, you're doing it for yourself or whatever you believe in. and not for something that you're trying to do it. Because in a lot of times we hear pitches where people come and tell you what you want to hear, and I think that is the biggest mistake, because if you don't believe in it, anyway, not going to happen. So you're fooling both sides.
Sure. We would have loved to take more questions, but we've completely run out of time. Would love to thank my panelists for such great insights. Like Sanjeev said, paisa banao, paisa badao. Kaval said, get your house in order, stick to the fundamentals. And Ritesh said, resilience is key, corporate governance is key, to keep afloat in these tough times. Many thanks, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request you to please be seated. Inspired by this fabulous session, we have an audience question where they'll be voting and we'll be taking a poll. Can we have the question, please? And of course, there you see how to use the vote pad. If you've already seen CE, you press, long press on ABC, you clock in your option, and then on the right top, we have a green button to press OK. So can we have the question, please, now? The world is in danger of facing a bust similar to the dot-com experience of the early 2000s. A, agree, B, disagree, and C, can't say. So there's a live polling that is going on. Fluctuations are still going on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so now this is logged. So B, 68.75% disagree with this. With that being said, let's have a huge round of applause for this fabulous session. Would request Mr. Inderjeet Kamotra ji to kindly come on stage, the CEO interim from Unity family, to kindly present the mementos to our esteemed group of panelists. Big thank you to all our panelists. Okay, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on for lunch. It's a 50-minute lunch. So request you all to please join us for lunch hosted by Unity Group and Veka. अपने remote
आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया टायर को बर्स्ट। कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वर्स्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज इट्स एवरीवेयर। बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen. Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10. Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है। हो, शुरुआत शुभ हुई है। बोला। तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे? हो, चालेल। जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन योर क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ योर क्रेडिट कार्ड। अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100। नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है। अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी। चूज कर, कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो, पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज, सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो, पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज, सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। यूएफओ ने मारा गाड़ी को टक्कर। कार का यार देगा इंस्टेंट क्लेम बेफिक्र। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है इंस्टेंट वीडियो क्लेम असिस्टेंस। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार।
बाकी ना, अब रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया टायर को बर्स्ट। कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वर्स्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
Compromise. It's everywhere. बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen.
Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10.
Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है। हो शुरुआत शुभ हुई है। बोला। तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे?
हो चालेल।
जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन योर क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ योर क्रेडिट कार्ड।
अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100।
नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है।
अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्प है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्प है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड,
अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। यूएफओ ने मारा गाड़ी को टक्कर। कार का यार देगा इंस्टेंट क्लेम बेफिक्र। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है इंस्टेंट वीडियो क्लेम असिस्टेंस। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार।
भाईजान, आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया टायर को बर्स्ट। कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वर्स्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज इट्स एवरीवेयर। बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen.
Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10.
Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है। हो शुरुआत शुभ हुई है। बोला। तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे? हो चालेल। जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन अ क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ अ क्रेडिट कार्ड। अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100। नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है। अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर।
कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिक्र, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर।
कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रीफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार।
Between Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman Hero Enterprise, with Mr. Vivek Wadhwa, Professor Carnegie Mellon School of Engineering, on imagining India at 2047. Will technology truly help India leap forward? The session partner, AZB and partners. Can we have a round of applause for the two gentlemen, please?
Good afternoon, and welcome to what I hope will be another interesting session at the Mindmine Summit. Vivek, thank you very much for making the trip to India and making yourself available to be here today. Vivek's introduction has already been made, but the one reason I was keen to have Vivek with us today is he's an individual who is a genuine original thinker. He has no fear in being open, frank, and also critical. And he has been himself criticized many times for some of the predictions he's made, especially by those who get impacted by those predictions, more specifically companies with commercial interests. And I think that fearlessness makes him even bolder. He has had some off-the-wall ideas. He's had some conventional ideas. He's had some bold ideas. So Vivek, I want you to tell us a little bit. You were brought up in the conventional sense. How have you become an unconventional lateral thinker?
Sunil, I actually started my career in computer programming. And I was going the same way IT workers in India do. You know, programming, moving up the hierarchy and so on. And I just had a chance I built some technology which was pretty radical. And I had a chance to become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship really threw me into so many different things. So that was fun. And since then, it's been like transformation after transformation after transformation. Academics, I just retired from Carnegie Mellon and Harvard. But I would never imagine when I was young that I would be an academic. I'd never imagined I'd be doing any of the things I'm doing right now. You know, like we were just talking briefly that now I'm talking about curing cancer, launching the next green revolution. I'm talking about reviving the oil industry. And then I want to clean up the Ganges while I'm at it. This is when I'm 65 years of age. And, you know, I should be retiring.
Well, as they say, age is only a number.
Right.
And I want to go to some of the predictions that you made. One was that electric cars will be dirt cheap in India in the very near future. Right. Incidentally, we had Mr. Nitin Gadkari, the Minister for Highways, here yesterday. He would be very happy with this because he's constantly pushing to improve the entire transportation and logistics system. He did give some of the explanation of the areas he's working on, including waterways, etc. Just for your information, and you may already know this, some of the bigger companies in India like Maruti and Honda had said for them, the way to go is hybrids first. Do you believe with that path that they are taking that we will get to full electric vehicles being dirt cheap quickly?
So India doesn't need the hybrids. This is for the Western markets where people have a fear of distances. Here, you know, most people only go 10, 15 kilometers, which is nothing. You know, where I live in Silicon Valley, I drive 30, 40, 50 miles one way to some of the things I have to go to. Because, you know, you drive at 70 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour, it takes no time whatsoever. So distance is not a problem here. Therefore, the, you know, cars that can go 100 kilometers, that's more than enough for mostly daily use. The batteries for those cars are dirt cheap. I mean, they're dropping, they're going to be cheaper and cheaper. So the answer is no, hybrids do not make sense because you're increasing the cost and you're still relying upon fossil fuels. India doesn't need that.
In 2016, you made 6 predictions specifically around technology.
Right.
The first one was anything that can be digitized will get digitized. So we are
Done.
now in 2022.
Right.
How far down the road do you think we've come?
everything is digitized. The fact that currency in India has become digitized is the best. The discussion we had yesterday, no one would have expected that you would have beggars now having QR codes, okay? So that prediction is 100%.
You also said many of these jobs which are around will just go.
Yeah.
So that causes both apprehension, nervousness, and fear amongst people, because this is currently one of the biggest challenges, especially in countries like ours. The ability to generate sustainable economic opportunities, to my mind, is the single biggest challenge that we face as a nation. A lot of the development that has taken place so far over the last 10 or 20 years has created wonderful economic growth, has lifted many people out of poverty, but still, there is a very large number of people who do not have sustainable opportunities today. So what do you think is going to happen in countries like India?
Yeah. What I've said was that by 2030, America is going to face a jobless future because the robots will take over. Already now you're beginning to see it. You're beginning to see.
Yeah, but technology is a wave which is sweeping the entire world.
Right.
India is not immune
I know,
to it,
but,
as you
but
know.
here's the advantage India has, that it's broken. The cities need to be rebuilt. They're polluted. I mean, India will be generating employment for another 30 years to come, because once the cost of everything drops, then you can start rebuilding it. I mean, Delhi is crumbling. Every city you go to is crumbling. But there's still lots of land. So the good news is that we can now take the people and put them to work in rebuilding infrastructure and building the safety, security, clean environment that this country needs. So India doesn't have to worry about a jobless future for the next 30, 40 years. America does.
So that takes me to your third prediction. You had said everything will become so affordable that true prosperity will not even matter.
Right. Move forward 5 years or so. We're going to be 3D printing meat. Okay, right now, if you go to Singapore, you can buy synthetic chicken, which didn't take any animals. It's commonly available. In America, all across the country now, Burger King, you can buy Impossible burgers, right? So the cost is dropping exponentially. Move forward 5 years, we'll be having debates about whether Indians eat 3D printed beef or not. Why? Because there was no cow slaughter to do it. All you did was took the genome of a cow and replicated its protein structure, and it'll be affordable. So move forward another 5 years, and the cost becomes much cheaper than anything, and food becomes cheap. We'll have vertical farms all over India competing with the farmers, and we're going to be generating more and more food from that. The cost of food drops. We'll be 3D printing buildings. The cost of buildings drops. So over the next 5, 10, 15 years, you're going to find that things become affordable. And this is going to benefit India in a big way.
Yeah, so there's a commercial company in China already providing 3D printed buildings now. So they come and you place an order, they'll come and custom build your home for you.
Right.
And it's up in days. Actually, I saw a hospital that put up I forget now, 2 weeks or 12 days or something, complete hospital with 9 floors and fully equipped. So you're right, some of that which looked like science fiction only till recently is becoming our reality. It truly is the world. We are living the future in some sense, or at least the future that 20 or 30 years ago was only seen in science fiction films. You also said your fate and destiny will be in your hands like never before. I do agree, but I'd like you to expand a little bit for the benefit of the audience.
When I was young, my parents, they were, I never lived in India, but they were, from Delhi and from Pakistan and so on. They used to tell me that, look, you need to be a doctor or an engineer. If everything else fails, you become a businessman. Those are the 3 choices I have. Look at today's generation. I've met a bunch of children. I asked them what they want to do. They're talking about everything under the sun. And no one wants to be an engineer or a doctor. They're talking about doing everything they want to do. So the next generation has opportunities that we couldn't have imagined. That our generation could not have imagined that you could do anything but work for the government or work for big companies. That is happening more and more and more. And all the work you're doing in entrepreneurship, it's to enable these people to think big and to solve grand problems.
You've been writing about women in technology for about 10 or 12 years now. What is your change you see from when you started writing and now?
Sadly, Silicon Valley has regressed. It's a boys' club. The boys are keeping the women out, and it's pathetic. Now, from an Indian perspective, there are more women in tech here than there are in the United States. Women are still left out. For example, this conference, I hate to be critical, but there should have been more women. There should have been at least one woman on every panel. We should have had this rule.
Yep.
Next year.
So we actually do, I should tell you. I just got in a day before this from overseas, and looking at this, I was a little bit upset myself, because as almost as a rule, the way these are run is it's a very diverse group on every subject. This time, for some reason, it's even the audience, I hardly see any women in the audience, which for me is not a good sign.
So these are the things we need to fix.
Yep.
Because women are as competent as men are, more so in some fields. And they can really, double the innovation.
I
and
mentioned this yesterday, that I think they're the much smarter half, by the way. Not in some areas. They're smarter in most areas. We see this in schools and colleges and in roles that they play. The toppers in India every year of all of the pass-out exams are girls. I was at the convocation of our medical college a while ago, and when you gave away the prizes, and the top prizes, 80% are women.
Yeah.
And I sit on the board of SRCC, which is India's leading commerce college. When my daughter went there, they had then said, we want to make a small hostel for women, because girls are studying commerce and economics. Now, last year or the year before last, the principal says, I have a problem. I have a small girls' hostel, but the bulk of the numbers getting in are females. So I said, why don't you just switch? Give the girls' hostel to boys and give the boys' hostel to girls, because that's the way the ratio has changed.
Good.
And continues to, by the way. And this is true in many professional fields as well.
India is way ahead of the United States. United States, I'm depressed at. Silicon Valley, it's depressing how bad the situation is for women.
At one time, we had the largest number of female CEOs of commercial banks in the world.
Yes.
In India. And that's not too far back, as you know. Some of them have retired or left and changed now. There's another interesting prediction you made, that abundance will be a bigger problem than poverty. Please expand.
Well, look at the way we're eating. India, 20, 30 years ago, you couldn't get many types of Western foods. Now people are pigging out like never before, right? So for the middle class and upper class, there's an abundance of food. And look at the negative effects of it. Indians are getting bigger, they're getting fatter, they're getting sick. There's more cancer, it's increasing. These are the side effects that happen. So as we have too much, we're going to be wasting more, we're going to be destroying the environment more. That's something I worry about.
So we have sadly become the capital in the world for diabetes, cardiac disease, and also cancer. And within the country, we have a few pockets which are particularly bad. One of them is in Rajasthan, one is in Punjab. So there are 2 or 3 pockets. One is in Bihar, which have a concentration. As you know, there is a linkage between these as well. And I know you've been thinking a lot about cancer since, especially since you lost your wife lately. And tell us a little bit about your views on how this can actually be addressed, because this is partially a lifestyle, but it's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah. Well, first of all, how do you prevent cancer and live a healthy lifestyle? Go back to basics, eat natural foods and so on and so on. What I'm working on right now is curing cancer. When I was trying to save my wife was everything to me. I mean, losing her for months on end, I locked myself in the house. I didn't step out of the house. My daughter-in-laws used to have to bring me food, and they used to force me to eat. That's how depressed I was. What kept me going was what Devinder said. She said, because I asked her if I can share her genetic data. She said, Vivek, if my suffering helps other people, it was worthwhile. And she basically said, after I'm gone, help others. So that's what motivated me now to figure out how to cure cancer. Because the things I teach, everything from AI to quantum computing, is all about exponential technologies. And I teach students, I teach business executives that they can change the world. So I said, look, let's now cure cancer. So what's cancer? Every cancer is unique. You know, like when COVID happened, it took 48 hours for both Moderna and BioNTech to develop the vaccine because they knew exactly what to target. For cancer, we don't know the targets. We need data. So I put together a grand plan with the help of people who tried to save my wife, a who's who of American medicine to cure cancer. And then the dilemma was, what do I do with this? America is a corrupt country. I mean, you know, India is known for its corruption. America, it's just called different things. It's called lobbying. It's monopolies in healthcare. The healthcare system of America, they spend more than any other country, and it's broken. It's sick. This is why I couldn't save my wife, because everything about it is corrupt. So I had to leave America. So I decided to come to India. So I asked for Modi with the Prime Minister, because in India, to do anything grand, you do have to go to the top. So I spent time with Modi, and I thought he wouldn't get it. He's a son of a tea seller. I mean, I was blown away with his intellect, and he was talking to me one-on-one. He was very excited about it, and he pledged to support me on it. So, and then, you know, Karkinos, which you've been involved with, which you've been helping, is now implementing that grand plan. And what I've told the Biden administration is that they're launching a cancer moonshot. I've gone on the record with the head of the cancer moonshot to tell her that your cancer moonshot is a joke compared to what India is going to be doing. That within 3 to 5 years, they're going to leapfrog you and make America's efforts look like they're stuck in the past. This is what India can achieve, not only in cancer, but in every other field. India has the ability to leapfrog the world.
Yeah,
and I'm putting my money where my mouth. This is why I've been here 4 times over the last 2 years, because I'm helping the Karkinos team now leap ahead of the world in curing cancer.
So let's talk a little bit about India for a few minutes. It's well known that if you go back a few millennia, India did have leadership in scientific knowledge, in discovery, in things like navigation and things like surgery. There are many, many things in India was a leader. Clearly, over the last 300 odd years, we've slipped badly. Even if you look at recorded history, at the end of the Mughal period, we were 26% of the world economy, a single country. And by the time the British left in 1947, we had dropped to 1% or marginally below 1%. So clearly it was an economic subjugation, but it's now 75 years. So what do you think needs to happen for India to tap into its full potential? Because the potential truly is there. We know that. Our numbers are a challenge, but our numbers are also an asset. Indians have done exceedingly well world over. You look at any field, science, technology, accounting, medicine, across the board, CEOs of great, fantastic companies. So we are now keen to stand up and be counted. So what do you think are the 2 or 3 or 4 key things that need to happen here to get the right mix and turn that switch for India's growth to become almost self-perpetuated? Because that's the mode we need to go into.
Yeah. You know, what the British did was to destroy India. They destroyed the fabric of its culture, its values. What they did was they divided and conquered. So they got caste to fight caste, religion to fight religion, and regionalism. So you have Gujaratis and Punjabis and everyone hates each other, right? So first of all, India has to get over this divisiveness. And it has to get over this inferiority complex. I mean, the good thing, you know, I met Vajpayee when he was Prime Minister. He came to New York, came to Washington, D.C. in 2000. I had a private meeting with him. He says, Vadwaji, my Hindi is pretty poor. He said, "Bahut shukriya ke aap aur," let me translate it. You and all of these other CEOs have achieved so much success here because you're showing our people back home that they can succeed. And he said that so far we've had this inferiority complex. This was a private meeting. We've had this inferiority complex. By having the people in India see what Indians abroad are doing, it's causing them to think bigger. So that was his private message to me, you know, thanking me. That's what's happening right now, that Indians now dominate Silicon Valley. Look at all the top, every major company either has an Indian CEO, or if you look one level below, the person who's really running the company is an Indian. I mean, the latest Starbucks, who would have thought that Starbucks would have had an Indian CEO? All across the board, they're succeeding here. The good news is that you now have the next generation of Indians who are thinking bigger, who don't have that inferiority complex that their parents had. The generation that's been born in the last 20 or 30 years doesn't know what the divide and conquer British did to this country. So they're now rising. And this is why the efforts that you're doing to boost entrepreneurship, to teach them, to teach mentorship are so critical. That you're not, I mean, the vast majority of people I meet here, I call them babus, British babus, because they're still thinking like the British are. You're an exception. There are few people like you who are exceptions here, who can think beyond that, and who can think about India taking its rightful role in the world. India needs to solve the grand challenges of humanity. Because I've written a lot about this, I've spoken a lot about it. If I can cure cancer, this is a 65-year-old tech guy talking about curing cancer. And you know the respect I'm getting from the cancer community, a who's who is working with me. When I put this grand plan together, I had a who's who of America. I put together a paper on which I was the lead author. That never happens. You have Harvard, Stanford, Mayo, Columbia, all second authors to me. This doesn't happen in academia. So I'm an outsider. If I can think so big, what about all the people here who have the future ahead of them?
You also wrote in the MIT Tech Review that a Silicon Valley type cannot be replicated anywhere in the world.
Right.
Why would you think that? Do you think the intellectual capability does not exist in places like India?
No, because the secret of Silicon Valley is its culture of information sharing, mentorship. I was very interested in the two things we talked about. One is that your university is focusing on applied technology, basically experiential learning. Okay, number one. Number two, that you're teaching people how to be mentors, right? These are the secrets of Silicon Valley. First of all, my friend Binay Panda over there from JNU, he goes around saying we need more basic research, more basic research. I say bullshit. I mean, we don't need more basic research. We need translational research. The $2-3 trillion worth of ideas already done, research which is already done, let's commercialize it. That's translational research. So, I've actually written articles saying we need to copy and steal. I also wrote a piece for India saying stop trying to do basic research, just copy and steal everything you can. Take the ideas and do them better. So what we need to do now is...
Which has been done before, as you know, by Japan and Taiwan and Korea.
Exactly.
Series of
India
examples.
needs to do the same. Don't, be proud of the fact that you're doing things others have done and doing it better. Don't try to invent something new. Copy it and then better it. That should be the philosophy here for the next 10 years.
So if you look at things like artificial intelligence, which are becoming increasingly more and more prevalent right now, since you talk digitization, obviously you're going to use that data. So that's the natural next step, is machine learning, artificial intelligence. There is also a concomitant risk attached to these, as you know. The more the spread of technology, which is supremely beneficial, so is the risk. As you create more connectivity, it is seen as one of the biggest global risks today. And they're saying the potential for the next black swan event will come from technology. Yeah. Probably you will see more connected to health, but technology is a very high possibility of creating a massive disaster across the planet and the globe. So how much should we be afraid of this? And what are the possible safety nets? I'm not saying we shouldn't go down that road, because that's not even a choice any longer. What kind of a safety net do you think needs to be developed?
Yeah, people call me Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, because if you follow my Twitter stream, one day I'm talking about saving the world, and next day I'm talking about the evils of Facebook and all of these, Amazon and all of these companies, because I'm terrified about technology. The same technology that can be used for good can be used for evil. I wrote a book called Driving the Driverless Car, which is, the Indian version of that is available. You folks should read it, because I tried to talk about every technology, about what makes possible, and the dark side of those technologies. And the reason why I'm spending so much time in India, I mentor so many Indian entrepreneurs, is because I believe that we have the cultural values to be able to use technology for good. In Silicon Valley, I knew Zuckerberg when he was starting up. Elon Musk and I went out, had drinks together. Now, my last 2 or 3 articles, I've been ripping into Elon. I wrote a piece for Hindustan Times saying why India doesn't need Elon Musk. We should kick him out. We should kick Amazon out. Because these people are doing evil. They don't have the ability to be modest and worry about humanity anymore. So technology is being used for evil by a lot of these companies. So this is why we need people who have the basic core values to use technology in a good way. So can India stop the use of technology for evil? No, it can't. But it can, on the other hand, use technology to uplift humanity and solve big problems.
Let me bring the audience into the conversation as well. If anybody has a question, I'll try and get them. I'll get some others. You had many questions in many sessions. Let me try and get some of the others in as well. Yes, please. Can we get a mic here? Is there a roaming mic around somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sunilji. Lovely session. I wanted to ask Professor Wadhwa. My name is Deepak Vadhavan. I'm a CA. That September 24th is coming nearby. September 24th, 1924 was when penicillin was developed. It's going to be 100 years now. And of course, you're doing great work around NCD. But there is one disease, a type of disease which is prevalent around all societies, including healthy people, and that is autoimmune diseases. Do you think we can ever develop something for autoimmune diseases?
Yes, because you have to get to the root cause of these diseases. All right. I mean, it's to do with lifestyle and habits, first of all. You can fix those. You can fix the microbiome. I mean, I've written a lot about the microbiome. That's basically Ayurveda is all about fixing the gut, okay? So first of all, you prevent. The second thing is understanding disease itself. A lot of it comes down to genetics, to your DNA level. It's a data problem. You use machine learning and data, and you start understanding patterns, and we'll start finding solutions for those diseases. Right now, we're focused on the low-hanging fruit, such as cancer, which is a relatively straightforward target. And then we'll start addressing many of the other diseases. Autoimmune is the hardest category, but we'll figure those out as well. In the next 10 to 15 years, we will now be able to solve the problems of most diseases because of the data we have and because of the technologies necessary to be able to understand the patterns that are causing all this.
So let me take you back a little bit to India. So India, over the last couple of decades, has done something pretty dramatic, putting out the largest digital identity system in the world, creating a no-cost. It's not really no cost, but it doesn't cost the consumer anything to transfer money, free of cost transfer of money. We've now developed something called an ONDC. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I wrote an article about it.
Okay, good.
For Fortune.
Good. So this is an open network which will allow small traders.
It will allow India to eat Amazon's lunch.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting their legs off right from the start.
So they can do the same thing on their own. Right. So with these and the India stack and the health stack and the education stack and in all of these being in place, do you think this is enough to catapult India to the next level now to aggressively pursue the next horizon of growth? Or do you think there's more to be done?
No, I think in financial services, that's a platform for a lot more to come. You're going to have innovation like never before built on these platforms because these platforms are world leading. I mean, Indians don't seem to realize what they have over here. This is why I wrote 4 articles in a row about India, which I've never done before, talking about how India is about to leapfrog the world in these platforms. So Aadhaar laid the foundation for all of this, and then the banking system, and then the digital currencies, UPI, and now on top of that you've got ONDC. You'll have other layers on top of that. They're also doing the same thing with health. So with Karkinos, they basically are implementing a digital platform also built on top of the health stacks that the Indian government has. So there'll be many more, and these platforms are what you end up building new technologies on. So they're basically giving India the ability to leap forward. Another 5 or 10 years before you see another round of 100 or 200 billion-dollar companies built on top of this, but it'll come.
So would you take a guess at which are the areas in which India would, not could, India will take leadership positions?
In every field of technology where you can do applied research, okay? Not in basic research. It's pathetic. The universities are broken, and there's no hope in trying to fix that, but applied research, this is why I'm saying the focus should all be on copying and stealing and using existing ideas to better things. Just like with the India stack, and India didn't invent anything over here. All it did was to take the technologies that have been proven elsewhere and put them in a very sensible platform and open it up to people. This is what India can excel at. Jugaad, that's what it's called over here.
There's a question back there. Yeah.
No, not that guy with the white hair. We don't want him. No.
Thank you. So, Vivek, now that you trashed my idea, let me put you on the spot. I think 50 years from now, I will be proven prophetic and you will be proven wrong. And here is why. It's not a question of putting applied research over basic research. It is not a question of one versus other. It's a question of having both. We can debate how much of applied and how much of basic now versus when the per capita income goes to $20,000, $30,000, how much you put the basic research and the applied research. But a country of 1.3 billion people, fifth largest economy, just cannot afford, my friend, not to do basic research. And the reason is, I'll tell you an example which this audience will relate to.
I'm going to request you to stick to only questions,
okay,
please.
Just question.
Yeah.
So look at what happened in the services industry and where we are losing in the
What's
services
your question,
industry.
Binay?
The question is,
please.
you cannot lose not putting efforts in basic research.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
we
so-
disagree. I don't think that India can afford to do basic research right now. Right now it has to be transitional research, build a much stronger base technology, rebuild the universities, and then you do some basic research.
So
That's my view.
incidentally, the interesting thing that is happening, and I'm sure you've looked at what the new education policy says, it's a very interesting document. For the first time, it recognizes education being beyond academics. Adventure, sports, debating, culture being parts of education. And I think the transition in India's education system has already begun, by the way. So I wouldn't trash it so quickly. I was not happy with the earlier system, which all of us had a beef with, where every kid is trying to get 99% to get into a university, which frankly didn't make sense. And too much learning by rote was not stretching anybody's mind or brain. But I think we are at a cusp of a big change right now, because at this moment it was left open to implement. I believe sooner rather than later, this will become a compulsion. The admission test to universities has already been standardized across the country. It's only step one. The next one will be where each one of the institutions, including high schools, switch to the new methods of accepting flexi credits, flexi time, vocational skills as being part of education. I'm actually very hopeful with the shift that has begun. I just hope we can do it quickly.
You know, I was very surprised when you told me that you could have a university like what you've launched here and have it accredited. Because what I would have thought was that the old British establishment would squash you and not let you do it. But the fact that you can do something innovative like that is a good sign. You need 1,000 more of those. You need to start replacing all of these colleges and universities all over the place and replicate that model where it's experiential and where you're not admitting people based on their test scores, but you're interviewing them. You're looking for true capability. So all the things you're doing, the problem here is that you're too modest. I mean, in America, these billionaires take credit for philanthropy. It's not philanthropy. They make big announcements and the money never gets anywhere. You're doing 10 times more than almost any other billionaire I've read about in America, and you don't even talk about it. All the investments you don't talk about. The mentorship programs, you don't talk about them. Your university, you don't talk about them. And I think that's a fault, Sunil. You need to now be hyping the heck out of your university. I mean, the fact that MIT is so impressed with what you're doing, why isn't this being written about? Why aren't all the other universities copying your model? So we can disagree about this, but I think you have to promote this a lot more aggressively and be a model for philanthropists and for educators.
So, yes, Nikhil. Can we get a mic here?
Thank you. For starters, Vivek, I think you could write about it. I think that'll be doing a good job. My question is, you've been trashing the university education system since yesterday, and
I've been doing it for 15 years.
And it has a lot of, no, I've heard you since yesterday, and it has a lot of depth to it. I'm sure a lot of reasoning also. So what do you think would be the top 2 or 3 things where the education system needs to change in addition to experiential learning, both at the school and the university level, because that's where the change is really required. We have the mind, we have the genetics, but your suggestions would certainly help us imbibe.
The entire system is based on rote and memorization. It's studying for exams. Okay, it's all so much pressure to get into a university and then to achieve this level of marks, so on and so on, because the admission, the criteria for getting a job. This is why I was challenging the CEO of IBM to state publicly that they don't require degrees. It's not that I don't believe in degrees. I'm a strong proponent of bachelor's degrees at the least. But the fact that if you have companies like IBM saying that we don't even require degrees, that will change the mindset. So, and again, the stuff Sunil is doing, I've been blown away with what I've learned, but I never read about it anyway. He never talks about it. This needs to be a model of having flexible choices, of allowing students to pick and choose what they want to study, how they study it, and then getting involved in building things rather than just memorizing things, not being dependent on exams and grades and so on. This is the flaw with the system here.
Good afternoon, respected sir, if I could ask a question. My question is directed to Professor Vadva, but sir, I would love your opinion as well, Munjal sir. So I'm a bachelor student at Sri Ram College of Commerce, and even yesterday I was inspired by your talk about the education system, and as a student, I totally agree with it. But I aspire to be a researcher one day, I aspire to be an academician. How can I change this broken system, and what advice would you have for me?
Oh boy, I have no idea.
Can we take 2 or 3 together and see if we can club them? Yes, the young lady there.
Sunil has to answer that question because I don't know how to fix India. He's doing more of it than anyone else can do.
So, hi, my name is Nicole. So, I am attempting to build a super app for women. And the question the doubts I get the most is, it's impossible to do it. Like, you're just a kid on the block. So, what are your, is it because I'm young or is it because I'm a girl that I get these views a lot? So
it's because the people you're speaking to are a bunch of idiots, okay? What you need to do is to get together with some women and test it and trial it. You keep iterating until you have something that people really, really like. And then find ways of reaching larger audiences. By the time you're done, if you're successful, the VCs are going to be coming to you and they're going to be begging you to take their money. No one's going to fund you right now because you're a woman and because you're young and because they don't believe that doing anything for women. Lots of problems there. Just succeed. Bootstrap it. Sunil has a mentorship program. Ask him to include you in the mentorship program. He cares about the cause of women as much as I do. And the fact that you're women will be a big plus with someone like him. Whereas if you go to the venture capitalists, they'll write you off immediately because you're a woman. That's just the way it goes.
I do get that a lot.
Yeah.
So in a session a little bit earlier, there was a gentleman, I don't know if you were there in that session, called Ritesh Agarwal of Oyo. He started when he was 19. Most people just kind of laughed him off. He's become the 2nd or 3rd largest hotel operator in the world without owning a single room now.
Yeah.
And he's not yet 30.
Ritesh came to me when he was 19 in Silicon Valley, and I spent some time with him. It was the same sort of problem you had. There you have an Indian young kid, and he doesn't, look like the stereotype of Indians who've succeeded over there, and they wouldn't take him seriously. He was talking about building something completely different, but he just kept persevering. I told him, just do it. Fail, just do it. He kept iterating until he got it right. That's what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Let people, the more people say, it won't work, the better off, the more motivation it should provide you. But what you have to do is you have to work with other people, keep building, keep testing, and build something that other women really, really want. Super app for women, get 100 women to try it for you. And if they'll tell you what's right, what's wrong with it. And if there's something they say, oh, we love this, now you're onto something.
So we have a minute to go. Would you like to take a shot at making some new predictions today, like you did in 2016?
My predictions are that India will build $100 billion medical industry because of what Karkinos is doing. That we will have other entrepreneurs building world-changing technologies, which are going to be a model for the rest of the world. A lot of the technologies that, such as what we've talked about, ONDC and UPI, are going to start spreading all over the world. India's electric vehicles, will become dominant in the developing world, not necessarily in America, which wants higher, ranges and so on, but the rest of the world is a much bigger place. So there's a lot of innovation going to come from India. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of startups every year, and you're going to see an innovation boom happening here like nowhere else in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vivek Wadhwa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have an audience question, and it will go to polling. Once again, can we please have the question? Okay, as you see, these are the instructions to use the voting pad. I think so. Everybody's pretty much a professional at this, so we can move on with the question. India can become a developed nation well before 2047 if the full potential of technology is unleashed. So A for agree, B for disagree, and C for can't say. Okay, it's unanimous. We've got 100%. This is the first ever. So can we have a bigger round of applause for this? Now I request Sunil sir to kindly present a memento to sir. And of course, we have another special gift from Mr. Wadhwa to you, sir. So even I would request that.
Flip the script a little bit by giving Sunil some gifts from Vivek Wadhwa. This is Driving the Driverless Car, which all of you should read about the basics of technologies. And this is how to build billion-dollar companies and trillion-dollar industries, the secrets of Silicon Valley.
Thank you.
All right.
A big thank you to both the gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Once again, a huge round. Children and moderator, Mr. Amit Kapoor, Chair, Institute for Competitiveness and Faculty, Stanford University. Ek bari zordar taaliyan, let's have it for all our panelists. Over to you, sir.
So, good afternoon, all of you. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here to moderate this very important discussion on future-proofing India. So we have three esteemed panelists. They need no introduction, but I just wanted to give some initial ideas as to how I really see education. So we did a study wherein we tried to find out as the impact of education on people. What we find is for every additional year of education that a person does after class 8, he earns an income or an additional income of close to 9,000 rupees per year. So that means there is a huge multiplier that we can actually find or have because of education. But now the question is, from a larger viewpoint of India, when you talk about India's competitiveness and making India a developed economy by 2047, what is the driver that is going to be required? The driver is going to be improving the competitiveness or improving the productivity of its people. So if we have to improve the productivity of our people, that means education is going to be the pillar for doing it. And then, because if education is not right, if the outcomes are not right, we would actually struggle. In fact, there are many studies which actually do tell that the learning outcomes are actually abysmal at a certain point in time, but we need to get those things right and steady. But for the future, what is required? What more needs to be done? And this is where we are going to have this important interaction. So Pramath, if I might, I would like to go with you first. You have been somebody who's really worked across the spectrum, from online education to creating one of the finest business schools in the country. And if I might hazard saying, creating one of the finest universities as well within the country. So you have seen education in terms of like delivering the best value proposition. But where do you think we are struggling today? Or where do you think the challenge is for India? And where do you think are the opportunities for the future?
I would say that, thank you firstly, but for having me here, and you're very kind to say all of these things about what I've done. But I think the two people sitting to my left and right are really the answer to our problems. I actually catch people very late in life. And if I may say so here, there are some ISB graduates here also, so I should be careful. But essentially what we are doing is remedial stuff at the higher ed level. There are two major problems which are at the school level, at the primary level. And you already mentioned learning outcomes, and I'm sure Shaheen and Sudarshan can talk a lot about that. But while the quality is a problem, I think access is a big problem. And while we may create institutions like ISB and Ashoka, but honestly, they are not solving the larger problem for the country at all. It's a spray, a drop in the ocean. And I'm not saying this out of any humility about what I've done and all that, but it's really the scale of the challenge we have in the country. Forget even from a point of view of productivity and growth and so on. I mean, every child deserves a good education. And I don't think we have solved that fundamental problem. And I think that that's the problem we have to solve. You can keep creating higher education institutions which catch these folks who can at least go through the school system. They are very lucky. And it's a lottery that they've been able to get to that point where they can actually get to a college. And of course, there's problems at the college level also, because most colleges and most universities also don't provide quality. There's problems of access at that level also. But I think the deep-rooted problem that we have to solve for is at the foundational level, at the early years. Because what the research has also shown is that if you don't intervene then you are actually really not just depriving but damaging our young people. And that's something that really needs to sit on all our consciences, if I can use that word, consciences, because it's really, when I look at that, and every day I feel that we are just failing generation and generations of young people in this country. So I'm sorry to start on a bit of a sober note, but I do think that we need to accept head on that we don't have to do fancy stuff. We have to do simple, basic, foundational stuff at a consistent level for every child in this country. And the one last thing I will say is that it's a difficult problem because in the history of the human race, I don't think we've had to educate so many people so quickly. So we've created models for education, which is about building a school, a classroom, a teacher. But with 25 million kids roughly being born and coming into the education system every year, I don't think we as a species know how to educate so many people every year. So that model actually is failing us. That model is a misfit for this scale, especially given that the mismatch between the model and the scale is so high. So we have to find some solution. With all the biases for and against technology, I think technology will have to play a role because without that, I don't see how we'll do it. And I'm not saying that technology should replace in-person teachers, but I think we need many more teachers, and I know that Shaheen is trying to fix that problem in her own way. But I think we need to supplement that with technology if we are going to solve this problem at the scale that we have. I'll hand that back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pramod. Those are very important points that he's making. Shaheen, I would like to come to you here. As he suggests, the most important aspect for education is going to be foundational learning. So what I would call as a foundational learning and numeracy and so on and so forth. And we see that the NAS scores or what we are seeing through USR, there seems to be a severe lacuna that we actually face. Because if we don't get the foundational learning right, I don't think we will actually get ourselves ready or for future proofing as well. So the first basic point is going to be foundational learning. How would you really react to this?
Thank you. So lovely to be here. You know, I'm sitting next to Pramath, and I was just sharing earlier that yesterday morning I landed in Delhi, and on the way from the airport, I was on a call where our team was discussing cities where we're finding almost 50% of children more than 3 grade levels behind where they need to be, severely at risk. And then 2 hours later, I was at Ashoka, and I met 6 of our Teach for India students who are now studying as students at Ashoka. And both of those realities exist. And so, you know, I'm a little bit of a dreamer, and I really believe that while foundational literacy, numeracy, of course, is so important, unless we think much bigger than that, we don't do justice to fixing education. And so I'll break that down into just 3 things that I think are really important in the struggle. I think the first is just the purpose of education. I find it odd that in India, of all places, we knew what education could be many years ago, and we seem to have lost the plot. The reality is education is not just about competition. It's not just about productivity. It's about potential. It's about our greatest potential. I don't know how many of you went to school thinking, I go to school to be able to develop the skills and mindsets to change the world. That's actually what education can do. So my first submission is we need to elevate collectively our belief on what education can really be and what it can unleash. The second is to be able to achieve foundational literacy or something higher in education, fix the breadth of issues in the country with education, we just need talent looking at that problem. And again, in education, we don't understand what business understands intuitively. All of you know this who are in business, right? Where you put a good person, you get good results. And yet, in education still, we don't have our best and brightest and most committed minds focusing on education and fixing it. So that's my second, people. And my third is really partnership with children. Like for a long time, and I go to so many conferences and panels on education, and every time I go, I'm looking around the room for the children. And I never see them. They're not a part of the conversation. Like we think we know how to fix education, what to do, why to do it, how to teach. And honestly, as adults, we've messed up a lot of things and we don't ask our children. If we thought instead of we need to find the solution for our 320 million children in the country, we have 320 million children who can be our partners in solving this problem. Imagine what we could unleash and what that conversation might look like if half of this panel were students or half of the audience in this room were actually students. So to me, it goes back to like, let's dream bigger on purpose. Let's rethink who needs to come into the sector. And let's really embrace this paradigm shift to say students can be our partners in this work.
So very interesting. Sudarshan, I have to put the most difficult question here in an audience which is absolutely devoid of children. As Shaheen is saying, that means we are ignoring the most important part of the population because they will not have the opportunity to ask us questions. But having said that, if you really look at scaling, as Pramath was also saying, and as she's alluding to, how do we scale to really deliver what we have to deliver, the right education, the right learning, the right outcomes, or enabling the right outcomes? How do we do that? Because if we are not able to treat or train our 320 million people right, we are going to be facing challenges because there is this whole huge debate of demographic dividend or a demographic disaster, as people have actually been talking about. Sudarshan.
Thank you. I'll start by saying, first of all, I think we have become prisoners of our circumstances. We believe we have already found the solutions and now we are trying to fix what kind of problems can come and which children can be, educated through the formulas which we have. School is a formula. Technology is another formula. I'm actually afraid. I'm afraid that technology is going to be the new tyranny or the new inequality to be loaded on top of already existing inequity. And I think you mentioned about scale, and scale gets spoken in the same breath as technology. And I come from a school of thought which looks at small is beautiful, and many small can also get a scale. So when we start with a mapping that there is a big country, it has boundaries, and you've got to solve the problem of education like you solve any factory problem in a cookie cutter model, that everybody gets education in this formula. This is the curriculum, this is the method, these are the subjects. I think if last 2 years haven't woken up, we will never wake up. All our education came to naught when there was a lockdown. The kids were helpless. We don't have an estimate of what kind of mental health setbacks have been there in last 2 years. And I think if all our, and this I'm talking about not just underprivileged or vulnerable kids, I'm talking about all the children. The more privileged the children were, I think the more harder the shock was for them. They could have their iPads or maybe laptops, but I think children were struggling, the ones whom we interacted with. What was the struggle? The struggle is that their reality never counted. I mean, Shaheen mentioned about them being a stakeholder, the primary stakeholder in deciding what education could yield. I think survival skills, coping mechanisms, and finding their own answers, to be encouraged to discover, that is what is expected out of education. Whereas I think we hammer things to make them forget all that originality, curiosity. So if we want to achieve scale, we, the adults, need to be humble, climbing down from our ladder. The second thing is, I think instead of looking at children, we should start looking at those who are going to be anchoring these children. The parents, the teachers, and the community at large, around whom the children are anchoring themselves. If we are not investing in capacity and quality of teachers, and that too early childhood, the primary, the foundational learning you said, if you just look at a simple, the worst paid, the most inadequately equipped are the foundational learning teachers. Look at how their capacities are built, what kind of investments go, what kind of compensations they get, what kind of infrastructure with which they are able to work. So I think we need to look at education as a very wholesome engagement, where a whole community, it's not a row, column and cell of an Excel sheet. It's the whole Excel sheet and much more outside that boundary. So I think we need to take education wholesome, engage with an entire community. It's not about getting a kid admission to a school and making sure they come to school. I think those are myths which it's time to bust them. In what temperament they come to school, what happens after they go back from school, how equitable is an experience while in school, all this matters. Even a simplistic thing, I've been reading reports which say attendance and education has got sustained over last 2 years. All the data says is some people, the kids logged into a classroom and were there. Honestly, in my workplace, and I'm sure most of you will bear with me, that in last 2 years, many of you would have been on many online meetings. And there would have been quite some where you were switched off while you were logged in. You were mentally switched off. The best of professionals being there in meetings and yet not being there, expecting that a child who never had previous familiarity to technology just logged in and got educated. I think where are we leading ourselves? So those are difficult questions. Scale will come when we debunk the big is beautiful theory. We get homogeneous, small is beautiful, equip the front line teaching people and get the community to be knowledge driven, seeking knowledge, basket of choices and making objective decisions. That's education for me.
So Darshan, I would like to have a rebuttal here. When you say we have to debunk the idea of big is beautiful or you need to actually go to smaller locations, and in the same breath you're saying that teachers are the set of people who are not recognized, either through payment, salary or whatever. So how do we create a system wherein we get the best of teachers to the smallest possible denominator, like getting him to a village? Because today what we see is that you have schools which might just be one teacher school as well. So how do you create a solution here? If technology is not the answer, how do we really look at it?
Sure. So I would say it's more an endorsement rather than a rebuttal of what I'm saying. How do we create means we recognize that there is a problem in this. That's when we start seeking a solution. If we have found that technology is already a solution, then we don't recognize that there is this issue. So I would say you're actually more agreeing with me that if there is one teacher in a whole village, or what is teaching, we need to get back to the basics questioning that in the smallest unit, how do we equip somebody with a capacity of teaching, of educating? Does an academic qualification qualify? How do we equip with skills, competencies, and attributes? Those, and then when we discover for ourselves those methods, I think we will be able to, recognize the subtleties of different places and bring the variables there. If we don't recognize, we don't even address it.
Very interesting. Shaheen, over to you here. So, in fact, Sudarshan was saying something very important, that in the last 2 years, we've actually seen a lot of mental health issues within children. there is definitely data which says that there has been a huge learning loss. So how do we surmount that? Because if we are able to surmount it, then we get the generation ready for the future, if we want to get them ready for 2030. Because there are some studies, especially the one that I have in my hand, State of Foundational Literacy and Numeracy, which possibly says that it might take up to 6 years to recover from the learning losses that the world has encountered in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I've read research that says up to 9 years, actually. So it's a much, much larger problem than I think many of us have wrapped our head around. I mean, I think there's an immediate answer, which is how do schools like take remediation more seriously, invest more in things like mental health, counseling, etc. But I keep coming back to people. Like, I don't understand how our people who had the ability to make these decisions didn't plan for when schools were going to reopen. Like, the question you're asking me doesn't seem to have been top of mind for people that are actually impacting kids' lives. And unless we change that and we say, okay, if we look at Delhi, who are the top 200 decision makers and influencers who are taking these decisions for lakhs and lakhs of children, how do we make sure that we have the right people in those positions and they're skilled at the right level to be able to answer these questions? And I think until that happens, we're looking for very short-term solutions. I mean, our schools reopened after 2 years, and in schools where Teach for India works across 8 cities, government schools across these 8 cities, in all 8 cities, schools reopened and exams happened 2-3 weeks after schools reopened. Kids hadn't been in school for 2 years. Some of them had had no access at all to learning, and yet if you were in grade 4 and you'd basically forgotten everything, you came into grade 4 and 2 weeks later you were tested on grade 4 level competencies. Like, who's taking these decisions? And so I think my learning after 30 years in this work, sadly, it's been a sad learning, is that there is no silver bullet. It is just, as Pramat said, small, consistent actions and an investment in the right thing and an investment in what is the most difficult thing to invest in, which is the people within our system. And I think that's what's going to lead to change. I also think a lot, I just want to build a little bit on what Sudarshan said and expand it a little bit. The role of technology as a blended form of learning, I think, if we invest enough in both the hardware and the upskilling of teachers, can actually be a game changer for our most disadvantaged children. During the pandemic, we saw our fellows, the most incredible learning happening, which we'd never seen before. We saw suddenly grandmothers at home being brought into history class. We saw yoga classes happening online. We suddenly saw an expansion of who could teach and where you could teach and when you could teach. And I think that for our most disadvantaged children, if we can get the hardware to them, and if we can train them and do it slowly and thoughtfully, I do think that that form of learning can be very, very big way to close the gap.
So very interesting. So we have found a certain solution, probably a middle ground in terms of a technology blended solution, and really take it up, involve the teachers, involve the students. But Pramat, somebody who's been within the industry, who's been at the helm of driving so many things, what kind of characteristics or skills you think kids will require for tomorrow if they have to be prepared for tomorrow? Because typically one of the challenges that we see is that we train students with the knowledge that we have for today or from yesterday, but not preparing them for the future. So how do we really get it right? Do we move from knowledge intensive things to a skill intensive training, or what is it that we need to look at?
Yeah, I think, Amit, there I feel that I'm very much a traditionalist or a conservative. I think that what we need to educate people on hasn't really changed for centuries. I think people should be taught to learn how to learn. These are all cliched sort of themes that a lot of people talk about. It's not about teaching them how to actually do a particular function or task, which you obviously need to. You do need to train people for jobs that they do or requirements that they have to meet. But then the larger scheme of things, education is really about equipping people to solve any problem, to work any job, and with everything that's happening with change and the problems that confront our world, the theories, the academic disciplines, the knowledge to train people or skill people, and that hasn't even been created. So we are all. So I think the big thing is, of course, to improve the social emotional health of young people, as Sudarshan was talking about, the ability to learn how to learn, to think about learning as a lifelong thing rather than a 12-year thing or a 4-year thing or a 2-year thing, which is what we do. So a lot of these things have all been talked about. We've been struggling to implement them at all levels. And I do think that, you said that we've kind of reached a compromise kind of solution I don't think we have, honestly. I think we are disagreeing on what we are going to do. And I think it's plain to see. And I think this is a big problem and I'm not criticizing us or anybody, but I think the challenge is such that we don't have answers. And I think we have to try everything. Like Shaheen is saying, I don't think there's a silver bullet. But I also don't think we should reject some of the solutions. So I will submit to Sudarshan that I do think that I'm obviously not suggesting that you would substitute a teacher in a good teacher in a classroom with technology only. Right? Why would you do that? Of course you wouldn't. But in 75 years, how many teachers have we brought to the villages? So if I can actually bring technology to the village, I would rather try that also, because we failed to bring. And the community model that you're talking about, we failed to implement. Right? So of course we should continue to do the community model, we should do the 1,000 flowers bloom model, but we do have to solve this at scale. I really believe that. I think what you are saying, Sudarshan, is also trying to solve it at a scale in a different model. Now, I agree we should not fit models onto things, but I think there are certain things that we haven't even tried properly, and I think we as a country have the opportunity to lead the way in innovating in education. Only when you have a massive challenge that you can really innovate, I believe. I'll give you a simple example of how I think about technology, and others might disagree with me. When the printing press first came, books used to exist, but they were all actually handwritten. They were documents that people would create to preserve knowledge and history. And there were a few copies, only the elite and the privileged would actually have books, and people would have books on, written in gold leaf and so on in their libraries. It was a very prestigious thing. So the printing press came, and this is just 500 years ago, and all it was being used was to print Bibles. People thought this was a good way to spread Christianity around the world, so they printed lots of Bibles on the press. Till somebody came up with this idea that you could actually print a textbook. Right? Now, people said, really, how would somebody learn from reading a textbook? Why would they even read? They may just buy it and keep it on their shelf and show off that they know philosophy. Maybe they read the front and the back and say that they've read the book. And even if they read the book, what's the likelihood that they learned anything? Now, relative to what, though? So I was growing up in Patna. I went to a good school. I was good in science, but I had a terrible physics teacher. Now, I couldn't for the life of me understand physics. I didn't know what to do. I was really struggling. So somebody told me there's a book, 2 volumes with Resnick and Halliday, professors from Purdue University. Many people here are nodding their heads. People will probably still read Resnick and Halliday. Now, who knew Resnick, who knew Halliday, who knew Purdue? But this was a book And they said if you study the first half of the first volume, you'll know all the physics. So at least the people who were motivated had something to turn to, relative to nothing, right? So I'm advocating technology only to say relative to what? You're giving nothing today. Kuch to de do yaar, of quality.
Beautifully said, like in terms of printing press was the first technological innovation, Sudarshan, and I think you need to have a rebuttal here, right? You might want to agree or disagree. But I must also say that and confess, as a university faculty, I found technology to be a great enabler, wherein I'm able to go to larger sets of people. It's the arc of influence thing. I'm able to talk to a larger sets of people. It's not about 20, 30 people in the room. So exactly to what Pramath is alluding to, that we should be able to take it to larger sets of people. So people started reading the books and look what it has done to the living lives of people and the kind of learning they've had. So Darshan.
I'll take that invitation. So I think, first of all, the largest kind of objective, I would say, 2, 3. One is the ability to survive and grow or meet one's own aspiration, education. Second is, I think, when we are talking about specifically technology, we are talking about entry point equity. So, what kind of equity with which different people get their first access to technology makes a huge difference. And I'm just saying that if our collective idea is about, in a very broad sense, deepening democracy, the participation, the ability to participate, I think we've got to recognize that there are many factors which condition the participation of the underprivileged or those in the margins. And if we first set the rules of the game, the framework, and then, leave the participation to be something token or on autopilot, I think we would again miss the bus. I don't think we failed in terms of, as Pramath says, about the teachers or number of teachers, or we tried and we failed. No, I think what we failed is in the right way of doing it. And I think what we failed, I would borrow from Shaheen, is always, mostly failing in including the stakeholders, their participation in designing things. So this, I would say top-handed, high-handed, or a top-down approach in everything, every time, where when one solution doesn't work, the next solution also we find that, okay, we will figure how to fix it. This we and them is a great divider and a disabler. Whose reality counts is what we need to figure out, and how does their reality get into the kind of solutions we find. So I'm not anti-technology, and I'm saying everything, not just technology, every solution, plurality of things count. How they are grounded with those who are living the problem is what makes all the difference. If somebody wants employability soon to survive, what kind of skills or what kind of knowledge we start providing access to from what age makes all the difference. And I would agree with him, among other things, like I graduated in philosophy, which meant that 3 hours of exam on certain days you answered certain parts of question. So there is that system, but it didn't equip me with what it will take in future to survive, to earn my living, and how do I do. And there is a huge number of children whose primary objective is, can they see a safe tomorrow? And which education will equip them and to cope up with that? So what is it that's education? What kind of thing will cope, and in which way will it ground for them? That's what matters, employability.
Sure. Shaheen, you made a very important point in your initial comments, and that was the joy of learning. That is what needs to be focused on. And so we have Sudarshan here who's saying that it is about employability. Is there a dissonance in these two things? Because if it's the joy of learning, maybe you're not employable, but you're very learned or whatever. I'm just throwing a gauntlet here. I'm not making a point, but I want your view as to, are these two dichotomous things, or we can actually bridge it together?
Yeah. The word that is sitting the most with me just listening to this conversation is just the word "and." I just think we need to have the humility to know that this problem is so complex that rather than wasting our energy on asking whether someone else's approach isn't working, I think we need to just encourage each other to try our approaches. Like, my current position is that there's no silver bullet in education, and at the same time, if one does emerge, I'm going to be so happy and I'm going to be right behind it, right? Because that's what's good for kids. And so I think to your question, I think joy must exist for children. And I think we must build it into education. And I think employability, of course, has to be what we focus on, because that really matters. And for our most disadvantaged kids, it matters even more. I think what Sudarshan said, a safe future for our kids. At the same time, I think we've learned so much around the world about what education can really look like. And how do we change the status quo that most of us experienced when we went to school to that new reality? And one example comes to mind. One of my favorite moments on my career was I was in New Zealand, and I was visiting a government school, grade 10 classroom there. And I walked in, and the children, didn't look like a classroom, it looked like a construction site. The children, grade 10, were building a 3-bedroom house that they were going to donate to a homeless family at the end of the year. And that was their entire grade 10 syllabus. The exam at the end of the year was going to be, when it rains, does it leak? Does the family like the house? And I found myself standing there thinking, if I was in India right now, I would be thinking, if I get 96% instead of 95% on an exam that I'm not going to remember 3 months from now, I'm successful. But how do we really, learn from making education really relevant? Like, can kids be looking at the problems they care about and learning the skills and values that will create joy, that will create employability? So I think all of these need to be integrated together, and we need to work together to try these different solutions and really have this kind of dialogue so much more, so that we're learning from each other and building off each other.
Very nice. And this is the time I would like to take a few questions from the audience before I ask the last question. Yes, we just have time for 2 questions. So we have a gentleman there at the back.
I am Colonel Rajiv Bhargav, and the question is for any of the panelists. For education of children, it will happen when parents permit their children to go and attend classes. And that will happen only when parents find that there is a value add to the lifestyle going ahead. Now, on the other hand, if you see women in India between the age of 16 and 60, there is a decline in the opportunities that are available to them to work. And there is a steady decline, and we are way lower than even countries like Saudi Arabia. So don't you think that the problem lies not in the number of teachers or or some other things, but the potential that the parents see, that the children, when they get educated, what will happen? And there may be some aspect to that.
So who would like to go for this? Any one of you who could get the question? Oh, Pramath.
Are you saying that our problem is that there are enough schools, enough children, enough teachers, enough infrastructure, and people don't go to school because they don't...
Let's not get into a debate. Let Pramath answer, please.
No, I personally think we are talking about a larger issue. I don't think there are enough teachers. I don't think there is enough education. I think you're talking about parents at a level where you have a choice to make. I think one thing we are all agreeing on, that we are not providing that choice. So I think that's the real worry. You're talking about people who have a choice, and then they say, we won't send our kid here, we'll send them there, or the value addition is not enough. I think there's a lack of choice. I think there's a lack of access. Certainly quality access. For example, we have declared that at the primary level, every child is now going to school. But it's more naam ke vaste than anything else, right? So if I understood the question correctly.
Sudarshan, 30 seconds, please.
Just to add, I think we have to look at this from the two Indias, one India and so to say one Bharat. There's a place where there is a rush to send to schools because we sense an opportunity, and there's a place where people are prisoners of their circumstances. They don't send, or they find it difficult to send for reasons which has not to do with education, it has to do with existence. And the two things need two different approaches.
The gentleman here, sir. A short question, not more than 10 seconds, sir.
Practical, sir. There is dearth of dedicated teachers, as also of the students. Students are also not dedicated to learn. They come to the schools, or the elder students go to the colleges for fashion showing. Students come, I have 4 schools, 4 coaching centers in Delhi. And the students who come, they watch at the mobile. They don't learn anything. They don't want to learn. And when complain to their parents are fearful. They say, sir, he is a notorious boy, but don't name me that I have complained against my son. There is dearth of students also who want to learn. There is dearth of dedicated teachers also.
Sure, we'll just seek a comment here. Shaheen, would you like to say something on this?
Sure. I'll just answer by sharing. Every time I experience a student who is difficult or who I feel is not learning or not wanting to learn, I just tell myself I need to have more belief that that will change. And I think when we lose that hope in our young people, they are not able to regain that belief in themselves. So it's not easy. I agree with you. Kids are distracted. They're more frivolous. They're on their phones. But at the same time, this generation is more concerned about social justice, smarter than they've ever been before. How do we look at what is beautiful in our children and hold that belief even in the most difficult times? And you can do it if you have 4 tuition centers. Yeah.
So you beautifully said, Sudarshan, one thing that you would like to do to change India and to change the future of education. Just one sentence, please. And the same question for all the 3 panelists.
I'll change the focus to the adults and not the children.
Pramath?
I still believe that the challenge is that we have a lot of answers, but we haven't really been able to scale them. I think quality at scale is the answer. And for me, you have to somewhere leverage technology to do that. Otherwise, we are sunk as far as changing things going forward is concerned.
Shaheen?
I think bring children in as partners, and specifically for Mindmine, next year, student on the panel, students in the audience, I think we'll have a very different discussion.
Absolutely. And on this note, I think we bring this discussion to an end, but very, very important things. Scale, using technology, getting adults within the whole discussion, but treating students as partners is a very, very critical issue. And that is what we need to move forward with. The world for the future is fairly beautiful, very exciting, very challenging, but we need to get our kids ready for it. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks a lot for joining us for this panel. Thank you.
We request you to please remain seated. There's an audience question that we'd like to put, and there's a live polling that will happen. Could we please have the question? If implemented well, the new education policy can make India a global hub for affordable education. A for agree, B for disagree, and C for can't say. And, okay, there are quite a few fluctuations that are happening. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. So there we have it. 62.5% agree with this thought. So can we have a round of applause for that? Would request Dr. Prem Kumarji to kindly grace the stage and present the memento to our esteemed group of panelists. Taliyan zordar.
गायत्री आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वेस्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज इट्स एवरीवेयर। बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen. Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10.
Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है। हो, शुरुआत शुभ हुई है। बोला। तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे? हो, चालेल। जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन अ क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ अ क्रेडिट कार्ड। अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100। नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है। अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। यूएफओ ने मारा गाड़ी को टक्कर। कार का यार देगा इंस्टेंट क्लेम बेफिक्र। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है इंस्टेंट वीडियो क्लेम असिस्टेंस। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार।
आखिर आप रुक क्यों गए?
गाओ ना बेटी गाओ।
सुपर हीरो ने किया गाड़ी के नट्स एंड बोल्ट्स को डैमेज। कार का यार कर लेगा इनकंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस को भी मैनेज। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल देता है कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस कवर। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट यार। मीटियोर ने किया रोड ट्रिप को कट शॉर्ट। कार का यार देगा ओवरनाइट स्टे, वरी नॉट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का इमरजेंसी होटल अकोमोडेशन कवर है ना। उड़ते रॉकेट ने किया टायर को बर्स्ट। कार का यार विल टेक केयर ऑफ द वर्स्ट। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का टायर प्रोटेक्ट कवर है ना।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज इट्स एवरीवेयर। बर्थडे गिफ्ट से लेकर हॉलिडे डेस्टिनेशन, मंथ एंड क्रेविंग से लेकर सैलरी नेगोशिएशन और लेटेस्ट फोन से लेकर वेडिंग रिसेप्शन। अरे भाई, इवन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स का भी नहीं है एक्सेप्शन। नो 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 मोर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, क्योंकि अब आ गया है एकदम नया, ताजा, पावर पैक्ड, फुल्ली लोडेड रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी। इंडिया का फाइनेस्ट जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज पॉलिसी, जो देता है आपको द पावर टू चूज फ्रॉम द वाइडेस्ट रेंज ऑफ कवर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू योर मर्जी। अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे जीरो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 100% आपकी चॉइस।
Nice pen. Yeah, nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, nice pen. Jen. I'm Jenny.
Parker, it shows.
Nice. 10.
Yeah, nice pen. Nice pen.
Parker, it shows.
पैंतरा नंबर 420।
हेलो, नमस्कार जोशी जी, मैं बैंक से बात कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपके दिन की शुरुआत शुभ रही है।
हो शुरुआत शुभ हुई है, बोला।
तो जोशी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहूंगी कि बैंक की तरफ से आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड लिमिट 5 लाख से बढ़ाई जा रही है। क्या आप इसे पाना चाहेंगे?
हो चालेल।
जी सर, इसे पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कुछ डिटेल्स हमें कंफर्म करानी होंगी। प्लीज कंफर्म द 16 डिजिट नंबर ऑन अ क्रेडिट कार्ड एंड अ 3 डिजिट नंबर ऑन द बैक साइड ऑफ अ क्रेडिट कार्ड।
अच्छा, वो नंबर ना, लिखो 100।
नहीं सर, ये तो गलत नंबर है।
अरे बाबा, यही सही नंबर है मैडम। अरे ओ लड़की की आवाज में बात करने वाले लड़के, अब बंद कर दे घिसे पीटे पुराने तरीके। हमारा बैंक हमसे हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और सीवीवी नंबर कभी नहीं मांगता, समझ लगा? रख फोन।
आपका बैंक आपसे कार्ड नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर या कार्ड पिन नहीं मांगता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक। पैंतरा नंबर 17।
हेलो,
नमस्कार विद्या जी, मैं से बात कर रहा हूँ। बताना चाहूंगा कि आपकी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने का आज आखिरी दिन है, वरना आपका अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
हाँ जी, तो अपडेट कर दीजिए।
मैडम, मुझे सिस्टम में आपकी डिटेल्स अपडेट करने की इजाजत नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के लिए आप ही को एनीडेस्क ऐप डाउनलोड करके उस पर अपनी केवाईसी डिटेल्स अपडेट करनी है।
अच्छा जी, तो डाउनलोड कर दूं? कौन सी ऐप, पुलिस की या साइबर क्राइम ब्रांच की? देखो पुत्र, ये ना घिसे पिटे पुराने तरीके छोड़ दो और कुछ नया ट्राई करो। हमारा बैंक ना हमें बैंक की ऐप के अलावा और कोई भी ऐप या लिंक डाउनलोड करने नहीं कहता, समझे? हेलो, ओए फोन कट कर देता की?
आपका बैंक आपसे कभी भी अननोन ऐप्स या लिंक्स डाउनलोड करने को नहीं कहता। सो इंडिया, रहो साइबर सेफ। इशूड इन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट बाय आरबीएल बैंक, अपनों का बैंक।
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। हेल्थ है तेरी तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों हो? पॉलिसी तेरी तो फीचर्स की चॉइस भी तेरी हो। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। रिलायंस हेल्थ गेन पॉलिसी कर ले तू चूज। सारे हेल्थ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस कर दे तू लूज। डबल कवर हो या क्यूमुलेटिव बोनस, दिस इज RGI, you can depend upon us. PED वेटिंग पीरियड हो या हॉस्पिटल रूम रेंट, नहीं करनी अब तुझे कोई फिकर, तेरी होगी हर चॉइस इधर। कंज्यूमेबल एक्सपेंसेस का मत ले लोड, अनलिमिटेड रिफिल के लिए हो जा एनरोल। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर। कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, कस्टमाइज कर अपनी पॉलिसी कवर, खुद चूज कर।
ड्रैगन की स्नीज ने किया गाड़ी को पूरी तरह से खत्म। कार का यार देगा गाड़ी की पूरी रकम। कार इंश्योरेंस बाय रिलायंस जनरल का रिटर्न टू इनवॉइस कवर है ना। नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस टू योर कार, वी विल टेक केयर।
Election Commissioner of India, Mr. Akshad Gyaneshwar, student SRCC, and Miss Mihika Mukherjee, student BML Munjal University. Zordar Talia. And of course, we have our moderator, the one, the only from CNBC TV 18, Parikshit Luthra ji. Taliyan bajte rehni chahiye, ladies and gentlemen. मेरे ख्याल से अभी लोगों को समझ नहीं आया, ये बिग डिबेट है, तो इस पे जरा गरज के तालियां होनी चाहिए। कम ऑन।
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and this is promising to be a very, very energetic debate, and we will be looking at your views very, very closely, both before and after this session. So please hear very, very carefully, because your vote is important to us to decide where this debate goes at the end of this evening. You know, if I were to just take a line from the Constitution says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. When it comes to holding elections or how elections will be held, according to Article 327, it is the power of Parliament to make provisions with respect to elections to legislatures subject to the provisions of the Constitution. The issue of simultaneous elections has been discussed time and again. The Law Commission, in its 21st report, said that there exists a viable environment for holding simultaneous elections across the country. Recently, a parliamentary panel said that frequent elections led to disruption of normal life, impact the functioning of essential services, and simultaneous polls would reduce the massive expenditure incurred to conduct separate elections every year. But is it really that simple? Why didn't it happen earlier? So that really brings us to the big debate of this evening. In the opinion of this House, simultaneous elections for states and the centre will save resources, ensure policy continuity, and build a stronger India. Let me introduce our teams to you today. We've got Team A for the motion, Amit Kapoor, captain of Team A. Amit Kapoor is the chair for the Institute of Competitiveness, faculty at Stanford University. We also have Mihika Mukherjee of BML Munjal University, a bright, young, aspiring lawyer. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief, Business World. Thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you have your arguments ready, everyone who is for the motion. Let me now introduce Team B. We've got Harpal Singh, Chairman, Impact Projects, S.Y. Qureshi, former Chief Election Commissioner. We're looking at some very interesting arguments from him this evening. And again, Akshad Gyaneshwar, a student of SRCC, avid debater, and we're really looking forward to hearing from our young leaders on this panel as well. Every speaker will have 5 minutes. We'll be seeing rebuttals as well. But before we really kick off, let's get a sense of this House. Where does this House really stand on one nation, one election? Those for the motion, please raise your hands. All right. And what about against? Okay, barely 5 hands. So clearly, this House is is for the motion, at least at the beginning of this debate. But let's see. It's now up to the two teams, Team A and Team B, to convince the House. So let's open up the big debate on one nation, one election. Amit Kapoor, Captain Team A, will now begin speaking. Your time starts now.
So, you know, like this very interesting debate on one nation and one elections, and whenever people say that there is for and against, I actually get surprised with it. Because for the very nature, the idea has to be that we need to have one nation, one elections. Because what is the reason for not doing it? In fact, I have at least 5 or 6 very big points why it should be done together. One is, of course, it brings the stability in government. When you talk about stability in government, what I want to say is that it is all about the whole vision that the country needs to have. How do we coordinate between the states and the center? So that is what would actually help. In fact, if we don't do it, there is a lot of dissonance that we actually see. There are going to be disparate directions in which people will move, in which states would actually move. So for a country like India, which is diverse, a simultaneous election would help in creating a level playing field for all states. We will actually move into a good direction, and so on and so forth. The second thing is actually about the massive expenditure. And this person who started the debate, that is Parikshit, said that there is a massive expenditure. We need to reduce the expenditure. Why should we not actually spend money on developmental projects, on social issues? We can actually end up having some very interesting debates on welfare, social progress, but rather than doing those debates, let's invest in our social infrastructure. Why not invest in hospitals? Why elections? Elections are there. If you're able to reduce your expenses by 50%, that is a huge thing for a country like India. Look at the number of children that can actually be educated over a period of time. How many hospitals that we can actually create over a period of time. We need to look at the future, not anything else. The third is the model code of conduct. So of course, model code of conduct is something very interesting that the Election Commission does. And this is the kind of power that they yield. So power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if you really look at the absolute power that is there, so what the Election Commission will do? Oh, we should not let anything happen in the country. All development projects will come to a standstill. The government is not supposed to take a decision. They're not supposed to think. They're not supposed to actually run with the focus on development. So that is what these guys will actually do. All the time they stall development in this country. And they will do it for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and then you have to regain the momentum. And then we actually talk about the idea of implementation crisis this country has. Because the implementation crisis emerges from the fact that you do too many elections. You do election in one state and suddenly you will do it in the other state. If you actually have one election, one nation, look at the kind of focus that we can actually have. In fact, when you talk about model code of conduct, what will happen is, in fact, that is from my experience. If I want to do ranking of states, an assessment of states, I will not be able to launch that report because it is election season. Because we are not supposed to do it because the Election Commission is stopping it. I cannot do anything on, say, assessment of aspirational districts because the Election Commission is stopping it. So this is where absolute power comes, and they cannot be given absolute power. And the third thing is impact on functioning of essential services. Suddenly, these guys will stop everything. As if there is nothing that is happening, because every police guy, every teacher will have to get into elections. Education is important. Why do you want to stall education? You will close down schools every 6 months. You will do something for the state election. You will do something for the national election. So that is again wrong. So productivity losses are huge. They have a huge deterrent on the competitiveness of the nation. And the next thing is reduction in deployment of resources is something which is very important. So if I'm able to do a simultaneous election, I am able to do reduction in the overall system of resources that I'm able to put in. So whether it is labor, whether it is capital, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, what Parikshit said was change. Change is always difficult. Change is always painful. So people who do not want change will actually go against the idea of one nation, one election. Because it is a painful process. Who wants to go through pain? If my organ goes bad, or if there is something wrong with an organ, I amputate it, right? It's a painful process, but it actually makes me live. So that is exactly what I need to do. So it's a painful process, but let's go through the change. Any change in the world, any great man that has happened, change has always been painful. If I want to do something like spirituality, it has a huge bearing on me. So that is where it is. The next, last but not the least, it also enables competition. And when I say enables competition, from political parties' point of view, because it becomes a battle of ideas, not battle of some very localized things that you're looking at. We are looking at a battle of ideas for the future of this country, not something like what is going to happen at the MLA region, what is going to happen in this ward, or whatever. We need to think about our country, the beautiful country which is diverse, which is so amazing. Why can't we really start thinking of that? So let's focus on the one nation, one election, and just shun this whole idea of what do you call elections at different times to the dustbin of history.
Thank you, Amit, for finishing right on time. So you're making this point that it is necessary for development. It's time to endure the pain, think about the country. Let's listen in to Mr. Harpal Singh now. Sure, we'll do that. Mr. Harpal Singh, yes, against the motion, over to you.
Well, I think one must step back before we actually take up the issue of one nation, one election, or or segregated elections. Actually, what is the purpose of elections? The purpose of elections is to pursue relentlessly the idea of democracy. That is the purpose of elections, to pursue democratic traditions. And a couple of other things which are relevant in our context, which is to pursue federalism, to pursue the idea of this diverse country, that all peoples in this diverse country have a right and an opinion that must be heard. So primary to the whole process of elections is the idea that the voice of the people must prevail. That's the idea. Now, if you take that as a premise, then you begin to think about, there's never one solution that is good at all times and in every situation. Solutions also, incidentally, are relevant to the time and relevant to the context. If you look what's happening around the world today, whether you take the Americas, whether you take Africa, you take Asia, and you certainly, in many parts of the world, the executive arm is becoming stronger across the world. And in some senses, at the cost of the other balancing factors, which is the judiciary and the press. And therefore, anything that you do in such times, beware that you don't do anything that concentrates power. There are two things that I think all countries that are democracies and pursue the ideas of democracy must be concerned about: the concentration of power and about the potential of a circumstance emerging that might actually strengthen the concentration of power. Let me take up the second one first. You can have an extraordinary event, you could have a war, you could have a catastrophic effect like the flood that is affecting our neighboring nation. At that point in time, and should there be an election happening at that point in time, quite rightly, the population should work in favor of supporting governments. In this case would be the executive arm of governments, supporting them to be able to do all the work that is necessary to address that particular challenge. Now, if elections are held at the same time, every likelihood that the body of opinion, just to address that particular idea, would work in concentrating all actions and therefore concentrating power. Now, this incidentally is dangerous in itself, becomes even more dangerous if by any chance it is done with intent. So be careful. On the other hand, if there are national issues, they should be handled when national elections are held, in our case, our parliaments. However, if you don't allow this segregation, you will find a situation where if there is a wave of opinion in one particular direction, all states' issues will get marginalized. Federalism will be adversely affected. And let me say this, if you look at what are the arguments for, which is cost and efficiency and such like, if you actually cost those, they are minuscule in terms of costs when compared to the larger potential wrong that might happen by a concentration of power happening at the same time. Beware, democracies beware. And most countries of the world, incidentally, do not like the idea of doing them. You can take the US, even though it's a presidential system, but they don't hold all elections at the same time precisely for the same reason. So therefore, I would say strongly, there's no question that we should make some improvements. And I'll just list out 4 or 5 very quickly so that we get the benefits that we want. Election funding must be reduced. It costs too much to have elections. Secondly, the transparency of elections must be brought in, particularly electoral funding. If there's one harm that is affecting our electoral process is the lack of transparency in the electoral funding. I as a voter, you as a voter, must have the right to know who is funding whom and for what reasons. I think that's extremely important. And we should therefore make sure that funding is happening. Third, my suggestion, please get rid of the idea of defections. Nobody should be allowed to defect. Today, all people get elected on platforms which are largely party platforms. So let's make sure that defections are removed. And finally, as a suggestion, I might say, as a suggestion that maybe we could consider have an election for parliament on 1 year, the second year a group of states, the third year a group of states, a fourth year, so that the uncertainty factor is reduced. And in any case, if defections are denied, you won't have governments falling without reason and creating uncertainty. Finally, I do believe that for democracy, for federalism, for diversity, you must not have single simultaneous elections.
All right, concentration of power, not a good idea. Thank you for those remarks, Mr. Harpal Singh. Let's also now go back to our team A for the motion. Let me now get in Mishika Mukherjee. Mihika Mukherjee.
A very good evening to everybody present here. I'll just expand on some of the points that my team captain has already made. When we talk about regular elections, there are 2 facets that are involved: economy of cost and economy of effort. Starting with economy of cost, it has been already noted, and it's actually everybody knows this fact, that in 2014, the general elections itself costed almost, I think, 3,800 crores and above. And very recently, our Minister of Law and Justice has said this in an open forum, that in the last 8 years, we have had almost 50 state legislative assembly elections. And this should give you an idea about how frequent elections have become in India. It's almost like a festival. Furthermore, when you talk about economy of effort, things like cost, things like the impact that actually, for example, teachers, they bear the brunt of becoming poll officers. Schools become converted into polling booth stations. There is a huge impact that is actually on educational institutions. These are important facets of state machinery. Cost and education, they cannot be completely negated. And yes, these might sound like very general arguments, but again, like I mentioned before, these are very crucial factors of a state. These are very important factors of a state machinery. Additionally, the time and efforts of the security forces get diverted, something that we've already spoken about. Again, in a very crucial aspect of state machinery. Elections are a mammoth exercise in India. And having simultaneous elections can firstly ensure that political parties spend less time on focusing on rallies and actually spend more time on making divisive plans that they can ensure development. Elections happen because you want to make sure that firstly parties promise that if they are voted to power, they will ensure development. But if parties are not, if governments are not given enough time to actually focus on developmental policies, what exactly are governments coming into power for? Furthermore, because like I mentioned before, elections have become this festival in India, and parties often spend less time on actually planning for doing work for the community. Furthermore, vote bank politics can actually be curtailed to a large extent. Frequent elections perpetuate caste and religion and communal issues in India, and India as a society is already immensely stratified. Vote bank politics actually worsens this. And having simultaneous elections will reduce this effect because there will be firstly less vote bank politics, and there will be more accountability on the government firstly, because as a matter of fact, like I said, that talking about governmental support, even the Law Commission of India in 1990 recommended simultaneous elections. Because when government is given the time to actually focus on developmental policies, governments can also allocate funds that way. And that is why simultaneous elections are actually, they actually can be a really great idea. Lastly, Sir spoke about the Model Code of Conduct. Model Code of Conduct is something that usually gets imposed on a poll-bound area. And at this point of time, when there are regular elections, Model Code of Conduct is something that is imposed so frequently. Again, it is hampering the governing mechanisms of a state. These are important facets, and these are important factors, actually, that simultaneous election solves. Something that regular elections have actually created. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that history is a great teacher. Simultaneous elections is not something which is alien to the Indian democracy. We had it from 1951 to 1967, so it's not something that is alien to us. We can have policy decisions and we can have policies that actually make sure that the mistakes that happened last time don't happen again. And that's it. Thank you.
You still have 1 more minute?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, finished it in 4 minutes. Made her arguments well and tight. All right, very interesting. And nowadays we see this debate over freebies as well. This issue has been coming up, and the Supreme Court has also been looking at that matter. But that's another story. Let me get in Akshaj Gyaneshwar. Akshaj, you've been hearing Mihika. You've been hearing for the motion. It's now over to you.
All right. I'm really thankful to Mihika for mentioning that simultaneous elections as a whole have not been alien to India. However, one thing that should be noted is, as of 1952, there were only 53 political parties. As of 2019, there were more than 463 political parties that competed in elections. That seems an 875% increase in the number of political parties that contested in elections. Now, panel and audience members, I implore you to look at this from the perspective of an individual voter. Imagine for a second that I, Akshaj Gyaneshwar, an 18-year-old student who has just made his voter ID card, is going to an election booth to vote for 3 sets of government, that is the central government, the state government, and the tier 3 form of government, which may be a panchayat or a municipality. On that perspective, I have to look at 463 different parties and 3 different set of political people that I have to vote for. On that perspective, I have great amounts of choice paralysis. I don't know who to vote for, how to vote for, and I don't know what to vote for because I'm essentially not somebody who has existed in the political spectrum for a long period of time. And on that perspective, it becomes very important to recognize the role of Generation Z. So as of this year, The Hindu has actually specialized how many Gen Z voters there will be in 2024. Out of the 912 eligible voters, about 250 million of voters will be Generation Z, which essentially means that about a third of all voters will be people below the age of 25. And these people will look at manifestos, will look at documents, will look at other aspects to understand what political leadership wants to do with our nation. In the pursuit of representation, as Harpal sir pointed out, if we want to create a nation that is more democratically elected, if we have simultaneous elections, Generation Z and every generation for that fact will have a great amount of choice paralysis. And when this choice paralysis exists, are we really giving any sort of franchise to every individual that exists in our nation? Are we really giving them the choice to create a possible representation for themselves, their constituency, and at the national scale? That's a very important point to be noted. Now, the first speaker from the proposition side mentioned that a great amount of dissonance exists. Now, in that perspective, if we think about this on a separation paradigm, we think that, as an individual voter, I don't base my actions off of just what I think. There are thought leaderships that exist in all spectra. I read a lot of newspapers, I look at social media. Since I'm a part of Gen Z, I look at TikToks, I look at Reels, I look at various forms of media interventions before making a choice, before making a vote. And on that perspective, when we have simultaneous elections, this choice of thought leaderships or influencers that exist in our society will become of greater importance. And any choice, any vote that I give will not essentially be my vote. It will be a vote that is coerced by these influential leaders. It will be a vote that will not essentially be my own because I have not taken enough time to think about it. Because I've not had the time to go to every political campaign rally or any type of public forum to attend what political leaders are saying in my constituency on different paradigms. Moreover, on the state legislature, I may support a different political party, but for the national paradigm as a whole, I may support a different representative to represent my interests. And on that perspective, for simultaneous elections, that will simply not be possible. Now, with respect to level playing fields, as mentioned by the proposition, if we plan to have a level playing field for all political parties, that will simply not be possible, because under various surveys, it has been proven that if simultaneous elections are held, the vote most generally goes to the same person in the state legislature as to the central legislature. So in that perspective, all national parties have an asymmetric advantage over all state parties. And therefore, we are essentially removing the small parties from perspective when we look at the national paradigm as a whole. And if we look at intergenerational parity, since Gen Z as a whole is not above the age of 25, we can't possibly stand for any election ourselves. We are voting for a representative that does not belong to our generation. So this idea of our own choice being our own and not being a coerced choice becomes that much more important. And in that perspective, I believe that simultaneous elections should not exist in India. Thank you.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, brilliant arguments from both our young leaders here, Mihika and Akshaj. Once again, a big round of applause for both of them. Great arguments, excellent arguments from these young leaders. All right, now let me hand it over to Mr. Anurag Batra for the motion. You're the last person in your team. You and Mr. Qureshi have the benefit of being the last people to speak.
Good evening, Parikshit. Being the fifth speaker on a topic that the audience is already sold on, I think, and with Dr. Kapoor and Mika making a very compelling case for simultaneous elections, I think I have an easy job. But at the same time, I face the dilemma of being able to speak after four speakers and just before Shri S.Y. Qureshi. And I have the same dilemma that the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor faced on the night of the honeymoon. Do you know the dilemma? Or you don't? In the interest of time, let me share the dilemma. On the night of honeymoon, the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, "Darling, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I make it convincing and interesting and entertaining. So I hope whatever I say, I make it relevant." First of all, when we started the debate, Parikshit, you did a vote and you saw that a majority of almost 75% of the audience agrees on simultaneous poll. So let me say that while change is difficult in any space, the fact that a large part of the audience, which is representative of what India is, believes in it, must be doing it on some merit. Second, let me reinforce some of the points that Dr. Kapoor and Mihika, my teammates, made. First, I want to give you some numbers. Some numbers have already been shared. And money is important. When elections happen, there are two spends. One by the state, and there are spends by the parties and individuals. And the spends by individuals are much underreported. I want to tell you that the last election almost cost $500 million in the Lok Sabha election. And the state election almost costs anything between 300 to 400 crores from the state. I'm not counting the money from the parties, which is very minuscule, and a very large money that comes from individuals. So clearly, that money can be utilized for other purposes. Second, Mihika alluded to that point about when elections happen. I think that's the most important. The atmosphere is very charged up. It becomes very polarizing. And it further polarizes a country that is already polarized a lot. And elections, the pitches are queered. We saw it in Bengal elections. We saw it in every other election that happens. So clearly, if you want to maintain the communal harmony and you don't want to add fuel to fire, doing more than 5 to 7 elections a year is literally damaging the fabric of democracy and the fabric of communal harmony. Third point, as Mihika said, simultaneous elections were happened happened in 1951, 52, 53. There have been multiple commissions, including the one in 2018, one in 1991, one in 89, one in 83. So really, the fundamental reason a lot of people believe, and let me debunk the argument that Mr. Harpal Singh gave, is that it will lead to concentration of power. I think there are a lot of assumptions there that a single party will win, but that may not be the scenario. And let me also debunk what my young friend Akshaj said. He said that when simultaneous elections happen, the Gen Z, which is almost 30% of the population that will vote in 2024, may not get chance to be able to review each candidate and make an informed and right decision, and maybe vote differently for different elections that are being held simultaneously. I think the Gen Z, I have 2 children who are Gen Z, are bright enough, have internet, have digital, participate in such debates, consume content on various media, and have a point of view on every political party and every political individual, and can prepare for any decision they want to make. I want to reiterate, if there are 6 reasons why you should support simultaneous election. 1, the costs can be deployed for development of the country. 2nd, the official machinery and the resources can be deployed for education or healthcare or public safety. 3rd, I think the communal fabric gets damaged during election. 4th, the development activities come to a halt. 5th, I think we must experiment. We may go back. If it doesn't work, we have the right to go back. And 6th, last but not the least, I think change brings its positives. Let's experiment with this change and not prejudge the change. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Batra, thank you so much for those remarks. And now let's hand it over to Mr. Qureshi, who came with some very clear thoughts on the subject, and somebody who's over the years heard all sides, all lawyers, all political parties, and has some strong views on the subject. Mr.
Thank you
Qureshi.
very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by letting out a state secret. In the ante room, all 6 of us were on one side against the simultaneous election. So the argument which you heard from my 3 friends were all insincere and contrived.
So it was difficult to make these teams.
This is sharing of privileged information. I vote against it.
Yeah. Now, secondly, you know what you saw, the title of the debate? Are we already not one nation? Have we not become stronger India with the existing system? So what are we talking about? What is stronger do we mean? We are on the verge of becoming a superpower with the existing system, which was chosen by the framers of the Constitution by design. They chose Westminster style of the parliament and the government rather than parliamentary, the presidential style of America. I did not listen to any of my friends because I didn't want to get confused. I've written on the subject many times. I have some fixed ideas. And actually, my argument here is that it is not black or white. There is a gray also. And actually, I'm going to argue for gray. There are many arguments in favor of simultaneous election, some which were made by the Prime Minister, some which were not made by the Prime Minister, which actually were mentioned by the 2 speakers that side, that beside the prolonged model code of conduct, beside the expenditure, the fact that communalism, casteism, corruption and crony capitalism increases just before election, that is another reason for simultaneous election. Despite that, I'm against it. Because India is a big country. Unity in diversity is our abiding identity, the diversity. Would you like India to have only one language, only one religion, only one political party? Is that the democracy we are looking for? Certainly not. The beauty of our country is unity in diversity. We are a commonwealth in itself. We are 90 countries rolled into one, and we have been functioning beautifully. So why do we want to extinguish that identity? Now, what are the reasons again? First of all, the concept that model code paralyzes everything is absolutely wrong, with all the emphasis. Why? Because all that the model code of conduct says that you will not make any new announcement for economic announcement to seduce the voters. So why is it that all the bright ideas for new development schemes come to the minister's mind only 1 month before the election? They want to do it just 1 month before the election. Why are they sleeping for 4 years and 11 months? So therefore, to say, now be very clear, all that we stop is new scheme. And very clearly we say that every ongoing existing program must continue. And in case of a natural calamity, even a new scheme is allowed, blanket. And now that the work comes to a standstill, machinery comes to a standstill, teachers. Now, schools are, in any case, election day is a holiday. So you're not taking away teacher on a working day. That is the teacher's holiday. And, you know, one MP from BJD, Mr. Mehta, once said that we have to ask the people, what is it that they want? They want frequent elections. The people are not the people in this room, the people are in the villages. The only importance they ever get is the right to vote. That is the time when an MP and MLA comes and does namaste to them. And if they have to come repeatedly, it increases their accountability. That's important. Now about 50,000 crore which is spent, it can be brought down to 5,000 crore. It is in the hands of the government, 30-second job. There is a cap on the expenditure by candidate of 70 lakhs. But the party can spend 70 crores on that candidate. Immediately stop it for political party expenditure, put a cap. Immediately it comes down to 5,000 crores. 2.5 months prolonged thing. Give me 3,500 companies at one go instead of just 1,000. I will do the election in one phase and 33 days. There are alternative routes which we should take, we should consider. Now 50,000 crore also actually is a good thing for economy. Politicians, black money or white money gets recirculated, goes to the poor. And in fact, I heard a very interesting statement from a child from Chhattisgarh when she said, "Jab jab chunav aata hai, garib ke pet mein pulao aata hai." So therefore, all these arguments are actually mean really nothing. And also, just half a minute, in terms of law and order, if you see the figures, when the election model court is in operation, complete peace, law and order. People say we have killed the festival of democracy. One journalist wrote that article in the Hindustan Times and I wrote a counter article. I said, "Madam, send me your address and I'll send the festival of democracy to your house." What does it mean? Somebody will paint your house with slogans. There will be 24/7 sloganeering and shouting. It will soil busy. If that is the festival you're missing, I'll send it to you. Give me your address. It hasn't yet come. Thank you very much.
Right, Mr. Qureshi, thank you very much, and a big round of applause for Mr. Qureshi. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for final rebuttals. The captains have been hearing very, very closely. They've been consulting their teams. Who wants to go first? Mr. Amit or Mr. Harpal? That's okay. Mr. Harpal Singh.
I'm quite happy to go first. I would draw the audience's and citizens' attention to what is it that we prize? Do we prize our vote, our voice, and democracy? And if we prize that, then it's important that we are willing to incur some costs for it. The opposition or for the motion says that it costs a lot. The comment was $500 million. Let's make it 3 times the number, $1.5 billion. In the context of a $3 trillion economy that is headed, incidentally, in the direction of $5 trillion, of course there will be some costs no matter what you do. Overstated as an idea, it just doesn't hold water. The issue of diversity. It is basic to this country. It's the most diverse country in the world and something that we prize through generations. It's what makes us what we are, which is Indians. The idea that development stops. The only thing that stops is the announcement of new programs. This idea that development stops is an idea that is overstated by those who claim so. Have some go down into village India and you'll find no development stops. Nothing stops other than the fact that nobody can announce new programs, completely overstated as a comment. Now, finally, I would say this, that this question that continuity is not there, that there is some loss of some programs that might not be happening on the ground. Incidentally, if you even charge to cost all those ideas, there will be minuscule in the context of what you might lose. And what you might lose is a concentration of power that we all know. We all know that if power concentrates, it corrupts. It corrupts. Therefore, to make sure that national issues are discussed at one point in time so that the bandwidth of the citizen is given. And the citizen is asked to comment on national issues. Then go back to the states where states issues, where issues much closer to the daily lives of citizens, those are taken up at the time when state elections happen. That is actually speaking what should happen. And therefore, remember one thing, we will always pay, some costs always have to be incurred. And my suggestion that maybe we can have differentiated dates. The dates for elections should be during holiday time so that no teacher is taken off teaching duty just because there happens to be an unpredicted election that might happen. So improvements are possible, no defections, transparency in electoral funding. Make sure that we do not allow any of the processes that come in the way of knocking federalism, knocking diversity, and therefore compromising democracy. Be very careful, citizens.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Harpal. Your team still has 3 minutes left. I'll ask Mr. Qureshi for if he has any comments. Mr. Qureshi, would you like to back up your team with final comments? You've got 3 minutes left.
No, actually, Mr. Harpal Singh has concluded very beautifully. He had very correctly pointed out that instead of barking up a wrong tree, instead of focusing on simultaneous election as a panacea of all evils, we have to look at the other thing. You know, there is I was writing a book which was published and has got 5 editions. An undocumented wonder, the making of the great Indian election. When I was about to finish it, I came across Economist Intelligence Unit report which called India as a flawed democracy. Flawed democracy. I was very upset and very angry. How dare they call us, this must be a Western plot, conspiracy to have such parameters to show us in poor light. But when I looked at the explanation, they were saying the right things which has brought down now good elections necessarily are not good democracy. The fact is our elections are acknowledged worldwide. Hillary Clinton called it a gold standard. But why our democracy is considered poor? We are sleeping on democracy index. In VDEM called us electoral or autocracy on these kind of things. So we have to improve the quality of democracy, not by this simultaneous election, which is neither here nor there. It is good in many ways, very bad in many others. But we have to, what about criminalization politics? 43% of our MPs have criminal record by their own affidavit, including rape, dacoity, murder, kidnapping. And it has gone up from 24% in 2004 to 43% in the current election. Now, those are the things we should look at if we want to improve our democracy, not something which actually is not of great significance. And you will notice, if it was feasible, our Prime Minister, who is the strongest Prime Minister in the world, would have done it already. He's been talking about for 7 years and he says he wants a national debate. He's not thrusting it down the throat of the nation. He has asked for a debate. Debate is going on and debate has not led us to a simultaneous election, and which is why the existing system needs to improve, as Mr. Harpal Singh said, and there are lots of there are 51 proposals for electoral reform pending with the government, which we have been sending for the last 25 years. Have a look at that. Just do something about it and things will improve. We want the largest democracy to become the greatest democracy on the planet, and it is possible.
All right, thank you very much, Team B. And Mr. Kapoor here has been consulting his team. He's been jotting down arguments, preparing all the ammunition. So I'm going to hand it over to him. Fire ahead. You've got a tough job ahead, countering some big arguments coming from Team B.
Oh, so Parikshit, I disagree with you here itself, because there were no big arguments from the opposing team anyways, because they were as shallow as they could actually get and as meaningless as they could be. Because they were emotional rants than anything else, not basis or anything on data, because it was fear-mongering. And the fear-mongering was, oh, you will have a dictatorship, you will have you have a democracy which is flawed. You're looking at some information which is giving me no insights. So when you actually say flawed democracy, what does it mean? What is the definition? I can create a definition. I'm an academic and we can create definitions which can actually make everybody happy. So we should not look at that. And we should stop emotional rants. And I will also put my arguments on three basic things. So there were three speakers and I would like to rebut all three of them. So when Harpalji said that pursue the idea of democracy, what on earth are you thinking when you say that simultaneous elections will actually kill the idea of democracy? It only strengthens the idea of democracy, bhaiya. It actually gives me the choice. It actually enables me to make a choice at that same point in time. So the opinion is going to be heard, and it is heard well. It is just not creating that cacophony of noise and confusion that actually happens when you talk about elections that are happening all the time. And the newspaper reams are going to get floated with it and so on and so forth. In fact, what actually gets exposed is that whole idea of what you would call as the money that you actually pick up in a place like Mamata Banerjee's Bengal. There are some 1,000 crores that actually come out. And then, of course, when you talk about consistent direction, of course, when you talk about how on earth can you say that when you have elections which are not simultaneous, you will lose direction? No, you have consistent direction when you actually have the one democracy, one election per se itself. So that consistent direction is also there. So their arguments are in our favor, not against us itself. In fact, whatever they've argued is actually supporting our cause rather than actually doing anything else. So they have spoken for us, and thanks a lot the team out there on the other side. The other thing that they've actually said is something on concentration of power. How on earth are you thinking of concentration of power? Where is the concentration of power happening? In fact, that is actually a fear-mongering exercise in itself. Potential harm might happen. Now that is might happen. Might is actually a very, very big assumption. Assumption means what? Making ass of you and me. Making a fool of ourselves. So stop making assumptions, grow up and let's move ahead and let's fight for the change that is actually required. If US doesn't do it, why should we not do it? How on earth are you thinking that US is the most perfect democracy? If US does not do it, so it is like saying the white man does not shit, so you should not shit. Come on, it is not supposed to be like that, right? So can you actually get away from the white man's burden? So that is one other thing. And then I'm actually surprised at the kind of arguments that Akshaj made. He was demeaning his Generation Z itself. My Generation Z cannot think, Arey, you are the smartest generation this planet has ever seen. You are inundated with information. You know how to make information and turn it into knowledge. So I'm actually surprised that he's demeaning Generation Z itself. In fact, please grow up, my friend, and start thinking that Generation Z is smart. You are a smart bum. Don't demean yourself. You can actually go through all the information that is required, and that is to be take it forward. And then, in fact, so please, Generation Z, you should revolt against him because he's actually demeaned you. And now, there is another thing that you are really talking about, political parties' inability to look at data does not mean we drop it. So, you know, like when you talk about, there are some arguments that are making, he's talking about that you need to drop the generation and etc. And then, of course, there was one very interesting argument by Mr. Qureshi. He says, fixed ideas. In fact, he himself said, I have some fixed ideas, I did not listen to the other side. That means he was not even listening to the debate, yaar. So how can he be part of the debate? So he should, in fact, all his arguments should actually not even be heard. So please vote for us. So that is where it is. Right? So, and the
Maybe
next,
he came very well prepared.
And the next thing is, how can we say one election is akin to one religion, one idea? Arey, come on, stop confusing the issue. One nation, one election does not mean that we are not open, we are not diverse and so on and so forth. I think you are actually going up the wrong tree itself. Because one nation, one election does not talk about anything to do with our diversity. We are diverse and we will remain diverse. And that is the beauty of this country. What we are saying is, let's have a common vision that we need to look at. And holidays, he's talking about how many holidays do you want to give? This country has the highest number of public holidays. Please stop giving it any longer. Let's not vouch for that whole idea of holidays forever. Right? So let's change that. And then, of course, let's stop those emotional overtones that you have actually said. Let's stop fear-mongering. India is actually on a developmental path wherein we need one election, one nation, and we need to go together and walk towards the greatness that we can actually get into. So this idea, please let it go into the dustbin of history. Ignore them. They have not made anything which was, or made an argument which is even close to meaningful. Please, over to my other teammates, please.
One second.
No, sir. No, you can't do it.
One line.
No.
Hey, Mr. Kapoor, you spoke brilliantly. But now tell the truth.
All right, that was classified information which has now come out. Remember, I must say, and we must give a big round of applause to all our panelists. They've all been a great sport. They all came with their own convictions, and in the holding room, we had our own conversations, chit chat, and somehow they all agreed to be on either side of the topic. But a big round of applause for all of them. Yes, finally, Mehika.
I think I have a very quick point to make. One of the arguments that came across from the opposition was about how politicians think of the voters only during elections. And I think that is something which is very sad. And I think that is the sadder element of how what a democracy today actually is. That leaders think of their voters only when they need something from them. And I think that's about it. And I think just one other quick point is that simultaneous elections will bring the state and the states in the center in more of a sync. And that is why, like Sir just mentioned, we are more of, we are on a developmental path. Parties should have enough time, governments should have enough time to focus on development instead of frivolous matters. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Mika. I just want to say that truth must prevail, free will must prevail. And I must say that I do agree with Mr. Harpal Singh and Mr. S.Y. Qureshi's observations, one of no defections. We should allow no defections. And all the pending suggestions in terms of augmenting the election process and improving the election process through interventions must happen. Having said that, I think when we were younger, in college, Mr. Kocher, we read, if you can't convince, you should confuse. I think the other side is trying, please don't fall for it. I think you're very intelligent people, especially some of them I know. Second, I want to say life is about trade-offs. Okay? Life is about trade-offs. You have written off a process even without trying. And there is historical data of the past elections. As you rightly said, Mr. Qureshi, there are positives of this process. I think you ended up highlighting some of the possible mistakes. Possible. They may be overstated by you. They may be real, but they may be overstated by you. And my last point is, why have we discussed? We're always criticizing the Prime Minister that he's in an election mode. This party is in an election mode. Now, if this is that solution that brings the number of days that the ministers, MPs, and the Prime Minister focuses more on development and governance, by doing simultaneous elections, then it is worth experimenting with. Let's give it a chance. Let's not throw the baby with the bathwater just because we are too afraid of something, because Mr. Qureshi and Mr. Harpal paint a bleak future for simultaneous election. I'm sure we'll win by an even more thumping majority than we started, and I want to thank the House in advance for that. On a lighter note, Dr. Kapoor teaches for an American university. So he does follow American people.
All right, we've run out of time. We've gone over as well, made a lot of concessions. A very interesting debate that we've had here. And a credit to our audience. I've been watching everyone in the audience very closely. No one left. No one got up from the house and left. And that really gives a lot of credit to all of you here in the panel. Now let's open it up to one final poll. We'd like you to vote on the big debate. Where do you stand On the topic, in the opinion of this House, simultaneous elections for states and the centre will save resources, ensure policy continuity, and build a stronger India. Do we have our buzzers ready?
So they're pretty much over here. We are doing live polling right now, as you can see.
Live polling, EVMs.
So there you go. I'll still pass on some more.
Do you think, Mr. Qureshi, after these buzzers, after these electronic ones, we should have a hand vote as well?
And let's get to see. Once you've made your choice, please press the green button for OK. One nation, one election is the need of our country. A for agree, B for disagree, and C can't say. And first it hit 50-50.
Okay, a lot of people.
But now
it's changing. Are people thinking while voting? Mind भी change हो रहा है.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 64.81% agree.
It is for the motion, but the results have changed. The results have changed. Exactly.
This was because of fear mongering that was going on out here.
Mr. Harpal Singh, Mr. Qureshi, and our young SRCC student, you've really made an impact on the audience.
Why is this quiet? There you are. I have to say this. In terms of style, I have to give up to the other side. In terms of style. But I have to say, in terms of substance, they had much, much more that they could do. So thank you for that.
And I just want to make a point, Parikshit, that electronic voting works.
Electronic voting works. No hand voting required.
So I just wanted to make one last point. This is something very interesting, but I was put into hot water. I was supposed to speak against the motion, but I've spoken for the motion. It was a very interesting exercise. Enjoy it.
I must say that in my real life, I am on Mr. Qureshi's side. I was telling Mehika that. But for the sake of fun, we did this. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and
Mr.
gentlemen, for
Munjal,
joining
you
us.
missed a lot of fun. I can tell you that.
We had a lot of fun.
Okay.
So with that being said, let's have a big round of applause for the big debate. Would request Mr. Pranav Bhanage, CEO, Petronas Lubricants India, to kindly grace the stage and present the mementos to our esteemed group of panelists. देखिए तालियां बजते रहनी चाहिए. This is the big debate. देखिए एक बारी जोरदार तालियां. This was a truly fabulous debate. One of the highlights. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Sri Anand Sharma ji, former Minister of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Sunil Kanmunjal.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the closing session of the 2 days of hopefully invigorating, intellectually invigorating, involving, and fun set of sessions. I hope you all had a good 2 days. I want to specially welcome our chief guest for this session. Mr. Anand Sharma is not just an old friend. He is a unique individual, a thinking politician, one who reached the pinnacle starting from his student days as a student leader, an acknowledged legal expert, stepped into politics, took on roles in the external affairs side, and then became a friend for industry and the economy in India. Many of us knew him earlier, but when he took on the role of commerce and industry, that's when the bond with industry, I believe for you, Anand, really strengthened. And he was truly an individual who worked with no vested interest. The only interest I saw in his work was India and Indians. Incidentally, that is the theme of the Mindmine Institute, is India, Indians, Indian economy, and India's global relations. Actually, all the 4 things that you have worked at. I thought it would be interesting for us to just have a conversation, Anand, to talk about a little bit about what is going on in India. Before we get there, I'd just like to tell you about the interesting 2 days that we've had. We've had 18 sessions since yesterday morning, and we've had 57 or 58 leaders from different walks of life as panelists and speakers in these 2 days. We've had sessions on economy, on industry, on global trade, looking at the WTO perspective, looking at India's position on health, on the possibilities of future black swan events and what you can do about it. We also had a session on education, which is something close to all our hearts. We had a series of conversation which looked at, does India need repurposing right now? The 2 years that we've gone through, in some sense, has been an absent period of our lives because we couldn't physically meet family or friends or colleagues, but at the same time, it was a time for reawakening. It was a time for introspection. It was time for people to reassess the priorities they hold in their own lives. Many people said, I don't want to do this anymore because reality is my priority is actually something else, but I was doing this only because I was going on doing this. So it made us stop and listen to ourselves. I think in some ways, it also made people more thoughtful because during the pandemic, especially in the first few weeks and months, we saw something that I hope humanity does not have to see again. We saw the worst that nature can do to us, but we stood the test. It also showed the best of humanity in people. People helping each other without any motive, without vested interest. People taking risk. Because there was a fear at that time that even by going out, you can hurt yourself, you can harm yourself. So it was not just the doctors and nurses who, of course, got praised, got appreciated, got recognized around the globe. It was the policeman in the corner, the postman, the delivery boys and girls who were bringing packages to our homes, the sabziwalas. There were people who genuinely put their lives at risk because that was the belief at that time. Please remember, many people, and I know people, close friends of ours, you might know some of them, who didn't go out of their home for months on end. It also brought us a new way of looking at our relationships. We saw a very high divorce rate take place, by the way. As you know, in the middle of this, when couples got to spend more time, they actually discovered each other for the first time in some cases. But in many cases, it brought people much closer. So we saw both things happening. One of the consequences of all of this rethinking was what we call the Great Resignation. Across the globe, across countries, across sectors, across verticals, people got up and left what they were doing. From established jobs and roles that they had, they just got up and went. Even if you look at what happened in India, in the migration, all the migratory workers and labor, both unskilled and semi-skilled, that works in the urban centers, when they left at the beginning of the shutdown, only about between 60 and 70% have come back. The rest have decided not to come back at all. Either their families were not ready to let them go, or they themselves realigned themselves to a new way of living. The Narega scheme, which has been expanded, actually came to become a safety net. Because when they stayed there, they all at least know that they can get 100 days of work or whatever is the current number. But it's changing social structures as well. I'm not sure we're thinking enough about the change that is actually taking place. We are in the middle of it as we speak. Right now, the change is currently taking place. In this very period, we reassessed our old education system. The new education policy got announced. We have relooked at our healthcare delivery system, both in the urban centers, all the way from the primary healthcare centers to the large tertiary centers. And we're trying to see if we can create a better connect. With a slow start in the early period, India did a phenomenal job in the vaccination drive that we launched. Not only launched it for India, we supplied to many parts of the world. So we've gone through an amazing period of transition right now. And these are some of the questions that we asked of the panelists, and there were some wonderful answers, and some questions were answered with questions. So you need to do a little bit more thinking. Some were confusing answers. Some were clear and definite. Some said this could happen or this could happen. And by the way, that's okay too. And I think that's one more realization that many of us are coming to accept now, that in life, it may be better as an attitude for us to live more peacefully and a more satisfied life if you accept that this is okay and that is okay too. Because too often we take hard stands and then try and fight not just for our position, but to get others to accept our point of view. The reality is, this is the beauty of this planet. This is the beauty of our nation. Our amazing diversity of kinds, types, cultures, faiths, types, cuisines, architecture, design of the textiles. This is the richness of what we have to offer. So if we start to celebrate this, rather than to try and get everybody to look alike, I think we will all be better off. We will certainly be more satisfied. We will certainly have a happier nation. And I think some of this came through in the sessions that we had. So I want to ask you, Anand, because you've had an amazing experience. You've dealt, at one time I remember your favorite friends were, you would to push all of us, why don't you look at Africa? You know, this is a place for the future. This is a place which needs and deserves India's attention. And then China came along and actually hogged up that space. And Africans were telling us, what's wrong with you? We've had a relationship with you for so long. China is the one giving us aid. They are the ones who are helping us build our infrastructure. We would rather work with you, but we didn't quite take up that space fully. Do you think that was a missed opportunity? Because India is now getting back and rebuilding some of those bridges. I'm going to go all over the place with you. I'm not only on one topic, okay? It's on.
Well, thank you, Sunil, for inviting me and for the kind words. I was really excited when I saw the invite and also the theme that you had chosen, and you referred in detail, so I don't have to repeat about the repurposing India post-pandemic. You have very rightly said, before I come to your question, that none of us thought that we'll see it in our lifetime. We had read about the plague, we had read about the Spanish flu, but we never thought it will visit us. And with such vengeance, and the entire humanity, irrespective of the leaps that we have made in science, technology, creating infrastructure, having more resources, humanity was vulnerable. All nations were rattled. It was the biggest disruption which the world has seen in a century. And whether we have come out of it or not, I'm sure people would have talked about it, but we have to reflect the fallout, the damage done, the families ruined, the people lost. And I think about it that there is a silent trauma in the society. Many issues which had come up during that period, both the challenges and the strengths, and you refer to very rightly, perhaps we need to put minds together. Surely India is doing it, other societies are doing, institutions, businesses are doing, and particularly the youth, who are the stakeholders in the future. For them, perhaps this is one lesson which will give them strength, hope to move forward. Now, coming to your question, specific question, Africa has been important for India historically. We have been connected with Africa for centuries. Well before you had the aeroplane or the air journeys, with the monsoons tide, our sailors will move with the boats, with the commodities, spices, the barter trade used to be there, and they'll land at distant places in East Africa and going up to the tip of Southern Africa, not South Africa per se, but Tanzania, yes, Zanzibar, yes, Madagascar, other places. And it was a very rich exchange which took place. There has also been cultural exchange. And in the contemporary time, so if you say the last century, the political engagement of India, our own experiences and the shared experiences with Africa motivated us to engage with them more. We were colonized, not allowed to take any decisions about our future, robbed of our richness and resources. Come to think of it, that a country which in 1700 had 24 to 27% share of the world's GDP, and where we were left after the British left, and even today we are somewhere there, 3 to 4%. So it's a huge, huge setback for us. But Africa suffered the same fate, brutalities. It's very difficult to say that which empire was benign or where the brutalities were less, but Africa, yes. When we talk of King Leopold and others, and how this is not only it's the entire Europe, for that matter, Portuguese, Spanish conquerors who plundered Africa. But India engaged with them with a different mind. Especially, we cannot forget the father of our nation and the gratitude which we owe to Africa, and South Africa in particular, which made him what he became, to come back and challenge the might of the British Empire, the Mahatma. using those potent tools of non-violence. Now that's part of history. So the goodwill for India, and after our independence, is important, especially for the young people to know that we were the first country to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa. We had almost 6% of our world trade with South Africa. We have a large Indian diaspora there, but we cut off. After that, we supported proactively and also in solidarity with the struggle, not only in South Africa against apartheid, but also against colonialism in other parts of Africa. And there was hardly any liberation struggle in the 60s, 70s, right up to when it ended the fights that we didn't support. Now, coming to the 21st century, China and India have different models, different approach. We started way back in 1963, somewhere around that. I can see Ambassador Rajan sitting here, who was a special envoy at one point of time. When we started with the ITEC program, tens of thousands of students from Africa, since then and until now, have come, have been educated in our institutions. The young men have trained in our military academies. Many of them went back to become the prime ministers, heads of states, chiefs of the army. And it's still there, a large number of people in Africa, those who are occupying key positions. Somewhere the India connection was there. We didn't have the resources of China. But we adopted a different approach. China constructs huge buildings, but they bring in their own labor in Africa. That also triggers resentment. Whereas what we did was giving the lines of credit for them to build their own projects using wherever they could, their own resources, their own people. And that has been appreciated. Not that it's only China. Europe has also, once again, taken very aggressive interest in Africa. So is America setting up a separate command.
I want to bring you to a slightly different perspective now. India's aggressive push for bilateral trade agreements. When you were in the ministry, at that time also a few of them got signed. And we have continued now also with the UK after the Brexit, with Europe, and a whole bunch of them. In your mind, is multilateralism completely dead? Or is this a step towards that?
No, I won't say that. But let me just make one point before about what I was talking on Africa. One thing I must flag here, the Pan-African E-Network project, which perhaps is a shining example of India's engagement, where we gave our own satellites. We established the Pan-African E-Network, linking 48 countries in Africa. This was entirely at our own cost, a gift from India and its people, India's government, to the people of Africa. And that helped them overcome the digital divide. We have linked universities in India with universities in Africa, super specialty hospitals in India with hospitals in all regions in Africa. This also has been a transformative change in tele-education and telemedicine. So our models of engagement are different, definitely, and we think that we will win because we generate more goodwill. It's not exploitative. Even if there's Indian entities, you are a business leader, have gone there, Sunil, and they believe in value addition, not plundering their resources by investing there, establishing manufacturing bases. Now coming to your question, which is very significant. In fact, not some. I'm very happy to say that most of India's trade agreements which we signed, except for the one which we already had with Singapore, were done when I had the responsibility as Commerce and Industry Minister. And we took some of those decisions at a critical time. After the financial crisis in 2008, 9, and when the economies were in turbulence, all economies were shaken, we took bold decisions. We stepped out and engaged. Our wisdom was questioned, especially when we, in 2009, within a week, we signed back-to-back agreements, first with India, ASEAN, which eventually evolved during our time into a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. And that gave us the opening, which I am still very keen on, that this government has let it drop off the table. I'm talking of the RCEP, which was ASEAN +6, which China was resisting, blocking our entry for long. And once we signed with ASEAN, that opened the path for us to engage with the larger Asia-Pacific region. Because we signed quickly with Japan, with South Korea, and we brought them in the loop to support us for what was used to be known as ASEAN +6, but what became RCEP. But we signed with Malaysia, we signed with Indonesia. We were almost there with the EU, but it was not because of India that we lost that agreement. It was the obduracy of the EU bureaucracy that let it fall off the table. Post-Brexit, the situation is different. I'm happy that there is a continuity in government in a country. Change of governments does not make disruptions. What I want to say, because you asked me about multilateralism. Multilateralism will not die with the bilaterals or the plurilateral agreements. As long as those who are signing these agreements, mindful of their own strength and economic interests, are also looking at the interconnected world. The world today has changed. It cannot be, irrespective of the agreements reached, the global dimension cannot be lost. That's where the WTO, which was established way back in 1998, the countries which were votaries for establishing the WTO were also not keen on strengthening it further and more keen on plurilaterals or the regional agreements. That will continue and both can coexist. But one last thing I want to mention, that India can take the credit of having given the lead in ensuring that the first ever and historic agreements at the WTO got signed at the 9th ministerial meeting at Bali in 2013, thanks to us, and we stood our ground, and China joined America and EU against us, but we built a huge coalition of 128 countries. Of the entire Africa came with me, entire Latin America came with us, Caribbean came with us, most of Asia came with us, and we won, and 9 agreements were signed, including the trade facilitation agreement.
Wonderful. I want to take you to another historic visit. When we went to Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad, that was considered potentially the closest we came, other than the Shimla Agreement time, and one other instance in the last 40 years. That was the closest we came to getting to a full deal with Pakistan. You remember what happened in Karachi when we almost literally walked off and came back to India. What do you think needs to happen for something like that to actually get closed? Because it is not in our interest to have a neighborhood that is troubled, a country which can potentially fail. A reasonably successful Pakistan can only be good for us. And if we can actually open trade and investment between the two, it can tremendously benefit both sides. And we have seen that there are countries with no apparent interest, no commonality, but because of trade and investment, they are able to build not just peace, but actual friendship. If you think back, we have talked of G20 and G7, but the reality is if you look back at the last 12, 15 years, there was a G2. US would not take a decision before talking to China. And they have nothing in common except the trade and investment. Of course, today is a whole different picture now, but as to what was happening there. So is that ever a possibility in our lifetimes, you think, for us to build any kind of a bridge with Pakistan?
Well, Sunil, we both are witness to that. And when the decision was taken that we'll go to Pakistan, it was the first visit of and a delegation led by a cabinet minister with the top leaders of the Indian industry. There were enough naysayers, given the problems that we have, the relationship between India and Pakistan. But we held our ground, and here I must give credit to the support that we received from the then Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. He said, you go ahead. And we had threats, as you are witness to, from the many groups, including Hafiz Saeed. And when we crossed the Wagah border, 109 members strong was the Indian business delegation, the top captains of Indian industry, we the cultural delegation. We chose to cross on foot, but there were, of course, I can share now, 19 jets of Sunil Munjal and other captains of industry had landed in Lahore, and I said Pakistan will be overwhelmed, and those who are opposing the visit there will say that India has come and they are trying to dominate. But we are a bigger country, and that's where we left. I left the plane on which I was traveling, the Indian Air Force One, Embraer, in Amritsar, but later it joined us in Lahore. We were received with much warmth. The Pakistan industry leaders, captains, they were in favor of an improved relationship, better understanding. And I entirely agree with you. It has to be a shared prosperity in South Asia. You cannot expect that we will move and leave the entire neighborhood. It's not only Pakistan, yes, Bangladesh, Nepal. You can't leave them behind. You can't have a country which becomes prosperous and the neighborhood which is so poor. And because of that, you have extremism, or you have insurgency, or you have violence, you have terror groups. If their young people also get more opportunities, access to better opportunities, perhaps things may change there too. But we are witness to the goodwill. We entered into many arrangements, including investment, agreement between the two central banks, also the Power Grid Connect, and opening of more areas. So I am in favor. I still remain optimistic that one day the goodwill is there. If you think that all people in India hate Pakistan, no. And people in Pakistan hate us or treat us as enemies, people with whom we engaged, no. There is a vast constituency in Pakistan which is liberal, which is democratic, which understands the syncretic culture of this country or the subcontinent. So we will have the fringe groups or extreme groups on both sides. But the wisdom is to take it forward. What you referred to about Karachi is important, perhaps to share, if you agree.
I don't know if it's public knowledge.
I can tell you that, no, it is now permissible because
you
it's
know
sold.
better than me if it's public
Yes.
knowledge or not. So
No, there was something, developments took place, the understandings that were there earlier, when my counterpart had come here, and I had specifically asked him that what he was telling me, does it have the support of the state of Pakistan? Not only your government or the Prime Minister, but Pakistan में फौज के बिना कुछ नहीं होता. जो आप agreement हमसे कर रहे हो, वो होगा, वहाँ पर भी उसको वही तवज्जो दी जाएगी, वही इज्जत दी जाएगी. And the answer was yes. Makhdoom Fahim is a very, very fine gentleman, and he was came from a family of religious leaders and gave us the word. But there was some backtracking because of the internal fissures and pressures. And we had a very big business
They said,
conclave.
हमने कहा है आप relationship improve जरूर कीजिए, हमने ये नहीं कहा आप इतनी जल्दी कीजिए.
नहीं, I'll share with you. I'll share with you that part. Within their own government, the conflict started on what may appear innocuous to us, on MFN status, most favored nation status. Now, all countries who are members of the WTO give to each other the MFN status. Not that it means a lot. You move as per the agreements, as per the agreed tariffs, as per the notified tariffs or the tariffs as they are applied. But Pakistan, those who were opposed to it, they translated it. And what we were told, as you would recall, कि जी हमारे यहाँ पे लोग कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान को सब तो पसंदीदा मुल्क कैसे कहते हैं?
वो कहते हैं उर्दू पेपर पढ़ते हैं सब. इसको उर्दू में लिखेंगे तो this is the meaning.
हाँ, सबसे पसंदीदा मुल्क हम हिंदुस्तान को कैसे कहते हैं? और ये प्रॉब्लम आ गई. But I must say to Cyril is here, our industry leaders, he in particular, and with Pakistan industry leader, the President Mia Mansha and others, their industry leaders went to Islamabad. We were in a huddle, not sure whether can proceed because there was a joint commission in Islamabad besides our other engagements, because the main engagements were Lahore, Karachi, and Pindi also, where we had big business conclaves. But luckily, everything was sorted out, agreements were reached. That was a historic
We actually
visit.
helped them coin a new term to use instead.
Yes.
Instead of that, because that term would never fly.
And it was a Kathak troupe, Kadam, from Ahmedabad, which bowled over. जो हम दूसरे लेके गए थे, they somehow could not perform, and our Kathak group had performed during the lunchtime. And that Rahat Fateh Ali Khan, who was there to sing, somehow his throat went wrong. And the Pakistanis then requested us that can we borrow or request you to give us the same Kathak group again. And it went on. I thought it happens only in Akhdau. The dinner, of course, they served both vegetarian and non-vegetarian dishes in very well and separated areas. But it went on until well past midnight. I remember I left around 2:30, but my counterparts and many other, and most of our delegates were still there.
So Anand, thank you very much. You are an enjoyable person to talk to because you have such a wide perspective on things. I know that I can talk to you about Nehru and his philosophy. I can talk to you about what's happening in the world of education or skills. I can also talk to you about what's going on in technology. But our time is up. But despite that, I do want to ask you one more question. One on skills. One of the apparent shortfalls that we have in India right now, one of the hurdles to high growth is lack of skills, lack of sufficient quality skills in India. Formal skills, as you know, we have less than 2% formally skilled in India, whereas in Korea, it's 76% get formal skilling, and there are countries where there are over 90%. So is there an advice you have of how this can be ramped up? Because while we do everything else, unless you have the right ability, right skill and attitude to do things, your attempt to be competitive, to be efficient, and to be cost effective all the time will be very, very hard because you have to compete in a global market, no matter how much countries are pulling back from globalization, but you cannot help but be globally competitive if you want to move forward, if you want the kind of growth that we need and we want.
That's very important as we move forward to address this challenge. It's a huge challenge for India. India is an aspirational country, especially our younger generation, and they've proven that given an opportunity, given the support, they can compete with the best in the world. But we have to find a harmonious balance, considering the social reality, complexities, and the economic challenges, especially the large number of poor in India, and the fact that the unorganized sector employs more than 80% of our labor force or workforce. And you have rightly said that the skilled people are very less compared to other countries, and the semi-skilled ones are there, but that too, I do not know the exact percentage, maybe 25%. The rest are unskilled. Now, with the new technologies coming, this is the next industrial revolution, which is already there. We were able to deal with the information technology, those challenges, and leapfrog. We, in fact, overcame the big divide to emerge as leaders in the IT-enabled services globally. But with the AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing, how do we prepare? Are we moving at a sufficient pace? We have a challenge here, Sunil. We have the capacity to access, innovate, and assimilate high-end technologies in our manufacturing sector. We have demonstrated it. We have people with minds, we have institutions. But at the same time, R&D remains a concern. And that's where the government and the industry must come together. We are spending as a nation only 1% of our GDP on R&D. And with the industry also coming in, maybe it's 0.75%. So if we have to compete with countries which are developed countries, developed economies, we must invest more in R&D. We must invest much more in education and skills training. I'm afraid so far we are not allocating enough there, and to achieve that objective, you must also have a healthy India. We can't perhaps keep on talking and invest only 0.35% of our GDP in health, even post-pandemic. So these are the issues. If India, I'm sure that there are people who are concerned, people who are in government, people who are making policies, but this should be a priority for the country.
Thank you, Anand. Just for your information, what we are doing in our own family foundation schools, we've started teaching coding in class 2 in all our schools, compulsory for every kid. The idea is that this is like a language. For this new generation, if they do not know coding, they will be at a disadvantage. So like you teach English and Hindi or any other language, we are teaching them coding. And they take to it like this. By class 5 or 6, they're doing projects which are normally done in colleges. So we had a visit from the Vice Chancellor of Birmingham City University last month. And he said, I can't believe my eyes, that these are kids in class 4, 5, and 6 who are doing these kind of projects and creating things. We've also put up maker labs in all our schools. So they can tinker with stuff, they can make stuff, they can also break stuff. Because that's an amazing way of learning, is to make and break. And so I'm very hopeful for our future. We will have some speed bumps along the way, but I'm a great optimist on India and its promise and potential, which we will continue to achieve as we go along. We have a long distance to go. As was said, we have miles to go and we have promises to keep. But I think the time to realize India's potential is now, is here and now. And with the advent of the kind of technologies that are available and the cost at which they are available and the technical infrastructure that is getting built by the iStack and the whole host of other networks, I think we have a real opportunity to leapfrog a few stages and put ourselves in the position that we need and want. So thank you very much. You have been a great partner of the Mindmine Summit since many years, since the early years when we started. You have attended many, you have opened many, you have closed some of them, and you have attended and been at panels and some. So truly value this friendship. This has been another memorable one because it happened after such a long time, because of the COVID hiatus that we had to take a break. We also had a wonderful event last evening of the BML Munjal Awards, as we have every summit, as you know. We had the new Vice President of India come and give away the awards, and he gave a wonderful, wonderful charged up speech, charging everybody up for achieving India's promise. So big thank you, and thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us for 2 days. I hope this was useful, beneficial, and you'll take something back from here.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you very much. And my best wishes to everyone. I too remain an eternal optimist. When I refer to challenges and difficulties, I have faith in our people, and I have faith. It's my belief that there is nothing which is impossible for India and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, to mark this occasion, we have a small memento as a token of our gratitude. Would request Mr. Munjal to kindly present it to sir. Edition of the Mindmine Summit. A big thank you. आप सबसे गुजारिश है जो रिमोट कंट्रोल्स हमारे यहाँ पर वोटिंग पैनल के थे उनको कृपया करके सीट्स पर या टेबल्स पर छोड़ दीजिएगा. Also